Sunrise and the sun when I walk. Oh, I'm so wrinkled. I might have to swap out this shirt. I don't know. Sorry. My apologies. Forgive me. You know what? These shirts are always wrinkled, and I'm done with it. I'm unsubscribing. Done. I know. I just can't stand it. It's so unprofessional. So-called journalist. Remember when they used to complain about that all the time? Never said I was a journalist. Sunrise and the sun when I walk. I'm so... Forgot my TV was on. All right, get the WebEx open. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. What's up? Sorry, I'm kind of like frazzled. What the F is going on? Okay. All right. So we're in this thing. I need to set up, if I can possible, this WebEx shit ahead of time. Oh, no cursing, right? When we first start. Somebody was like complaining about the chat earlier. They said like some weird, like they complimented, like your chat's intelligent and hilarious, but cliche to the max. I'm like, what? So they're saying all these positive things, but like what, the cliche thing or something? So according to you, so don't be in the chat then. Get the fuck out. Stop cursing. Stop. Sunrise. All right. So, good morning. Welcome. Okay. So we got this right, and it's full screen. And okay, that's the courtroom. I like how they put their labels now and everything. That's beautiful. Something like that. Something like that, right? And so when the witness comes on, shit, it's gonna be really hard. Witness, when they do the video shit, I can't even tell because I don't have a visual. I don't even think this is right. Witness video zoom. I guess I'm gonna have to wait for them to turn on the shit. But I'll get the video set up first, and then I'll do everything else when they start. Good morning, man. Good morning. I hope you guys are doing good. I did a little trailer for today, like an uplifting positivity. There's always somebody trying some negative shit. Fuck out of here with that, yo. We're just positive. We're in a good vibe. Today's a good day. Or somebody complaining about some shit. I didn't have time to like really put clips together. I just heard that song when I was working out. I was like, damn, this shit makes me feel good, energetic. And so I put some clips together that I previously recorded, but I actually want to improve on that video. So I will make a cooler thing or more in sync with the audio. I know what's going to happen in Russian Maria Sanchez. What's going on? Russian Maria Sanchez. Witness stand. This is pinned. Okay. There should be something that says witness stand here. The courtroom. The judge is up here. Oh wait, no, this one. I'll get it. Oh, it is there. Okay. It's layers. Okay. This will be, yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. I think I got it. We'll see. So, man, yesterday was incredible. Oh, I still got this over here. Yesterday was incredible. Yesterday, there was so much that happened, man. And I couldn't believe, I mean, I don't know if you saw my reaction when this Dorothy Lewis, she took kind of like shots at the ex-husbands. I don't know what the other husband was like, but she took shots at Al. And she was like that, you know, they had been in these like, or she was in these really horrible, I forgot the words that she said, toxic, whatever, bad relationships. I'm like, lady, this woman killed a child. And you're talking about the ex-husband? She's talking about Al, and he's sitting right there. And I guess this lady just takes Letecia's word, like all the other criminals. She just takes their word, takes them at their word and stuff. So, I don't know, man. Yesterday was a mess. It was so entertaining, though. It was good. It was good. I'm here for it, man. Thank you guys so much yesterday for all the support. I love you guys. I really appreciate it feels weird too, almost bittersweet coming to the end. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna let people talk shit about the chat, man. The chat's awesome. Get out of here with that shit. Your chat's intelligent, hilarious. It's the best chat ever. But nah, fuck out of here with the but. Shit. Let's see. All right, let me get off my rant mode. And I'm gonna do some clips too. So tomorrow there's no trial, as you may know. There's no trial Thursdays. And Friday, I guess we'll be back. Friday, I don't know if we'll start with closing today. That'd be interesting if we start with closing today. Oh. Ooh.
Right, court will call 20 CR 1358 versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Counsel, approach, please.
All right, while they're like this, I'm going to set up the video cam. Try to get it in advance, so once they start, we're good. We won't have to like deal with shit. And this cam here, I can adjust. Wait, what's this? I'm going to hide this for now. Okay, perfect. I want to get a good courtroom view. Let's fix this. Witness video zoom. Okay. So that's that. Okay. Oh. We'll adjust this once they start. Because the camera angles have changed a bit now, so it's a little more vertical than I think. I don't know. Yeah, they had more of a horizontal view. Now it's more vertical. We'll see. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Cat C, thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much, Sky Cat. Thank you, Kelly Van Gilder. Glider. How dare anyone say anything about Mel? His channel and mods are amazing. He has the best coverage and entertaining as F. So peace out if you don't like it, just for Gannon. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, before we bring the jury in, there was one thing that we should have done yesterday that we didn't, and I told Mr. Tellini we could do it at a different time, and now is that time. Mr. Tellini, did you have motions that you wanted to make?
I do, Your Honor. I would make motions for acquittal on all charges, specifically for first-degree murder premeditation. There has been lack of evidence showing premeditation on behalf of the defendant.
Lack of evidence? Okay. That's funny.
Prosecution.
Your Honor,
that's a joke.
There's been more than enough evidence presented on premeditation as it relates to count one, specifically and most glaringly in the form of those searches that were discovered on the defendant's phone, evidencing a desire to leave the state of Colorado to seek employment and housing out of state for a one-bedroom, one-bathroom apartment in Orlando, Florida. And then obviously all of the efforts that were put forth by the defendant to then cover up the crime, showing consciousness of guilt. And so we would ask the court to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal.
All right. The standard that the court must apply at this point or at this stage in the proceedings is that the court must take the evidence in light most favorable to the prosecution and determine whether or not there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges that have been brought against her. With respect to defense counsel's argument regarding premeditation, there are messages or indications that the defendant was conducting searches regarding a life elsewhere, essentially. Sure. Jobs, places to live, perhaps even connections with singles in another area. There's also indications that the defendant may have been unhappy in her marriage, that there was a discussion about that, but nothing was necessarily reached. There was a statement by the defendant at some point in time in which she said, "I should have just left last week." All of this occurred before the death of Gannon. It's not surprising, or this would not be the first case in which someone was in an unhappy marriage and some crime was committed as a result of that. I think there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude, if it were to believe that evidence credible and give weight to that evidence, a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was guilty. Again, the court has to take the evidence at this stage of the proceeding in the light most favorable to the prosecution and must not make any credibility determinations at this point either. As such, the court believes that it is a jury issue for jurors to determine whether or not the prosecution has in fact established beyond a reasonable doubt all of the charges which it has brought. Is there anything else that we need to address? Prosecution?
No, not anything that we can think of, Judge.
Defense?
Yes.
That's Al and Landon.
Retrieving Dr. Lewis.
Okay, so she's not in the building yet?
Oh, she's not
Okay.
there?
Do we know where she
Oh,
is?
no.
Or how far
Turn my
away?
volume down a little bit.
They're in transit.
Okay, so probably about, like yesterday, about 5-10 minutes or so.
Like
something
yesterday,
that.
1 p.m.?
Okay. All right. Court will be in recess then until we have Dr.
I should have
Lewis.
did the poll. Mo texted me. She was like, "You should do a poll if she's there on time." But I was like, "She must be on time because, they haven't said anything." And silly me, because I was thinking, "There's no way this woman's gonna do this shit again." Nah, there's no way. She did it again. It's all about her. It's like Letecia. It's so funny how people were talking about yesterday. Remember? And if you missed yesterday's live, you should check it out because we had some calls from Amy. She was in the courtroom. I might have to clip that. It was so good at the end of the day yesterday. There's so many good things that happen sometimes, like after the lunch when I get back after 30 minutes or at the end of the thing. But people were talking about it's kind of interesting. She almost talks like Letecia. Maybe this woman sympathizes with her or something like that because she's almost like her in some essences, not killing a child, but I don't know, just my opinion. Yeah, I noticed a couple of times. I was like, damn, she almost kind of talks like her. She goes on and on and on and on and on. Not as scattered, though, I guess. And then even everything's about her. The world revolves around her. Everybody has to pause and wait. I've dealt with people like that, too. I remember I dated one of my exes. The world, nobody matters, yo. The world, everything's around her. The world has to pause for her. Isn't that some shit? Now, she's in a wheelchair, so maybe, I guess maybe we're not allowed to say anything. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of people that are on time and have that, but, or maybe the sun's high. Maybe allegedly the sun's high. I don't know. Because, Amy called in yesterday and, she wasn't sure, but this kid walked in there and it reeked of weed in that courtroom. Now, it's legal in Colorado, but whatever. I just think I don't think it's proper courtroom. I don't know, whatever. But I mean, you can't show up there as whatever. People will show up in fucking shorts and raggedy clothes. Me, if I'm going to go to a hearing or to a court or whatever, I'm going to at least try to be presentable. Try, So I don't know what he looks like. He's just in the gallery, so it doesn't matter. I'm just saying when witnesses, because I've seen certain cases before, these people look rolled out of bed, like me kind of right now. But even now, I look better than some of these people I've seen with the shirt. At least throw on a shirt or something. Anyway, and Kelly, thank you for that super chat. Terry, thanks for the super chat. Says, my toxic trait is I want Tisha to take the stand to perform Maria. Yo, I want to see it, man. I think, and we were talking about this yesterday too, she is going to have to do some type of Hail Mary because Deborah Lewis, well, whatever her middle name or whatever it is, she is not doing it. She's not doing it. And I'm still wondering with yesterday, so these attorneys lied to her then, I guess? Or did she know? I guess they lied to her about this whole MRI and EEG or whatever it's called. And the other thing too, because it seemed to be a point of contention, she was about when she was supposed to be in court. I mean, obviously she knew the judge. So this is the thing. She was almost kind of contending the times have changed so many times and almost kind of throwing the attorneys under the bus. But if we just look at yesterday from what we could visually see ourselves, not hearsay, but the judge literally told her, you need to be on time. And here we are again. There's no confusion. There's no, oh, you guys are mixing up times. He literally told her in front of us on camera. So, but I don't know. Maybe it's the wheelchair stuff. It could be the wheelchair stuff. Maybe it's I don't know, maybe it's the handicap, or maybe she's dealing with stuff or whatever. But I mean, if it happened yesterday so much, I would think like today, especially after a judge told me, I'd probably wake up a couple hours early, get my high son to like get it together, have a cup of coffee or some shit, allegedly. Something. Damn. Lord almighty. And then Terry also said, she thinks she's smarter than everyone. Get your popcorn ready. Also, I love having you part as my day mail. Thank you, Terry. That's really nice. Thank you so much. Keith Dyke, thank you. You're like a quiet person in the background. Thank you, Keith. Appreciate that. Bama Skin 25, thank you for the super chat. Says, good morning, Mel. We need a wheelchair Dr. Mel with a scarf. I feel like they'd cancel me or something. That would be kind of funny, though. Why not? I don't know. The characters make it so much better. LOL, the gun Mel yesterday had me dead. Yeah, yo, the prosecution was going hard. Oh, Zanime, 18 months. Thank you for the membership. Here to provide translation services. Love you, Mel. Yeah, we're supposed to, I think the prosecution is going to pull out video today. That's what they said. And we're going to see Russian Maria Sanchez, I guess. But the thing is, the lady was like, she said it sounded like Russian, but she doesn't know. And I'm really curious to see. And if you're in here, Zanime, maybe we can get some people to translate whatever language you're speaking. I can kind of tell a little bit Russian, a little what it sounds like. I don't know. Or if she was just speaking in tongues. Do you guys believe in speaking in tongues? Do you think that's a real thing? Let me see. Is speaking in tongues. Oh yeah, it is real because my cousin, it's in the Bible, is speaking in tongues. I don't want to say real because people do it. Blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, I spoke in tongues. Okay, is speaking in tongues legit? Let's do that. Yeah, I go to church, and I mean, I've seen those sermons too. I went to a church one time, and they were doing that stuff where they're curing people on stage. And I went because I went to keep an open mind. And I'm not trying to disrespect anybody's belief. I went to keep an open mind, and it just seemed like such BS to me. Like, I'm sorry, yo. You just can't convince me of that shit. I'm sorry. I mean, you can sit there for 3 hours and be entertained by that, but like, I just can't, man. I can't. I couldn't buy it. You're not a believer, Mel. It's in the Bible. Yeah, but so what? Those people back, they had crazy people back in the day too. If Dorothy Lewis, I'm trying to find a comparable analogy. Those people were just documenting what they saw, right? And so some people, and maybe there's not enough options. Some people said it is real, but some people fake it. Well, that's the thing. Maybe it is a thing that's not as common as some of the people make it seem. And there's people just taking advantage, like everything else in this world, right? Taking advantage of whatever situation or what. I just can't, though. I personally, man, I don't know. And I've gone to church and I pray. I still pray. I've read some of the Bible. I've never read the entire Bible. But like the tongue thing, sorry, man. I'm just sorry, bro. Let's see. Wendy P, thank you for the super chat. Says, here is to starting off your day awesomely. We love you, Mel. Thank you, Wendy. It's really nice at a 20. Thank you so much. Terry with the 10. Kelly with the 10. Thank you guys so much. Bacon Mama, so glad to be here live. Thanks for hanging with us. Thank you. Shauna, thank you for the membership. Badass Baker, thank you for the super chat. Mel, you have the best community here. I'm so glad I found y'all. Thanks for being you. Thank you. Welsh Lady, thank you for the super chat. Can't wait for this. Thanks, Mel, for doing this with us. I appreciate that. Shonda, thank you for the super chat. Jay Nay, thanks for the super chat. Third time I have sent this, but I really enjoy when you yell at yourself. Reminds me when I argue with myself, then I apologize. Then I also say, freak it. I say what I want. I have, maybe, what do they call it? Maybe I have DID or like multiple personalities. I used to do that at work a lot. And my friends used to really enjoy it. They would hope that I would rant. Because it's like a funny rant. Like, I'm not actually like angry or trying to go off on anybody. Some people might interpret that don't really know me. They're like, oh my God, I'm actually having fun. And I'm kind of joking, kind of serious, being playful. And I used to have these little rants all the time. My friends were like, just wait for it. Like, yes, wait, let's do it. Yeah. And I don't know why the cursing thing too. I understand like that like upsets some people, or maybe, I mean, this content is not for kids, right? But some people, maybe they have their volume up loud and all that stuff. And so I tried to curb it, but like over the last year, I don't know, it just comes out, man. It's really hard. And I'm actually kind of controlled, believe it or not. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard. But I went through a period where I wasn't cursing like at all for a long time. It's just different when like I'm online having fun. It feels like friends. There's certain people I wouldn't be probably cursing around, like maybe my mother, very light around my mother, people I don't know out of respect, but like online, it just feels like friends. And so I don't know. Are you Eduardo? Yeah, I went through a whole, this chat is insane. There was some lady freaking out about it. Like it's a violent chat or something. The chat's really good. It's actually really funny. Sometimes we try to curb it a little bit, but I love the chat. Cheesy Frog, thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you. You've been gifting a lot too. 5 memberships. Thank you. And I also saw, I think Cat C earlier gifted one as well. Thank you. Astastic, thank you for the super chat. Mel Moser, thank you for the membership. Angie Harper, LOL, the doctor is late again. Big surprise, right? Oh, Konas Mom, thank you for the super chat. Jay Nay, thanks for the super chat. Put that damn missing milk carton back up. I'll do it just for you. Oh, damn, thing is big. If anybody just joined, the doctor's late again. I need to put this on the, did I put this on the thumbnail? I need to put this back on the thumbnail and remove the missing part. Let's put back the, let's remove the, I mean, not the missing, the found. Remove the found part here. There we go. Fix it up a little bit. Right now she's missing. Okay. And this is courtesy of Teabag. I don't know if I might have forgot to say that yesterday. Most of these awesome, funny pictures are from Teabag, which Teabag been with us for a while. And he was, I think even the Johnny Depp stuff. Johnny Depp, he really came through with Alex Murdoch. And yeah, but don't like when I'm joking around, try not to take offense. I'm actually really light. I think it's usually funny, like whatever. Or even like yesterday with the DSM-5, I was just joking. You know, I know a lot of people have things they're dealing with. 50 Shades of Blue, thank you for gifting the memberships. 5 memberships, amazing. And my mother came over last night, and she was like, she brought food, which was really nice, and she also looked everywhere. I'm not sure what she's looking for, but I was like, I don't know. She thinks whatever, but she's sitting there because my mother, she won't be direct sometimes. She'll be indirect, and she's like, oh, there was this story of this YouTuber that thought their child, I don't know what story she's talking about. A YouTuber that thought their kid was like kidnapped and accused these people, but it turned out it wasn't those people. And so now she said like they're getting sued, but they can also do jail time. And I'm like, Ma, I don't know about no jail time. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I could understand a lawsuit, but what she's trying to tell me is like, be careful what you say, Mel. Be careful, because she told me that with the News Nation thing too when I was on News Nation. But she'll bring up some story, and I tried looking up the story. I couldn't find what she was talking about. Maybe somebody can find that story and tell me. But she's telling me this thing, like looking at me. I'm like, and I said, so the moral of the story is you're saying I can go to jail. Be careful, right? She looked at me like shaking her head. Oh, the DSM-5 is right next to me, actually. I have to put it back there. It's right next to me. I was studying the book. DSM-5. But she's really nice. I gotta feel a little bad. Because I just told her like I've been really busy. But yeah, she brought over like some chicken, some mashed potatoes, broccoli. It was really nice because I didn't have to cook, and she checked up on Maddie and stuff. So my mother does that sometimes. There was this. I'll tell you another story later.
People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. We do have our witness on the stand, Dr. Lewis. I would just remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. Is there anything else that we need to take up at this point? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
I have another funny story. I'll see if I can tell you later. How's the DSM-5? I mean, I barely read it, but it's.
I'll tell you what's going on.
They say it's a really good book.
just keep an eye on it.
It has all kinds of disorders. I mean, maybe if you have, even gender dysphoria. I mean, if you have something or you want to read up about something, I guess it's a good book to, like, you know, they say it's the Bible of mental health, I guess. The Bible. I like to go on Reddit, though. I mean, it's especially a good book if you're in that field, I guess, too. Nightmare disorder. Damn, I got a nightmare disorder? Non-rapid eye movement, sleep arousal disorders. The hell is that? So if my eyes aren't moving rapidly, I got a disorder too? But that sounds interesting. Sleep arousal disorders. Oh. With sleep-related eating, with sleep-related sexual behavior. Sexsomnia? What the hell is sexsomnia? What? Sexsomnia. I got sexsomnia I suffer from. The hell? I never even heard of that before. I wonder if is that a good disorder or a bad disorder? Are there some good disorders? Like beneficial disorders? Sexsomnia.
All rise for the jury, please.
Because the study sleep deprivation, stress, and shift may trigger sexsomnia. As with other parasomnias, such as sleepwalking, it seems sexsomnia is caused by disruption when the brain is moving between deep sleep and cycles. The disturbance is often called confusion arousals. I mean, is that just when you wake up with a, you know, is that all it is, or get that every day? What?
Be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. When we took our break yesterday, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young?
Ooh, Katie Sorrent. So that is
Morning, Dr. Lewis. How are you?
Good morning.
You okay?
Katie Sorensen.
In truth, I've had food poisoning since last night, but
Oh,
we'll carry on as best we can.
I'm sorry to hear that. If you need to take a break or anything, just
If I do, I'll let you know.
okay. All right.
Letecia.
I kind of want to talk a little bit more about dissociative identity disorder. During direct examination yesterday, you mentioned that there was some controversy with regards to that diagnosis.
It's not on camera.
Could you expand on that? What is the controversy surrounding that diagnosis?
Well, the essential controversy is whether people believe it exists or not. I could give you an example of that. When I inquired of the chair of our department many years ago, did he believe that this existed? He said, I don't know. I have never seen it. And this is the kind of resistance there is to it. It's becoming more recognized, and it's in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual now, so that it's gaining acceptance, understanding. Also, I think with the ability to photograph things and to show things, it's becoming a more well-recognized disorder. Dissociation has been long recognized. It was really described very well by Freud.
Got it. In your book, you mentioned that oftentimes people can act out multi-personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder. And there's been several movies that kind of portray that. Do you recall talking about that?
No, but I'm aware that there are movies such as, I think, Sybil and others like that where this has been done, and more recently in movies.
And the movie Sybil was based on a true life story, right?
That's correct. But I think Cornelia, a very, very well-respected psychiatrist, wrote about it. And it has been also made into a movie.
And the actual person that Sybil is named for actually turned out that that person was faking multi-personality disorder. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar enough with the case so that I can't comment intelligently about it.
Okay. Not familiar now.
Have you worked with any actors and helping them in their roles in movies?
Ooh.
No, I don't. Wait, one moment. In their roles in dissociation?
Yes. Cape Fear, Robert De Niro.
I have assisted Robert De Niro in, I don't think it had to do with DID. I think it had to do with a different movie that he was making that where I agreed to assist them. But I don't believe it had to do with DID.
Had to do with him being a psychopath.
It had to do with his being a very dangerous guy.
And that's the movie Cape Fear, where he's a murderer and he has an urge to kill and things like that. I don't know all the details of the movie, but
Right.
is that a fair summary of it?
I don't know. There was a better one earlier than his that is a far better Cape Fear.
The
I
original.
did assist him in it, and he did. I did give him access to some tapes that we had of people with different kinds of disorders.
Did they include dissociative identity disorder?
Among them, there were some that did, some that didn't. Yes.
So how do you tell if someone's acting and they want you to believe that they have multi-personalities?
Well, I can tell you what I do.
Tell us, please.
Okay. What I like to do is be able to show that there were unmistakable signs of these kinds of switches, changes, different states, different abilities to function long before I was ever asked to be involved in any case. And so that is one of the best ways. I think that's the best way. It's that, to my mind, if I'm teaching, I will say to students, this is as close as you get to an MRI in this field, where you have something that was done. And again, I repeat, you can't retrospectively malinger. You can't write your name in a funny way or pretend to be somebody when you're 18, because when you're 35, you're planning to kill someone and you think you need a good excuse. That makes no sense. So that it's important for me and for the people with whom I work to be able to, well, identify in any number of ways whether these signs, symptoms, behaviors antedated any difficulty with the law or any current issue.
Sure. Things like family members coming in and saying, God, she didn't remember my name for long periods of time, or she blacked out and couldn't remember where she was at.
What are you referring to now? Who?
For signs of dissociative identity disorder, retroactive.
No. That
didn't mean anything to you?
Well, that alone, no, that's very little bit. However, if you, let's say you're looking through somebody's work and you're looking through their high school, notebooks, or you're looking through early pictures, early signatures, things of that nature, and that these things way antedated any problematic behaviors later on, that, any legal issues. That is the kind of thing where, we've found, for example, in the workbooks of children at school, where we've gone through them and we have found a different name that was used. And that was used at different times.
And so if I could, Dr. Lewis, you're saying that the writing would be more important than an individual saying, I blacked out for long periods of times, I have no recollection of what happened, and there's no explanation of...
I'm sorry.
Cell phones off, please.
I think it may be.
Oh.
That's your cell phone, Dr.
Oh,
Lewis?
no.
He might be.
Louis.
I can
Oh,
check.
Lord.
All right.
Hold on, Tep.
Mozart.
It's very nice.
Yeah, can you turn it silent?
I'm trying to find it.
Oh, Lord.
Yes.
Oh, Lord.
Okay.
Dr. Lewis. Dorothy Lewis.
Well, okay, this should do it.
Okay.
Let's,
You got the same iPhone as me?
I'm going to give it to
There's
Eric.
a side button.
why don't you give it to Eric?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me know when you're ready, Dr. Lewis.
And I'm sorry, I don't recall your last.
I'll
question.
re-ask it.
Give me. Yeah, there's a little lag in Jackie. It's gonna pop up. I'm out.
You ready?
Mhm.
So is it more important to you to look at someone's prior handwritings than evidence of someone saying they had blackout periods and couldn't remember where they were at and they couldn't remember their loved ones' names and things like that?
Your second examples just don't ring true because it just is not something that people tend to tell me. And you can't measure this versus that. Often there have to be several things and combinations of signs, symptoms, behaviors. What is particularly useful is whether acquaintances or family members or people who have known the person over time have said, gee, when this person was such and such an age, he or she insisted on being called this and acted differently and did different things, so that it's a piece of data. And but that in and of itself, there is no single thing that you look for. But at least in the cases where we have felt that we were dealing with the real thing, there have been multiple pieces of evidence that at earlier times, for example, I noticed in some of my notes about Letecia that someone had said when she was younger, and I forgot this yesterday, when she was younger, she asked to be called Maria. And I had forgotten that yesterday.
Can you point me out where you found that information?
I'd have to look through all of this, but I can later if you like. I'll find it for you. It's just a note that I took because I thought it was interesting.
But what was it, in an interview, or where did you get that note?
As I say, rather than take up the time of the court and look through all of this, I will find it for you. But I just noticed it in the past maybe several hours or so. And I can find it for you because.
Well, here's the deal. I only have a X amount of time to
Oh,
talk to
shit.
you.
Right.
I thought
Yes.
that was,
And so I can't really let this linger around because it's pretty
she's
significant.
malingering.
I think so, yes. Oh dear.
Duplicitous. Tisha got to testify, man. Got to. Lord.
I'm sorry, I can tell you though that I came upon it in the past maybe 12 hours or so.
Well, do you know if it's something that the defendant told you?
No, it was not. That's what was interesting, that I had completely forgotten this, but I saw that someone who had been interviewed said when she was a child, at times she asked to be called Maria. That in and of itself is not a proof of anything, but it's a confirmation if you have a lot of other things that go along with it.
Well, it's certainly not in any police reports, correct?
As far as, no, it's not police reports.
It would be in a report that the defense gave you?
Here, again, I will be taking notes as I'm going through stuff and whatever. And here I have Letecia
Yes,
notes.
Dr. Lewis,
relatives.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes?
the way we have to do this is you need to read that to yourself
Oh,
and
yeah.
see if that refreshes your memory. And then once you've done that, I can ask you some questions, okay? Because I don't have that you have in front of you.
No.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Yeah, she's having a hard time. I mean, it's nothing wrong with like looking at the notes and stuff like that, but
Again, these are simply what I took and labeled Letecia notes from relatives. Can't tell you exactly who, but
damn,
here
even who?
it says L. Letecia called self Maria Sanchez as a young child. And I have a little explanation when saying retrospective malingering, because that, you don't do that. At 12, you don't call yourself Maria because later on you're expecting to do something where you're going to have to make some sort of excuse. So this is what one of her relatives had told us, that she called herself Maria Sanchez as a young child. This came as a surprise to me. I had not recalled it, but I was skimming it, and there it was.
And Dr. Lewis, you've testified hundreds of times, and you know that you're going to turn over your notes and everything you rely on as an expert to the prosecution, don't you?
Is that a question?
Yes, it is.
No. When I
Obligations as an expert to turn over all the information that you use in formulating your opinions, correct?
Well, when I am sitting taking notes over different things, I do not necessarily even keep everything. I jot down something that I think may be important later, and I noticed that I jotted this down.
And it's so important that you found out about it last night. You came in and decided to tell the jury about it today. Is that correct?
I came upon it last night, I believe before this morning,
And
yes.
it's so important you made an effort to put it in your report that you knew that the prosecution was going to get. Is that correct?
No, it is not. I sat when I was going over notes, trying to pull together things ages ago, and jotted that down because I thought, gee, that's odd. She had just mentioned Maria to me very recently, and somebody had said this when I wrote down L called self Maria as a young child. If I thought I was going to have to prove this particular statement to someone, I would have written down who said it or whatever. I was pulling together my thoughts at the time and going through and seeing what kinds of things seem to matter. And it is a note taken while I was going through hundreds of pages of notes. And to my surprise, this appeared. And I had no memory of having seen it before until I looked at it, skimming through it, and found it in the past, I would say, 12 hours or so.
It was until you realized you had nothing to corroborate your diagnosis that she was Maria Sanchez and you needed to come up with something. Is that right?
No, it was
Why
written.
wasn't that in your report, doctor? If it was that significant, if that's the only corroboration you have, why is it not in your report?
It is not the only corroboration that we have, sir.
Oh.
This is an observation as you go through hundreds of pages of notes and you see something there that you hadn't expected. And so I'll jot it down and think, gee, that's kind of interesting. But there are many other pieces of evidence that there were other times that that she apparently used other names and that she signed differently. But for example, there are notes where there are different names, but if you really study them, it turns out they were her names. They were before she was married, they were when she was married to one person, then to another. And I will write them down because what at first may look as if, gee, why is there this name? Did she use that? And then you're an idiot if you say, oh, yeah, she was in an altered state, when no, she was in an unmarried state or she was married to a different person. So that when I'm going through things, I'll jot something down. I happened to jot this down because I thought, How come that early? I don't think I became aware of the Maria character until I had interviewed her.
Yeah, that's when everyone became aware of it.
Oh,
Well, here,
Significant to you
yeah.
that family members, including her daughter, Harvey Hunt, her husband, Al Stout, had never seen any signs or any evidence that she had different personalities.
I can't comment on that because people's ability to recognize things, the ways the ways things are asked make a difference. So I can't in general say, yes, this matters. No, it does not. This is interesting.
Well,
Somebody knows.
before you go off on another tangent, let me finish my question, okay?
oh,
You consider
shit.
that there was no evidence by family members that she had no patients that she had disassociative.
That specifically, I did not think about that specifically because different personas are either recognized differently because of the sensitivity of the observer, or they don't occur in that setting and they occur in another setting.
And it doesn't help your diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder, correct? Is that why you don't consider it?
No, it's interesting that they did not notice this. It may even be one of them who said this, who said, no, I never noticed anything different. And yet, one of these people said
I think we got what
she
your
called
note
herself
says,
that.
doctor. Okay.
Well, that could well be one of the people who said, I never noticed she was different, but, sometimes she called herself Maria. So that you're open to whatever comes your way. You try to jot down what seems important, and then you try to pull it together later. But there is no one thing that will say, oh, yes, this person suffers from DID or does not. There's a whole constellation of different things that you look at, that you consider, and no one thing that matters particularly.
Let's talk about something that matters to you that you put in your report, okay? You had Ms. Stauch drew, I forget the name of the test, where they draw a clock and they have to put the hands of the clock. What's the name of that test?
I don't know. I call it clock.
You don't know the name of the test?
We'll call it the clock test.
Okay.
Is that right with you?
Yeah.
So you had her perform the clock test and she did horrible on it.
Well, she did something that I have seen before on with like older patients who have been actually demented, and I actually consulted Dr. Marikangas about it and others because it looks as though there is some kind of a defect in the ability to see certain areas, and so that everything was crowded into one area. And I have seen this in patients with dementia, and dementia can be caused by many different injuries. So that I was surprised. The other thing that is surprising is that I didn't know quite what to make of it. I knew there was something unusual, and I had asked her again, would you do this again? And she did a much better job of it. And then I remembered I jotted down L because when she had done something with her right hand, and then I hadn't asked her to change hands at that point, but I wondered, why are these different? And one with the left hand had been done one way, and with the right hand another way, so that she functioned differently, and also she functioned differently at different times, which puzzles me. This is partly why I very much wanted to consult a neurologist, because I don't feel that I am familiar enough, skilled enough, trained enough to say this is a section of the optic area that I think is functioning differently at this time. But
Did the thought ever cross your mind that she could be faking it, just wanting to have you have the opinions you have? Pretty easy, right, to mess up the hands on the clock,
she
knowing.
didn't mess up the hands on the clock. She created one section of it. I didn't know until relatively recently that this was typical of certain people with brain dysfunction in certain areas. No, it did not occur to me that that was faking something, because afterwards, when I said, would you repeat this? Would you do it again? That she did a better job on it. And this is still a puzzle to me. And if I had the proper consultation, I would have discussed it with neurologists and tried to figure out, because the optic pathway is a very complicated pathway in the brain. It turns upside down, it moves back and forth, and a neurologist is far better equipped to say, this is where things seem to be going wrong.
Did you
no.
know that she had performed that test before?
I did not know whether she had or had not.
Had you reviewed the state hospital reports, both the competency evaluation and the insanity evaluations, correct?
I'm not sure at which point, but I am not aware. I'm not aware of having seen that. That was kind of my last minute thought. Is there anything I can do that might show me any neurologic dysfunction of any sort? And so I said, would you please draw a clock for me? I didn't tell her which hand. I tend to just put something down and then pick it up. And I was staggered at what I saw, because it's a specific dysfunction. It isn't like trying to mess something up. It was in part of it. And then when I asked her to do it again, she did it better.
And doctor, I understand that you want the jury to hear what you have to say, but if you can just focus on my question and just answer it, okay? Did you review any prior tests that Ms. Stauch took with regards to this clock test that you've been talking about?
I don't recall seeing another clock test at that time prior to what I had done, no.
Okay, if I can just have a second.
This is so interesting, man. And I feel like they're still just kind of getting started. They're going to go for a while, man. And we haven't even got to the video yet. He's like tearing her apart, all her things apart, the clock thing, the diagnosis stuff. She's wearing red again too. I know a couple people pointed this out in the chat. Red and black is supposedly, I thought, one of Tisha's triggers. And so I don't know, this doctor's wearing red and black again.
Clock test that Dr. Torres did.
Well, they're taking their time disseminating this, bro. Lord. Yes, Winnie.
Yeah.
I want to hear about it.
May I retrieve an exhibit? It's People's 736.
You may. Recall it. It's in
Where it's at.
a single sleeve, if I remember right.
I feel like we're just getting started, man. Oh, today's strong. If you guys can hit the like button, please, I'd appreciate that. I tried to slow the chat a little bit. I mean, it's at 90 seconds, but we just have so many members and they bypass the slow chat, so it's like it's kind of hard, because I don't want the regular subscribers to suffer like crazy. That's why I only had it set at 60 seconds, and I didn't realize I didn't have subs only on. So
How about that, Dr. Lewis? We've got a couple exhibits in this case.
I also have other clocks here that I had asked her to do. Here are some. And I think these were done the same day. So it is a puzzle to me, and I don't pretend to, I don't pretend to be an expert on interpreting this, but
Well, let me show you this
Yeah.
exhibit,
Yeah.
736, okay? Do you see there in the top right-hand corner,
yes,
picture of a clock?
yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
familiar with that?
I'm not, I don't recognize this as having seen this actual page before,
Okay.
but it is a clock, and see what she said, draw a clock, 10 past, what is it, 10 past 11? It's
She did pretty good on that one, didn't she?
well, yeah, it's not 10 past 11 really, but it's, I have others where she did better with me. And it puzzled me that, at the time I said, would do it again and do it again. And it did improve. I am puzzled by this phenomenon, and I can't explain it to you, except it is unusual that that particular way of drawing it has been found in individuals with severe brain damage, actually.
Well, and we were talking about insanity, doctor. We're talking about the time of the crime, correct?
We're talking about brain function at the time of the crime, and
So a test that was taken closer to the time of the crime would be more accurate as to what the brain function was happening at the time of the crime. Is that correct?
not necessarily.
So brain functions change over time?
Yes,
Like change after you plead not guilty by reason of insanity?
and before and during. It changed there. I was with her, and when she produced this, that was kind of my last fling at seeing, is there any sign of organicity? And then afterwards, when I asked her to repeat it for me right then and there, she did a better job. And then I kind of looked and I marked that she had been using her left hand and then her right hand, or vice versa. And sure, it varied right then and there. And I can't pretend to tell you exactly why. I think that with the assistance of a neurologist, we could at least have an idea of what was blocked off during part of this. And
Okay, I'm going to stop you again, doctor, because we're getting away from what the question was, okay? On direct examination, you indicated that a bookcase fell on her and she had to go to the hospital and she had a head injury as a result of that. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
I remember reading it, yes, and saying it, yes.
And that happened close in time to the crime, before the crime.
I don't remember if it was close in time. It was a while back when she was teaching.
Colorado, correct?
I don't remember where or the date, but you would have to tell me.
That's misrepresenting the evidence. He was questioned about a bookcase that fell in 2011 that's supported by the medical record.
It's up to the jury to make a determination regarding whether or not any question or representation by an attorney misrepresents the evidence. The objection is overruled.
Let me ask you this. You know that she was examined 2 days after the crime for head injuries, correct?
I'm not aware of how she was examined or by whom then right after the crime. I would have to look at it if I saw it, to refresh my memory.
Would it be significant to you if you saw that?
I would have to see what it said. It depends on what it said and how it said it and what they had done. So it could be. It could be.
Well, if she was examined by a sane nurse and the sane nurse was feeling her head and examining her head for injuries, would that be significant to you and your determination that she may have a head injury?
If it were there, it could be significant. However, you don't necessarily feel on the outside what happened. If you shake something head, there are little hemorrhages that occur in the brain. You would not feel that if you examine. Now, sure, if something hits you on the head, you like to feel, because there will be a bump, but you can get a far more severe head injury by just doing that. And you can actually kill an infant, not deliberately, but by shaking the infant. And the brain goes back and forth in the cranium, and you will get little hemorrhages. And depending on where they are, you will get certain kinds of disorders in functioning. And I can't tell you exactly what they are. That's much more in the field of a neurologist, but
Hey, doctor, let me stop you again.
Oh.
Is it significant to you that a nurse examined the defendant 2 days after the crime and found no injuries to her head?
is it significant in what way? Meaning that there were no injuries? No.
And that's because you could speculate and say she could have had a brain tumor, she could have had hemorrhages because someone was shaking her. Is that what your opinion is?
She had other injuries previously, so that it's good if the nurse actually did this. I'm not aware. I'm not aware of anybody's having felt her head. Maybe they did. I don't know. But it's that does not tell you enough. It tells you if there's a bump, you do know that something hit the skull, the other side.
I want to talk about psychosis for a while, okay? In an insanity case, it's real common that psychosis is involved if that person is truly insane, correct?
Often, yeah.
Doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists look for evidence of psychosis at the time of the crime in making those decisions, correct?
They look at it over a spectrum, but they do certainly look at it then, and they look at a lot of other things besides psychosis. But yes, one of the things that people look at are the signs, symptoms, behaviors of psychosis. Psychosis is not one little phenomenon. There are many different kinds of psychoses and signs of it, so that you're talking about such a broad topic.
I'm talking about them all. Any signs of psychosis is important when you're doing a sanity evaluation, correct?
Certainly.
And a classic example of someone who is truly legally insane would be a father who kills their daughter because they're hearing voices that their daughter is the devil. Feel like they have no choice but to kill their own daughter. And so they kill their daughter. Does that sound like something that might fit legal insanity?
It's your concept of one possible type of insanity.
Well, what's your concept? Does that seem?
There are many different
Let's
concepts.
just stick to this hypothetical.
Yeah.
Does it, yes or no? Does it fit your concept of what you feel insanity?
As I've said, insanity is many, many different things, and it depends. And
Okay
insanity.
to agree with me, doctor.
Well, no. All that I'm saying to you is you've given one layperson's notion of what insanity is, and you could have given another story, and I would have agreed with it, or whatever. Sure, it's a possibility.
Okay, I'll take the possibility.
Okay.
We'll take it. We'll commit to anything.
In
No
that
answer.
circumstances, they wouldn't know the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of their act because they had a psychosis that something was telling them that their daughter was the devil. Follow me?
If you believe that, yes.
How did you believe that?
In a hypothetical story, I believe that you are giving an example of something. No, I don't believe that happened, but I certainly believe it's one of your concepts of what a psychotic episode can be like. And
No.
I'll buy that could be one. Sure thing.
I'll take that.
I'll give it.
The other, to add that hypothetical, because the individual didn't appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions, he wouldn't do anything to hide the body. He would stand there and say, I did what had to be done. Right?
According to your notion of it, not necessarily, but I will buy that this is what you believe it to be. Say, no, I'm not going to hide it because it was good. Right afterwards, a person can say, oh my God, what's happened here? I don't know what this is. I don't know what happened. There are so many permutations and combinations. I would have to say no. It's a story.
So you would find that person legally sane? Is that what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying it takes a whole lot more to assess sanity and its definition. But no, that's a story that you made up.
Actually, I didn't make it up, unfortunately. Let me ask you another question about sanity and what you assess. Do you look at a defendant's actions, how the crime was committed, what they did before, during the commission of the crime, and what they did after the crime, and rendered an opinion as to insanity?
I do that not simply in terms of rendering an opinion of insanity, but it's a very important part of rendering an opinion of neurologic impairment. For example, it's extremely common to ask, particularly if you think that there has been some brain dysfunction, how about before? Before any of this happened, what were you feeling? What were you thinking? Describe that. How about during? Do you remember everything that happened then? Were you told that you did something you don't remember? And how about afterwards? How did you feel? Did you have a headache? Did you throw up? Did you, did you feel unwell? So that before, during, and after is a very, very important sequence. And you would ask it not just in terms of, quote, sanity, but in terms of neurologic impairment and how that affects brain function.
Well, you consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological development issues, don't you?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological issues.
I don't recall ever saying that. Did I give you that impression?
Yes, you did.
I said it on the HBO documentary. We're saying it there.
What would you quote this? I'm not aware of.
Well, let me rephrase. Do you think anyone who commits murder has a brain injury?
No.
Do you think when you're evaluating someone for insanity and you're asking them these questions that you just talked about, what they thought before, during, and after the crime, that would be important to go back and look at the evidence to see if it's consistent with what they're saying?
Any data that you can get that elaborates on what happened is valuable. I can't say how or what, but of course, anything. Even something where weeks before something could have happened. So that, sure, anything that you can learn about the act before, during, after, and at any time before, during, after is important.
The night before this crime, this murder, on January 26, 2020, the defendant had a video recording of her and Gannon talking about the fire. You recall seeing that?
No.
Think that would be important to look at? What she's saying the night before the murder?
I would have to see it, sir. I can't. I need to look at it and then I'll say, yes, I think it is important or whatever. But I don't recall it.
Not a problem. We don't have one. We can't play it. Did you not remember looking at that as part of your evaluation?
I'm sorry, I do not recall exactly that. Also, some of what I saw was unclear and the sound was not good, so that I can't be certain of that.
Well, let me describe it to you and see what your thoughts are, okay? So she's, first of all, video recording a conversation she's having with her stepson, who's 11 years old, saying things like, it's okay, we can sell the couch, not a problem. We can sell the couch and fix it. And Gannon says, I'm just worried about my burns, and he's crying. Then she says, it's okay tomorrow, and then she shuts the video off. Okay? Remember seeing anything like that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall it, but again,
That's bullshit.
Much of what I saw was not clear, the sound was not good, and I am not aware of having seen that exactly. I am aware of having read that that Gannon, that she said he had little bubbles on his arm. So that's the part of that. I'm assuming it's the same issue. That is the part that stayed with me.
Well, what about the part of her having the ability to stop the video after Gannon says, I had burns?
I'm not sure what that would mean. What would you have me agree to?
Well, do you think that would be evidence that she didn't want anyone to know that Gannon had burns?
I can't say. I'm not aware of that because she did say that he had little bubbles on his arm. If she didn't want anyone to know that, I don't know why she would have said that.
Okay. 4:36 in the morning, on the morning of January 27th, 2020, she sends a text to her employer saying, I can't come in. My stepfather was just killed in an auto accident. You remember that? You talked about it on a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty significant to you and your opinions.
Yes.
Okay. We'll get there in a second. Do you remember the rest of the text string?
The rest of the text, if you remind me, I can tell you if I remember it. I don't know what you're referring to.
Paraphrase, how's that? So the boss returns, later in the morning because she's not up at 4:30. She says, just let us know what we can do for you. Let me know when you can come in, words to that effect.
Yeah.
And then the defendant texts back and says, I can't believe you can be so inconsiderate. I had a family member just die.
Objection, misstating the text.
I'm paraphrasing.
Overruled.
Remember seeing anything like that?
I remember reading about what to me seemed wacky, if you want, you can call it psychotic, but that made no sense. This man was dead, I think, for 8 years. And to call in and say, she clearly was not thinking clearly or
she knew what she was doing,
cogently or accurately. And it was one of these ridiculous kinds of excuses that a person of her intellect would not be expected to volunteer. There's you'd almost say a stupidity about it, but she's not stupid. There's
she's a liar.
There's something
let me
wrong
stop you, doctor.
with how she's describing this.
Could it be that just didn't want to go to work that day? Could that just be out of the realm of possibility?
Unlikely, but possible.
No, she must be psychotic.
She had other things to do that day. She didn't want to go to work.
I think it's unlikely.
And you also know that her stepfather actually died in 2004, correct?
I know he died for 8 years, I believe, prior to this.
Well, let's do the math.
I'll go by your math.
Okay.
That's crazy. Anybody can manipulate.
She was also able to call in to Gannon's school and say Gannon's not going to be coming into school that day either. You seen that?
Absolutely.
Was that
nothing psychotic about that?
At the time that I read that, became aware of it, I was puzzled because I thought, gee, then he must have been dead then. Why is she calling in? And it really did not make a lot of sense to me to be calling in. One person who died 8 years ago was having a funeral that day, and Gannon couldn't go to school, but I learned subsequently that he is reportedly dead a lot later than that, so that it's a puzzle why she called in to say he couldn't come in.
It had nothing to do with maybe planning and what she's going to be doing.
I don't know. It could have had to do with planning.
Okay.
It's so bad, dude. Wow, dude. I mean, I just can't. It's just so insane.
And then you know that she also sent a text to her husband, Al Stauch, saying, hey, I'll let school know that Gannon's not coming in today. Sick, he had some stomach issues the day before. For that one?
No.
The stepfather, you said that was psychotic or evidence of psychosis.
I don't know what you're referring to.
What you just
The
said.
fact that she called into school and saying my stepfather just died.
I think it's peculiar, it's bizarre. I'm not sure what that was all about, what she was thinking, why she did that. It doesn't make sense. It's a bit of a leap to call it psychosis right now, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make logical sense.
Does it make sense that she may circle back to that at a time where she wants people to feel that she's mentally ill, blame it on her stepfather because it's on record that she's already talked about her stepfather dying? Does that make sense at all to you?
Doesn't make sense to me, no.
And then the morning of the 27th at approximately 8:14 a.m. and then again at 8:16 a.m., she takes pictures of Gannon in bed and sends them to her husband, Al Stauch. Do you remember seeing that?
I don't recall seeing. No.
Not unusual behavior.
I beg your pardon.
Is that unusual behavior? Taking a picture of a child sleeping in his bed?
It's behavior. I don't know what kind of behavior.
Do you think she might have been taking pictures to show that Gannon was still alive that morning?
She might have been.
And then you talk about it with her in the interview, and you know from reading the police reports that her and Gannon leave the house about 10:20 in the morning. They go to Petco. Remember that part?
Yeah, in part. Yeah.
And they take Al Stauch's red Nissan truck. Remember that?
I don't recall it was a red Nissan truck, but I recall it was a truck that actually I thought it was her truck. Could have been his.
And you can actually see Gannon walking to the back left passenger side, rear left door of the truck and get in. Remember seeing that video?
I don't recall seeing it, but I may have read other people saw it. I just don't have a clear memory of that particular film.
Now, in the video, you can see the clothing that Gannon's wearing. You see sweats with a white stripe going down them. You remember seeing that?
As I told you, I don't remember seeing that particular thing. But again, the equipment I had was not clear, and there was no one there with me to say this is what we're seeing now. So that, but I don't question this, that there was that there's it's peculiar that here he is walking around, and if I understand correctly, she had already called the school and said that he could not come in. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's homesick. She's home because she's telling people that her stepfather died, and they decided to go shopping. Playing hooky.
Was that buying cat toys? Was it? I forget, something like that.
Needless to say, Gannon's wearing the same clothes that he was found in under a bridge on March 17th, 2020. They leave that morning.
I believe you.
Now, at the time that she drives that truck around and goes to Petco, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know. That's a leap where, if you can't talk to the person and you don't see more, I don't know.
You talked to her. Did you ask her that?
I don't recall asking specifically, did you know right from wrong at this point? I don't know, and I don't know the answer to that.
Would it be a stretch to say she did know right from wrong? The fact that she was able to go to Petco, run errands, and come back later that afternoon with no tickets, no accidents.
That she knew right from wrong then?
Sure.
I don't know. I would think, having called into school and having said that this child can't come in, and then taking him on a field trip to Petco, that she really did not have a good idea of what she was doing or why she was doing it. And I'm not sure that the idea of right from wrong is applicable to this just particular episode. It's wacky, but it's...
Is she legally insane at the time she's driving to Petco again?
I don't know. I think you would have to, I would have to know a whole lot more.
If you don't know a lot more, can you come in here and say that she was legally insane based on her driving the Petco with Gannon that day?
I can't say because I don't know enough about it.
They get back about 2:20 p.m. and there's video of them coming back. Do you remember seeing that?
Again, I remember knowing about it. What I saw and what I remember reading, I can't distinguish the two. But I do recall that I believe it was at 2 that there was a return.
And we see a leg drop on the right rear passenger door right about the time that the driver's door opened. Do you remember seeing that?
No,
Well, she tells you that they both come home together, right? When she's talking to you.
I'll buy that. Sure.
Do you not remember that?
Again, I don't remember word for word when she told me these things. And also, since I read other people's accounts of them, I can't tell you exactly where a piece of information came from.
Anything about the video about them coming back at 2:20 p.m. that would lead you to believe that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong?
It's a tough one to say right from wrong versus that she didn't know what on earth she was doing. And
I'm just asking if she had the capacity, if she was able to know right from wrong.
I don't know that.
You know from the video that they sit in the truck for approximately 30 seconds as the truck is there before the doors open?
No,
Is it unconceivable that they might have been talking to each other
no, or not,
or arguing with each other?
or not.
Thank you, Karen.
The autopsy report. You've read that, right?
Right.
The autopsy report tells you a lot about how the killing took place, does it not?
I think so.
And the autopsy report tells you that there was at least 18 cut wounds and stab wounds.
Right.
And a lot of those were defensive wounds on Gannon.
Some, yeah. Some on his hands.
He was fighting back, right?
As far as we know, yes.
Is there indication that whoever did that had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
I don't know. I would think so. I would think so.
Just based on the stab wounds alone, right?
Well, it certainly had that quality of, as I thought about it, whether there was an automatic quality to it, which is partly why I wanted certain neurologic tests done, because there was a repetition, as I recall. But there were signs on his hands of cut marks. So there
Fighting back, right?
looks that way to me.
And the location of the stab wounds, three in the chest, one in the head, several in the back and arms that we already talked about. Does that indicate to you that whoever did this had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
That's a stretch for me because when individuals keep doing this kind of act over and over and over again, it can be an attempt to kill, but it can also be a repetitious kind of automatic act. And not having been there, and I don't know what the state of mind was, whether there was a kind of an automatic going about this, or whether there was a real, gee, I haven't killed him now, I'd like to kill him. I don't know.
Let me have you take off your psychiatrist hat for just a second and just use good old common sense. Based on the stab wounds alone, whoever commit this crime had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I cannot answer that for the reason that I've just told you, that I don't know whether the person was automatically doing something which, with certain types of complex partial seizures, occur where a person just keeps, they may do something not at all violent. They may button and unbutton their coat. They may turn a light on and off and just keep doing it. And they may just keep doing that. Or they may say, not dead yet, I want to kill them. So that I don't know for sure what was going on in the head of the person doing this. I
Okay,
can
well,
only
let's
say there are at least two possibilities.
move on from the stab wound.
Yeah.
Fact that there was blunt force trauma, i.e. some sort of object was used, caused 4 head injuries, one of which crushing Gannon's skull, causing skull fractures.
Right.
The fact that another instrument was retrieved and used lead to the opinion that whoever did this had the capacity to form judgment and reflection, and also had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I think you could interpret it that way, or you could say the person felt threatened, felt endangered. By the way, I did not understand where that came from or how, with all of those stab wounds, where this item came from. Perhaps I missed something in the report. But
well, let me stop you right there, because in your report, you said you thought it may have been a baseball bat. Remember writing that in your report?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that. But it could have been a fear that the person himself or herself was being threatened, and that the wish was to get rid of this threatening, murderous object. I don't know what was going through her head.
The fact that she had like cleaning, hiding, manipulating, lying, all that shit.
What about the blunt force injuries to her Gannon's head, the 4 themselves?
I'm sorry, I don't have a good understanding of the object or of that particular aspect of the injury. So
Why does the object matter?
I don't know. I would have to know.
The point is, they decided to move from a knife and go to another object, continue on with the killing, correct?
I'm not correct. I don't know what came first or what came second. And I'm not sure how when you're stabbing someone, you get around to hit them on the back of the head. It puzzled me, and I still don't know what was going on at the time or in the person's head. For all you know, the person could have felt threatened and felt that something was of danger to her.
Are you kidding me?
I don't know what was going through her head at the time.
Well, there's an 11-year-old boy who has 18 stab wounds lying in his bed.
Bro.
And then she takes an object and crushes his skull.
In you trying to say self-defense?
Does that indicate that he's fighting back at that
Bro,
point?
that's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, I don't know enough about
Did you look at the crime scene pictures?
I looked particularly at the autopsy. I remember I'm not as clear of the crime scene pictures, except for the spatters of blood and this sort of thing. But I don't know what was going through her mind when this was happening. Was she defending herself? Was she attempting to kill him? The puzzle is all other data say that she loved him and that he loved her. And
Loved him quite a bit, didn't she? The next thing she does is she gets another object, gun. The fact that she gets a gun, does
Look at her
that tell you
face.
she has the capacity to use judgment and reflection? It's the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I don't know, sir. When I spoke with her, her memory was I could see a gun in my hand, and I do not know what was going through her head or why there was a gun or why she shot this. It would be a leap for me to speculate on this. It is not clear that she simply wanted to kill this. This is a child she loved. As if we believe what other people said, she loved Gannon, so that
And so I just want to make sure I'm
I don't know
understanding.
that she wished to kill him. I don't know that it was even he that she wished to kill. Clearly, she did kill him, but we don't know whether at the time she saw Gannon and she was trying to kill Gannon. We don't know.
So her actions mean nothing to you with regards
I think
to,
that's a leap. Her
Basically.
actions mean nothing to me. No.
Yeah.
well, everything's a leap to you. I just want to know what that means to you. The fact that she used 3 separate instruments to kill Gannon. Did she have the ability to make decisions when she did that?
And what I'm saying is I can't be certain what was going on in her head because I pondered it and I thought, what on earth? How did she get this, whatever the blunt instrument was? When did it happen? And then when I think more than one person said that she loved this child, so that it certainly made me wonder whether she was misperceiving something there. And
Well, then let's go forward then, because what does she do after she does all that? She drags his body to the storage room and stuffs it in a large green suitcase. She had the capacity to know right from wrong when she did that.
it would certainly seem she knew that this was something that should not have happened.
And does that corroborate the actual killing, that she had the capacity to form an intent to kill, the capacity to use judgment and reflection, the fact that she immediately stuffs his body in a suitcase after?
I don't know for sure.
What about cleaning up the crime scene? After she stuffs his body in a suitcase, she goes back to the room and cleans all the blood off the wall. Not all of it. Does she have the capacity to know right from wrong when she's cleaning Gannon's bedroom?
She certainly believes that other people will believe that she had done something horrendous or something terrible had happened. That's, I guess, as far as I can go right now.
Now, she then goes back to the storage room and throws a bunch of boxes on a green suitcase in the storage room.
Oh,
Seen pictures of that?
Again, I've seen a lot, so that I don't recall those particular pictures.
And then the police come about 10:09 that evening, January 27th, and they search the entire house. And her demeanor is calm, cool, and collected. Gannon went to some friend's house, didn't come. Makes those statements with her demeanor like that. Is that evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't think that's evidence that she knew right from wrong. We don't even know whether she knew what she had done. I don't think that that's evidence she knew right from wrong.
What about, is it evidence of psychosis?
It certainly sounds out of touch with reality.
When someone's in a psychotic state, it's pretty obvious, right?
No,
Looking around.
wrong. No, sorry. That's television. No.
Okay. So someone in a psychotic state can act normal and have a normal conversation with a police officer when their stepson is in the storage room underneath a bunch of boxes in a suitcase?
Particularly if the person does not know that she has done that or that this is what the status is. That, we don't know what, but there's something really odd about being in that a very calm sort of state. Here she has reportedly murdered a child she loved. This makes no sense. This is psychotic. Did she kill that boy? Did she think she'd killed him? Was it that boy? Did she remember what had happened?
Well, let's talk about the next day then. If she
clearly she remembered.
Because the next day at 6:20 in the morning, she drives her Tiguan out of the garage and is gone for 10 minutes and it comes back. Remember that?
I don't remember that specifically here.
And then later that morning at 8:30, she goes to pick up Al, her husband at the airport. Remember that?
Yes.
Young, could you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so?
Sure, I can. Yeah. When she leaves at 6:22 a.m., I think she might be looking to see if anybody's watching.
That's a speculation. I don't know.
Because when she leaves at 8:30, do you know who's in the car with her?
I'm assuming that that the body is in the car. Is that what you're referring to?
Absolutely. Body that you just said that she may have forgot about. She didn't remember killing and putting in the suitcase, hiding him in the storage room. That body.
Yes.
Gets the body out of the storage room, takes it upstairs, puts it in the back of the T1, drives to the airport. Sound familiar?
Is that a question?
Yeah. At the time she does that, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know because it is approximately then when she thinks that, at least what she says to some people is she thinks that she can bring this body back to life. And she says that she brings him or tries to get him a hamburger. That ought to do it. And then I believe she even tries to get him ice cream. This is psychotic thinking. This is.
No, that's what she's saying. What actually happened is she drove directly to the airport, parked the Tiguan, left Gannon's body in the back of the Tiguan, rented another car, and Al and her went home. That's what happened. What she's saying is psychotic because she wants you to think it's
Yes.
correct.
I can't say that's correct. I can say you believe that's correct.
You can look at the facts.
No, this is a good time to stop.
The
All right.
documentation.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess.
What is
If I
wrong
can
with
have
this lady?
everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:40. We should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we will see you back at 10:40. All rise for the jury, please.
Yo, maybe they give them a second. Maybe they're gonna ask the attorneys if they want anything. I'm blown away. I was trying to give this lady like some type of like benefit. I mean, yes, she blew it yesterday, but like, it's mind blowing. Like, she cannot believe this shit. She's like either willfully like lying, in my opinion, or she's just super naive. I mean, based on her documentary,
Thank you, ma'am. Be
this is how she
seated.
is.
Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 10:40.
She's
All right.
She's literally willing to ignore facts, documentation, GPS. Like, she's willing to ignore that shit. She's like, oh, I don't know if that's true. She's just going off of what Tisha said. And he's like, no, but this is what she actually did. Apparently that doesn't matter to the doctor what she actually did. All that matters is what Tisha says. Bro. And I'm so glad he said it too. He was like, he's like, it doesn't even matter to you. I forgot the words exactly what happened to Gannon. And she got like offended, but it kind of almost seemed like that. This woman was like shitting on everybody. She shitted on Al yesterday, blaming, saying what Tisha's been through with her ex-husbands, shitting on Al when she's the killer. I'm like, what? When Tisha's the killer. Like, it seems like just highly delusional. You would think this is embarrassing to go out like this, yo. Like, wow. And this attorney's good. I really like how like he's taking her through each step. It's graphic and it really is just like a reminder of what happened to Gannon. But to show the jury how out of it and kooky this woman comes off to be. Sorry, bro. Like, I mean, with the stabs, what do you think about intent and all this stuff? Like, do you think it, then was it the blunt force trauma and the gunshots? Like, step by step. It wasn't that. Oh, okay. What about when she put when she hid his body in the suitcase. Don't worry about when she threw the boxes on top of it, which is kind of wild to me that police didn't check those boxes. I guess they didn't check those boxes. I'm still kind of unclear. I don't get it, but we did see the stack of boxes. Clearly, there's premeditation. It's just so wild. It's just like, oh yeah, maybe she doesn't remember. So crazy. This is the only person, they got to have somebody as quacky as this to take the stand. This is why in the medical field, when you're seeing a doctor, you're going to a psychiatrist, go get a second opinion. If you go to talk to somebody, you're not getting the results. And I've always said that, and I've known that firsthand. I've gone to therapy before too. And there's a few of them I'm like, there was one quacky lady too. There was one quacky lady I was dealing with that I was like in a really shitty relationship. That person got physical with me and all this stuff. And this lady's like, oh, well, just, there's some feminist lady too. Oh, well, just, try to work it out. Maybe it's something you did. Like, she's trying to like fucking like get me to stay in an abusive, toxic, unhealthy situation. I'm like, yo, are you for real? No, just, hey, oh no, it's, you can tell she clearly didn't like men in general. And it's like impossible for the roles to be reversed. This is why you should get a second opinion if you're going somewhere and you're not liking what you see or the results you're getting or whatever. Or don't fall into the expert bullshit. I mean, it's not bullshit. It's just people are people, and go to a different expert. A different expert in the same field will tell you something differently. Crazy. It's shocking, man. But this attorney, he's doing really, really good, man. I want to know his name. He's doing a good job. Taking through the motions. And this lady to deny, because I just saw someone in the chat talking about the candle burn. Do you happen to have the video of Gannon talking to Letecia? Yeah, we played it way earlier on in the trial. Diggs, if you can resend it to me at some point, we can play it again. But to like, how the hell are you not going to look at something so crucial like that with the video? I don't recall. I don't remember. I couldn't really see. Yeah, now I remember her. She said something about bubbles in his skin. Like, just downplaying everything. Oh, she loved him. People said she loved him, so. There is so much planning, Google searches, planning to move to Florida, whatever, lying. All right, let me get some of these super chats to catch up. Wow, dude. Okay, where did I leave off? Okay. Lauren Sam Jackson, thank you for the super chat. Says secondary gain is not for criminals only. Dr. Dorothy, true. Craft Florida Lady, thank you for the super chat. Amazing. 20. I won't be surprised if she doesn't show at all. I would be pissed after her lawyers lied to her. This was earlier. So the other thing too, for people that came late, ironic. She came late today, and also she had said that she had like some sort of food poisoning situation happen to her. I was like, oh Lord, here we go again. Sky Cat, thank you for the super chat, says burden of proof lies in the state to prove sanity. True. Kimmy, thank you for the super chat poll. If Maria will take the stand, we'll do that again. I almost think she has no option. Like, she has nothing to lose at this point, Letecia. I don't think it's gonna help, but with the mentality that she has, what it's a narcissism, like Alec, she needs to take the stand, take the Hail Mary. This is your last chance, your last message to the world to try to convince everybody, because that's all she's been doing, is try to convince people and lie to everybody. Your last chance to perform and put on a show. Zanime, thank you for the 18-month membership, here to provide translation services. Love you, Mel. KCK, thank you for the super chat. She has zero respect for the court. Elsa, thanks for the super chat. Says, I can ask my uncle. He's fluent in Russian. We're going to clip, and I'm still waiting for the video. Whenever they play the video, because yesterday they said they were going to play video today, and they are methodically tearing down all this woman's thoughts, or I don't want to say tearing her down, but like just tearing down her diagnosis of insanity, DID, all her thoughts, how just ridiculous it is. And the thing is, too, they say a lot of times that the jury doesn't want to see, typically, and I know Mo said this, we've talked about this before, typically they don't want to see like an attorney like really go in on somebody. But I think it is actually really important and probably maybe beneficial to see this, to see how quacky. I mean, they're not leaving any space for the jury to think otherwise. Dismantling the defense. Wow. A little bit. Thank you for the super chat. Says, my sister's in a wheelchair and she will not be late. That is unprofessional of the doctor. And the thing is, if it happened once, okay. It's been 3 times already that I believe. It's been 3 times she's late. And we're all stuck waiting on her. A Phoenix Airsoft Production. Thank you for the super chat. It is if you believe it is. Pop Life. Thank you for the membership. 4 months. Amazing. Yo, I cannot believe she's late again this morning. Toby, thank you for the 20. Appreciate the super chat. 50 Shades of Blue. She's out. Oh, I like that. The wheelchair and the smoke. Allison Faye, thank you for the 2-month membership. Thank you for resubscribing. Love your channel, Mel. You and the chat are fire. By the way, I'm trying to get through this quickly. But for the new members, because there've been a lot of people gifting memberships, I appreciate that. Karen Newton, thank you so much. Let It Be, thank you so much. Catsy, all the new members, just while you have the membership, right? If you don't plan to resubscribe, if you do, that's amazing. I appreciate it. Great. But if you don't, then at least for the month that you have it, not only do you have like the benefit of skipping slow chat, the custom emojis, I don't know what else default comes with it, but go to my channel on my front page. There's members content. There's a couple videos there that I think you'll enjoy when we're not doing the trial. I have 2 Q&As, which were a lot of fun, and it's a lot of personal stuff, and everybody really enjoyed that. And then I have these short videos that are just really good. Deal with the Devil was good. High on Popcorn Planet. I was in Cali, and I was in a car smoking. I was chilling, and I was texting in his I was talking in his chat, and he's like, "Oh, it can melt. Come on." And I'm a lightweight. I don't smoke. It's been like months probably since I've smoked. I don't smoke like that regularly. So, when I do smoke, I'm like, oh God, I'm out of my mind. And so I had to go on his thing. It was pretty funny. And the craziest year, make sure you scroll back. This is my LSD story. It was a really, really crazy story. LSD story, craziest year of my life. So, yeah, while you have the membership, check out the extra content while you're there. All right. So I want to make sure to remind people to check that because it's kind of hard to find sometimes. People don't get notifications. So just a little friendly reminder. Elsa, thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm not Russian, but my uncle is really smart. I will ask him to translate her Russian so he can talk many languages. If she decides to start babbling Latin, then he can translate too. Okay, amazing. Yeah, we're going to clip it. I hope they play this Russian Maria Sanchez Letecia character. They better do the video. I hope they don't skip over it. Carla, thank you for the super chat for the 20. Love watching the trial with you, Mel. Thank you for covering Dr. Lewis. Is in Believe Tisha mode. I have so many clips that I need to put together for you guys. Highlights for moments that people might have missed. I like to try to do it tomorrow, but I got to do taxes tomorrow. But at some point, I'm going to get the clips, even if it's after the trial, because I think people will enjoy. Charms, thanks for the super chat. How are we on time but the start when it's late? Jay Nate, thank you for the super chat 20. Damn it, I love this channel. I can't help how much I laugh in public or talk about you, Mel, with complete strangers. Everyone thinks I'm crazy, but I don't give a damn. Worth every second of my life. My one life. Thank you, Jay Nate. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Froggy Maggie, thanks for the super chat. The amount of money spent by taxpayers is disgusting on this trial. Why did Dr. C. Lee at a discounted rate if she don't practice anymore? Love you, Mel. I think that 300 or 350 or 375, whatever that she's charging, I think she could have charged more. I've seen expert witnesses charge like really high amounts. She could have charged more. I don't know. Deja Vu, the milk carton needs an updated picture. No one will find her in that 1970s pic. That's true. I might have to get T-Bag to update that, possibly. T-Bag's done an amazing job with the pictures. I got to hit him up too. If you're watching, T-Bag, thank you so much. Media Brown, thank you for the membership. Stephanie Marlowe, do a poll, guilty or not. We've done that a couple of times. We'll do some more polls. Thank you, Jeannie. Jeannie, thank you. Mel, love your channel. Watch you all the time. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I know you guys can be anywhere. There's a lot of people streaming this stuff. So, like, thank you for being here with me. Sissany, thank you for the super chat. Says, is there a doctor in the house? KCK, Lord Jesus, get your drink ready. Sipsy Stillwater, thank you for the membership. Jennifer Cochran, Doc wearing red and black. Yeah, wearing red and black again. Jackie Jones, thanks for the super chat. She absolutely spoke with the defense attorneys. That was one of the stipulations yesterday. The judge said that, or I think the prosecution wanted it, that she was not allowed to speak to the attorneys. And so supposedly they're not supposed to, but who knows what happened last night. Cordy, thank you for the super chat. Jay Nate, thanks for the super chat. He's making a joke of good old doctor, and she doesn't even see it. He slipped in some slick remarks. He's kind of witty, snappy. Aaron Ketteridge, thank you for the super chat. Thank you very much. Kimmy, thanks for the super chat. Maria loves you, Mel. You're safe. Brandy Wildin1, thank you for the membership. Kelly Snuggs, thanks for the 2-month membership. Thank you for resubscribing. Thank you for all you do, Mel. Thank you. Matthew Warren. So she has a meeting with Letecia over the weekend and just now remembers a note about her wanting to be called Maria as a kid. Right? I mean, that's what you guys must be talking about, right? Like, yeah, overnight or whatever. Now she remembers Maria wanting to be called Maria as a kid. This seems like something from a crime comedy. Good point. Really good point. Thank you, Matthew. Thanks for the 10. Charms, thanks for the super chat. Am I the only one who thinks this woman is fraudulent? There's some history to her also that I'd like to. Flossie was sending me some stuff, but I really need, and I know she sent me the Cliff Notes version, but my mind is all over the place, so I might have to touch base with her again. I just want like the highlight thing of like this thing where she got caught in another trial. She sent me a clip of it or a highlight of it. I'll see if I can get that maybe on the lunch break. Let me see here. Okay. Mandy L, judge needs to strike her as a witness. Definitely unprofessional for an expert. I call BS. Camila Sweden, thank you for the membership. Cherry and Max. I remember studying Dr. Lewis in college. She's a pioneer in so many types of psychology we use today, highly respected by many. Interesting. And she's criticized by quite a few people too. And she's had publications put in the DSM-5, right? I guess. I don't know. Kimberly Mullins, thank you for the super chat. You know they're praying. They're praying. It's from Sunday meeting. Yeah. Tammy's Clips, thanks for the super chat. I thought she didn't talk to any of her family. I know. Jacqueline, thank you for the membership. SW4x4. She may be a pioneer, but now she is a joke. She got paid to help and is a demented sinking ship. She's a storyteller. Well, all the experts, just to be fair, they do get paid. They should get paid for their time. But I don't know what's happened to her, man. I mean, I don't know if I don't know. This is not a good look for Dorothy. I feel like, and I want to rewatch that documentary. I feel like I need to like really focus. I have a hard time focusing. And I was a little distracted that night when we watched it on Discord. I feel like I might need to rewatch it again. Not drinking wine. I was drinking wine at the time too. Tammy, yeah, I got that already. Lala with the kawaii crafter. This is what she was supposed to do before the trial. How can she go to a trial and not overlook your old notes? Thank you, Mel. Yeah, she doesn't seem too well prepared. And it's kawaii, like Hawaii, kawaii. Okay, gotcha. Thank you for the correction there. Jane Nate, thanks for the super chat. Clock test and mimosas for all. I was thinking like, damn, I could use a mimosa today, man. I was in the vibes. Maybe Friday we'll do a little something. Friday stream. I was like, man, I could. But I didn't want to start until after I pick up the baby. But I was totally like, damn, I could have a little orange juice, a little bubbly. Perfect. Oh, they're back already. Aaron Ketteridge, thank you for the membership. Casey, thank you for the super chat. This is epic. Gorgeous stack of pancakes. I love that name.
Okay, before we start back into the case, there's two things that I need to address that have come to my attention.
Shit.
One is I've issued general orders regarding usage of cell phones, video cameras, all of that stuff. What we have provided for the general public is that they can capture what is being broadcast as a webinar. They can rebroadcast that, and that's fine. Everyone here needs to understand, everyone in this courtroom is prohibited at any point in time from audio or video recording any part of this proceeding in the courtroom.
Oh, okay.
Don't have your phones out. There's not a reason for it. There are press that are here that may be part of pool press. They may be part of some other commercial entity for press, and that's fine. But even they are not recording any part of this proceeding. If that happens, it could be, number one, your phone gets confiscated.
Take that shit.
It could be, number two, you face direct contempt proceedings with me. Don't do it. Second issue is, I know that we have some people from out of town. I know that we have some people from out of state. And I know that perhaps they're not familiar with the laws in the state of Colorado or the etiquette and procedures for this courtroom and this building. This entire building, the El Paso County Combined Courts, in its entirety, is a non-smoking facility.
Oh, I told you!
Also understand, we have cameras everywhere in the building. So when you leave this courtroom and you go down a
I'm
hallway,
thinking it's the weed thing, but maybe not.
and then you go into a stairwell, and you're smoking, we know who it is.
Ooh. Well, who's smoking?
Especially if you've been warned about it before and you go down to another stairwell and smoke. I want to be very clear. There is no smoking of either tobacco or marijuana products anywhere in the courthouse at any point in time. Anybody who is here that I learn continues to do that, I may bar from the courthouse pending the outcome of this trial. So, two things: no phones, no smoking. Let me ask, anybody in the gallery have any questions about that? Raise your hand. No response. All right. I'll take that as everybody that's in the courtroom understands my message clearly, and I don't have to take any further action regarding it. Is there anything else that we need to take up outside the presence of the jury? Prosecution?
No.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back in.
So I don't know who they're referring to. Yesterday, the doctor's son was there, and somebody that's in the gallery, I was talking with them, they had called in and they were saying that place reeked of weed. And that they believe it was a son, but they're not sure. So we just said allegedly. And so it's interesting that the judge is addressing this shit today. I don't know if he's talking about him or not, but the coincidences and the timing, okay, because all this time, all these days, we didn't hear it. Now the doctor testifies yesterday, and we get this person that tells us it smelled like weed in there. Somebody smelled like weed. All right. All these days pass by, we don't hear nothing. Doctor comes in, has a son that people thought maybe was smoking, but allegedly not sure. Place reeks like weed. Next day, we get this smoking thing. Okay? I don't know, bro, but it's interesting. Está interesante. I got to clip the call for you guys. For the people that don't know, I will clip the call for you guys.
All rise for the jury,
I'll make a
please.
short version of it, and I'll put it together for you. All right? Oof. Woo. That judge don't play either. Am I understood in the gallery? He specifically said the gallery. People still wonder, oh, well, I don't know. Maybe it's I don't know. It's pretty, I mean, we don't know, but bro.
May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358. People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of cross-examination. That's where we will resume.
Ooh, I love
Thanks,
it.
Judge.
I love it.
Dr. Lewis, we left off with the Tiguan being at the airport. You recall that this morning? Now, the fact that she moves the body from the storage room to the Tiguan and then to the airport, is that an indication that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't feel qualified to say, to conclude that she certainly had the capacity to move it from one place to another for one reason or another. And certainly it would seem to be for keeping it a secret of some sort. Whether or not she thought this was right or wrong, I just can't speculate.
Well, she knew that Al was coming home because she was picking him up. Correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And she knew that she had to move the body before Al got home, correct?
Perhaps. The body was hidden, so it could have been hidden somewhere else. Yeah.
And she knew she had to rent another vehicle because Gannon's body was in her Tiguan, correct?
I know she rented another one and it was in the T1, yes.
She thought this out, right?
Yes.
Rational thinking?
That's a leap. Thinking.
He
Yes.
said everything a leap with you earlier. Everything's a leap with you.
Is she psychotic when she's making these decisions to rent a car and leave the body in the Tiguan at the airport?
Again, speculation. I don't know.
We're now into January 28th, 2020. Al and her go home in the rental car, the Kia. Do you remember reading about that?
Yes.
And then about 4 p.m. that day, she leaves in the rental car and goes back to the airport. Do you remember seeing that?
Reading about it, perhaps, yeah.
Is it inconceivable that she's going back to check on the Tiguan to make sure no one's disturbed it?
Any speculation is possible.
Is that rational thinking under the circumstances?
Don't know.
If the body's in your car, you want to make sure no one's messed with it?
Body's in your car, you might want to avoid going anywhere near that car so that you're not involved with it. So that I think it would be speculating to say this is why or that's why. We don't know why.
That's fair. But we do know that she goes back to the airport once again on the 28th at 7 p.m. Correct? You remember that?
I believe you. I'm sorry, I don't remember the numbers or the times, but certainly seems likely.
She leaves the white rental car, the Kia, in short-term parking, keeps the keys to that car, and leaves the airport in the Tiguan. Is that rational thought processes under the circumstances?
I have no idea why she's doing that. I can't say it's rational, irrational. She did it. It would be speculation without finding out more.
Well, is it evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong, collecting Gannon's body that way?
No.
She takes the Tiguan and leaves, puts her phone on airplane mode, and drives for several hours. And we're mapping her on her Life 360 app. Do you remember seeing that?
No, I recall becoming aware of it in one way or another, seeing or reading about it. Go ahead.
And as she's doing this, she's texting her daughter, Harley, don't open the door. Don't talk to the police. That kind of thing. That evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong.
Again, it suggests that she has the capacity to know that that she could be in great trouble if this were not hidden. You know, knowing right from wrong is such an abstract. It's hard to comment on that.
Abstract.
Certainly, if she would have stayed with Gannon's body in his bedroom, that might be some good evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong. Didn't think it was wrong to kill him, right?
Again, that's one interpretation.
And of course, that didn't happen here, correct?
That she stayed with him.
Right.
She did not stay with him.
Because what she does is she eventually drives her Tiguan up to Palmer Lake, which is a small town north of Colorado Springs. If you're not familiar with it. She finds an isolated spot, drop the suitcase off on the side of the road. That evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong in trying to hide the body again.
Again, she had the capacity to know that she needed to hide the body. I don't know. I can't move on to yes, she knew right from wrong. That again, it's an abstraction, and I can't comment on knowing right from wrong simply from that.
Is that evidence that she's suffering some kind of psychosis? The fact that she goes to an isolated spot to hide the body?
Maybe, don't know.
Is it also evidence that she may not be suffering from psychosis? The fact that she knows to go to an isolated spot and hide the body?
Maybe.
During this whole time, she's texting with Harley and still controlling what Harley's actions are. Do you remember seeing that?
You would have to remind me.
She's multitasking. She's kind of controlling what's happening at her house as well as getting rid of the body.
I'm sorry, I have not juxtaposed that, but if you clarify what she was saying to Harley, perhaps I can say something.
Don't talk to the cops. Don't talk to the police, that kind of stuff. Don't let them in the house. You consider that to be a form of manipulation?
Certainly a form of trying to control what happens.
Around midnight, between the 28th and the 29th of January 2020, she meets Harley close to Harley's place of employment. Ever reading about that?
Not specifically, but
And she leaves her Tiguan there. Harley then takes her back home in her car. The fact that she's thinking about leaving the Tiguan somewhere other than her own home, is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
again, it shows the capacity to know what will be regarded as incriminating or not in her best interest. Again, right from wrong is abstract, and I hesitate to comment on that specifically.
Well, I'll ask you this then. Did she know the fact that if there was blood in that Tiguan, it might be incriminating to her?
I would think so, yes.
The next morning, her daughter Harley gives her a ride back to the airport where she takes the keys that she still has for the rental car, the Kia, that she left in short-term parking the day before. And she tosses the keys to an Avis representative out on the sidewalk at the airport. That evidence that she has the capacity to hide the fact that she is no longer in that rental car and was in the Tiguan the night.
I don't know.
Her daughter Harley then gives her a ride back to where her Tiguan is, where it was at all night by her place of employment. Massage Envy, you didn't know. Okay. And she then is talking to detectives at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office saying, I'm on my way. I want to come down and interview with you. Remember that evidence?
Again, I've probably read it, but I don't specifically remember that, but I'll certainly believe you.
And she drives the Tiguan to the sheriff's office, which is right across the street from the courthouse. And on her way, she stops and washes the Tiguan. Ever reading about that?
Not specifically, but again, certainly I could have it. I just don't remember specific.
At that point, does she have the capacity to destroy incriminating evidence by washing the Tiguan?
Yes.
When she gets to the sheriff's office, she's interviewed. And this is what the story that you alluded to yesterday about Eduardo and the rape happening. You remember that story?
That I remember.
Jury probably remembers it too. We're not going to get into the whole interview, but I do want to talk about a couple things that she says in that interview, okay? In that interview, she alludes to the fact that Eduardo took a suitcase. Remember that portion of the interview?
You'd have to continue on.
Kind of weird, isn't it? You're describing being raped, your stepson's kidnapped, and by the way, the kidnapper took a suitcase.
It's wacky. It is
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Do you think it might be an indication that she knew that Gannon's body was in a suitcase out in Palmer Lake at that time? And if someone was to find the body, she had an explanation as to how the body got there?
Could be.
Pretty rational thinking, isn't it, under the circumstances?
I don't think much of what she was thinking was rational, sir. So that, again, that's a
What about smart? Was that smart to tell the officers that?
Intelligent?
Again, that's a judgment call. The whole thing is so convoluted and wacky that to call it smart
You just been calling her
doesn't
smart
quite
all this time.
hit the mark.
The other crazy thing that she says is, after he raped me and kidnapped Gannon, he just leaves the gun at the house and then leaves.
Yeah, that's great. That is crazy.
Yeah. But is it really crazy? Because she knows the gun is still in the house, and that's the gun that she used, and she has to have an explanation on why that gun was used.
I don't know if it was really crazy. It sounds crazy to me.
Or really smart, right?
Not to me, but
Setting up the story.
again, you're thinking more logically, I think, than we can give her credit for through much of this.
Well, now she does.
But
Now she does.
I find crazy what you find logical.
It's crazy when people kill their kids.
It's crazy when you say Eduardo comes and rapes her and takes off Gannon. It's the whole concept is crazy. If a little bit of it seems logical that a gun was here or there, the whole story of Eduardo is crazy.
Yeah, that's why she changed it later on and came up with Quincy Brown and some other stories, right?
I don't know why. Because she realized it was crazy and then changed it.
Yeah.
Less crazy.
People who are pathological liars, when they lie, they tend to have small crumbles of the truth in it, and they have no problem changing that lie to something else. Isn't that true?
This is what your understanding is of a pathological liar. I can't, I can't ascribe to that or not. This is what you believe.
What do you believe? You've interviewed hundreds of people on death row. Have you ever come across any of those individuals who may have not been honest with you?
Oh, yes, from time to time, sure.
That may have been, have antisocial personality disorder?
May have.
Where they're manipulators, they're pathological liars, they have no sympathy.
This is a bit of a fantasy, and
I don't know what's a fantasy about.
Yeah.
I'm just asking you, have you ever come across anybody like that?
exactly like that, I would say no.
Never come across anyone with antisocial personality disorders?
Certainly, I've come across many people who have been so diagnosed.
And those are some of the criteria of antisocial personality disorder, are they not?
There are some of them.
Jump forward to January 31st, 2020, okay? Her family now has come to Colorado. Her aunt has rented a Nissan Altima from Denver and drove it down to Colorado Springs. Remember reading about that?
No.
Nothing crazy about that, right?
Don't know the ultimate, but
That Altima, at some point on January 31st, a tracking device is placed on it, a GPS tracking device. You remember reading about that?
yes, I think so. Yeah.
And then her family, including her daughter, her brother, indicate that Ms. Stauch disappears for 2 hours that afternoon, January 31st, 2020, in the Nissan Altima. Remember where she goes?
You'd have to remind me. No.
She goes right back to that same spot in Palmer Lake where the body is. Is that evidence that she has a capacity to know right from wrong when she goes back to collect Gannon's body?
In my opinion, that's evidence of stupidity. If you want to cover up something that you've done, you don't drive back to the body. You just don't do that.
But she did.
Yeah, it's not too smart and not too well thought out, but she did it.
Is it not conceivable that I didn't hide the body good enough? You go get it. I'm driving to Florida.
Look at her
Be
face.
better off in the Gulf of
Look at her
Mexico
face.
than where it was at. Is that inconceivable?
You've just conceived it so that clearly you've
Oh my God.
thought about it. I don't think it's the smartest thing to do or the best way to hide your
all the
implication
time.
in a death to drive back to where the body has been placed. Not smart.
Probably a panicky thing to do, right? Criminals aren't the smartest
Not
people.
necessarily panicky. Not smart.
She was like shocked. What?
And we know what happens after that, right? She rents a van, and her and Harley take Gannon's body in the back of that van and drive to Pensacola, Florida. Surely you know about that.
This is when she drives with her
Right.
daughter
That's something you remember from reading in the police reports?
from perhaps numerous sources.
Along the way, Ms. Stauch is able to rent hotel rooms. She's able to deceive the people at the hotel. So she works for the Ford Motor Company. We only need one room, one person, no pets, no one else. Remember reading about that?
Not specifically.
The whole trip to Florida, do you see any evidence of psychosis or any evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong during that trip?
I have to say, I see neither the capacity nor a lack of capacity there. It's to my mind, it's incredibly peculiar behavior to drive that distance with a body and the body of a child that you allegedly loved in the back of your car. There is.
I'm glad you used the word
Allegedly.
allegedly there because you're familiar with a
You caught it.
search that she did on her phone that was later deleted by her that says, "I don't like my stepson." Remember that search?
I'm aware of the statement. I don't like my stepson.
Kind of contradicts what you've
I
been
think only
saying though.
once. I think I only became aware of that once, but it could have happened again. I don't know.
So she takes Gannon's body and dumps it over a bridge in Pensacola. That evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong when she once again is hiding Gannon's body.
Again, I don't know if that shows she knows right from wrong.
And then his body was discovered on March 17, 2020 by a Macon ponder. Do you remember reading about that?
I remember reading that it was found.
Bridge inspector who inspects that bridge every 2 years just happened to be there on March 17, 2020, and he finds the suitcase.
Okay.
If that suitcase is never found, do you think we'd be here today on an insanity case?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
I want to talk about the interview that you had with her, the forensic interview that took place over a period of 3 days in November. Okay. I'm going to play some clips of those interviews with you. But before I do that, going into this interview, do you have any concerns that Ms. Stauch may not be truthful with you during the interview?
Of course.
Skepticism, right? That we talked about yesterday.
Of course.
And so with that, Your Honor, and some of these clips are shorter than others. I know you may be more comfortable sitting there, but if you want to get in your wheelchair and go somewhere else, we can do that.
Wherever I could see it more clearly, because I have not seen it as clearly or heard it as clearly as I would like. If there's a better spot, that would
There's
be
a
good.
TV right behind you, and then the other TV's here. So you can work out whatever you want to do, Doctor. I mean,
Let me figure it out.
you tell me, and then we'll start when you're ready.
Let me just set this up real quick. How to get like the, all right, it's cut off like that.
We're going to go.
I know we're gonna put the judge.
I wonder, can we move this back a little, and can we see? Can I hear this clearly?
You're gonna be able to. You're gonna be able to hear it clearly. We could also get you in a wheelchair and put you right here. So that would be easier.
Well, why don't we try it? If it isn't clear, we can pause and go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal, Doctor. I'm going to ask you some questions after the clips. Okay.
Oh, here we
So
go, baby.
This one's, I think, only about 5 minutes long. I'm going to try it from sitting there and see how it works out, and then we can go to plan B if we have to.
Well, yeah, we certainly could. What I would like to do is grab a pad or something so that if something strikes me that I see, I
I
can
can't wait.
jot it down.
Here we
and
go,
recall it.
baby.
No problem.
And I can
Do
just.
we have a pad or
Mr.
something?
Lee,
Yeah.
While you're, when you come back, it's okay. When you come back, if you hit both of the green buttons so the perimeter lights are out, it may help her see a little bit better.
Okay. That.
Yeah, and the other one. Yep. There you go.
And so for the record, we're going to start with People's Exhibit 729, which is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the morning time. And before we hit play, Doctor, we have a freeze frame here of the video. Obviously,
Of the what?
it's just the video is paused so we
Yeah.
can see the image. Do you see Ms. Stauch there in the center of the video?
Yes.
Who are the other two people behind her?
I see Caitlin and I see
Oh,
the foot.
yeah.
I assume it is of Josh. Is that, I'm not sure. Is it?
That's Mr. Tlaney?
Yes.
Now, are you seated where Ms. Stauch is looking right now?
I think that you can see, I'm not positive. I think those are probably my papers. And so I would have been seated across from her, looking at her and where they could have been in my peripheral vision.
So we're going to start the video at 11 minutes and 5 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 15 minutes and 41 seconds.
Can I try to fix this seat so that I can see what's going on?
It doesn't move. You'd have to adjust your.
I'm just trying to turn it.
Oh, okay.
Dorothy.
It will turn all the way around. There you go.
Dorothy making sure she's in.
Okay, we're going to hit play then.
What you call your doing?
I don't necessarily call them names, but like, I'll like to say when you talk to,
Like what do you call them? So I can call them the same.
no, I mean, for example,
Mr. Giovanni or Josh.
I call Josh.
You call Josh. Yeah. Do all of you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're sometimes, like Maria called Bendigo. No, like Maria sometimes calls him Bendigo. She is called him B-A-N-D-J-O. Like that would be like, it's like Spanish for asshole, but like, that's all she gets mad at. Bendigo is asshole. Yeah. Really? I mean, he's not really an asshole, but yeah, that's part of it. No, no, it's, I don't know Spanish, well, she doesn't, but no, she transformed. Well, only, yeah, basic, but if you probably never, she knows Spanish. Who knows? Maria does. Maria knows Spanish, yeah. That's it. Any other language? No. I know that my friend says she's taught Russian to her. But, Red in the city for I don't, and you're not aware of any Russian kind of aspect of you. I know I've been to like a lot of countries and ended up there and I've had to adapt to them and I know that I've been able to talk to people there. What's still live by what they're telling me. I'm good, John. Yeah. I've been to all the islands, all the Caribbean islands. Yeah. And I've been to Dubai.
So I need to sit back further and just, it's too hard to see her from here.
Ooh.
Can we move perhaps I can just move the wheelchair over there and look
Sure.
up here.
Audio is
Yeah,
so bad.
it's- we paused it at 13:11.
I can't believe like wasn't this 2020 or something? Or when was the date of this?
Let's see,
I'm
like-
shocked they still can't have good audio.
Yeah. And if we just move that around there, maybe,
Yeah, let's see what we can do.
yeah, okay.
You want to sit back?
Let me see if I can see and hear, this looks a whole lot better.
That looks better.
All about
Yeah,
Dorothy.
let's see.
Okay.
Oh, Dorothy.
How's that?
It's better.
Yes.
I think, however, I think this is better.
Okay, that's fine. You'll just need to, if you're going to be asked any questions or give any answers from there, you'll just need to speak up so everybody can hear you because the microphone's not there and there are jurors behind you.
And it may be easier, like when it's a question, then I'll just
Okay.
turn her that
We
way.
can do
That's
that.
good, Mr. Young.
Yeah, it's fine.
I can't see her now.
Hey, we'll go ahead and resume the video at 13:11.
Dorothy.
What the date of this, just so I have?
Sure, it's November 15th, 2022 in the morning. Okay,
2022.
here we go.
She's a princess. She went to Dubai. She's a princess. She went to Dubai.
Is she's not a part of you, or
She is.
and so jazz that what part of you is that?
She's risky. Like, she doesn't look as like, very risky.
What do you call
Like, risky. Yeah, like, I'm gonna say it. Like, don't get me in trouble.
Yes.
Can't go out, party a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not a partier.
You're not a part of it. So I was just getting
So like what happened is something really happens for her. They're like really stressed out. I can be at like work and be okay and something stressful will happen and then I'll just end up right somewhere.
end up on the plane. Do you know how you got to the plane?
It's like my body goes through the motions. Like obviously I gotta get a passport, buy a ticket, but then I don't really remember doing all of it.
You don't remember.
I know it sounds crazy, but
No, it doesn't.
But like, okay, so like, if you see my credit cards like me, and you're like, oh, okay, obviously she did it, because obviously it's under my name, it's easier, and my body's got to know that's who's credit card he got loans to be able to pay for it, but then at the same time, like, I wouldn't have done it, so I'm on the plane, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going to this place, or I'm going to that place, find yourself somewhere. Not really. I did it a lot, even symptoms. You just drinking wine, like, oh, I didn't remember it's wine bottle. Simple things like that, all the way up until being in another country. I did that a lot where my daughter's even texting me, and they're like, Mom, it says you're in the middle of the ocean. I'm like, oh, I am. Because, and her, one time I was in Jamaica, we were there, fine. Like, I was planning to live in Jamaica, but I was also at work that honeymoon and that meeting with the well, so maybe Josh can look it up.
Okay, we stopped it at 15:44. Okay. So I'm more than happy to help out.
We have to put it back up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I did not get all of her words there, so.
Yeah, it's hard to hear.
If the question I ask you, if you want to have us replay something, we can do that, okay?
Or perhaps if someone could reread it and,
I'll do my best to paraphrase. How's that?
great.
Okay? In the beginning, you asked the question about how she refers to her attorney, Josh. You remember asking that? The question you ask is, do all of you call him Josh? Do you remember asking that question?
Yes.
Why did you ask it that way?
I think it's something to see that where she had talked about other, and that was, I did not make that up myself, that it came from other entities of some sort. I don't recall the earlier part, but knowing myself, I know I wouldn't introduce it, it would have been something.
And I guess, yeah, can the jury hear okay, Your Honor? I just want to make sure.
Looks like it.
Okay, great.
We're getting thumbs up. It's all good.
She talked about Maria having a jail call and speaking Russian. Remember that?
There was something there about the Russian, yeah.
Did you ever see a jail call where the defendant was speaking Russian?
I don't recall a jail call, so I didn't.
That would be something important to you, would it not? If she's saying that, and then lo and behold, there is a jail call where she's speaking Russian, that could corroborate what she's saying, right?
Well, it could. I have to see it kind of in a bigger picture because I remember different things. It had, in retrospect, but it has special meaning because much later, I believe, in my interview, she starts to speak in what sounds like a Russian accent.
And Dr. Lewis, we're going to play that.
Oh, yes.
And we're going to.
This is the first time I'm aware that I did not recall that she had mentioned the Russian at this point. But it's some kind of entity that sounds like.
And we'll talk about that more when we get that portion of the video. We're gonna play that portion where she's speaking in an accent. Okay?
And one other issue here was, and that puzzled me, but I didn't pause there, was when she said part of her, I thought it might have been Maria, spoke Spanish. And so I kind of cocked my ear from my I too did anybody speak Spanish? I don't know whether any speak it or whether this is part of thinking it is that sounds speaks English.
And there's nothing in the record whatsoever, including the records that were given to you by defense, that indicates the defendant has ever spoken to anyone in Spanish.
As far as I could determine, but I sure wanted to know.
Yeah, sure.
It's possible.
Yep. She tells you that she's been to Dubai as Jasmine, and Jasmine's a princess. Remember that?
Well, there's a lot of stuff there.
Jasmine. Aladdin.
If she had in fact been to Dubai, that'd be something pretty easy to corroborate, right?
I suppose. I don't think I took it that.
You mean you don't think that she went to Dubai?
Are you saying Dubai, really?
Yeah.
Likely to be at that point.
Okay, so she's making that up?
Well, if she's making it up, or that is a fantasy. Like when we have dreams, and they're very real, and we think we've been there, that at that time that she had been to Dubai, she has a whole history of going to all sorts of different, but she has gone to several, which here
Well, the history would be documented because there'd be plane tickets, there'd be family members knowing that she was gone for a period of time, things like that that you can corroborate, right?
if at the moment I thought that was an easier thing to corroborate, yeah. I think that it was testimony.
What about Alaska? Remember her talking to you about Alaska later in the interview?
Oh, yeah, I had trouble with Alaska because
You know what?
Went there, and I think she had gone there.
I meant to say Australia. I'm sorry. I think
You had the same thing I did.
we're having the same problem. She never said she went to Alaska. She said Australia, right?
She did say Alaska,
Oh, she did?
sir. She said,
Okay.
not only that, your head is spinning when you some of the stuff. But later on, I'm pretty sure that she had a husband who was stationed in Alaska. So I was in real suffering. And that she Alaska, and I believe that I think in my notes I have down that he didn't. I think there's really Alaska.
Alaska happened. They lived in Alaska. Okay. That was my fault. I meant to talk about the Australian trip where she says her and Harley went over there and she blacked out and was on a beach and doing crazy things, she said, and then realized Harley was by herself. Do you remember that?
It's something like that. And I'm relieved that you were as confused.
And we know there's nothing in the record to indicate that she's ever been to Australia. She also tells you in this clip that she changes personas when she's stressed out. Remember that?
Yeah.
Is that consistent with dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
A triggering event?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to play the next clip now, okay? We're going to go to, just have a second. We're now going to jump to People's Exhibit 731, which is your interview. What's the date of this thing? Would be on November 16th, 2022 in the morning. We're going to start this clip at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 50 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 1 hour, 47 and 22 seconds. No, that's for the record, doctor, just so the record indicates what we're playing. Okay? Go ahead and play.
They're being projected as some monster and like you don't know, and you're like looking around and like this is not me. I don't do these things and I don't know what I'm saying. This made this whatever. Is it possible that it did state? Yeah. If I did, I didn't know I did or did not intentionally do it. You know what I'm saying? There was no intention to harm anyone. That would be a loved one of mine. You see what I'm saying? Because, you know, I'm very comfortable. Yep. Again, I did not see him. What? See him? What he serious?
Has said, I did not do that. I did this, not do that, whatever. But this is one thing that she keeps saying. She didn't do, or else it gives, you do get some pretty wacky stories about these things. There is a possibility it's not clear then. What? Do you think that's a possibility?
Oh, I said that from the beginning, that I all over the place, because I really, same job.
Is it possible you did that when on stage?
When I was in what state?
Stayed in one of these states where you were never involved.
Oh, yeah, I've said that definitely. I know that, but I was not an intention to hurt Gannon. Like, it was never, like, no, absolutely not. I love Gannon. I took care of these kids since they were 5 and 2. I had these kids from coast to coast, country to country.
Yeah.
Like, that's not, what do I gain out of hurting a child? Absolutely nothing. Like, I lose everything in my entire life. And not only is it about me being hurt, but other people around me. And if I'm sitting there telling you that I care about all these people, there are other people hurting this. If I was going to hurt somebody, why would it not be these people that are hurting people? Right? No, it would not be to hurt a child. You see what I'm saying? Like, absolutely not. It would not be an intention to be like, okay, that's it, you're done for the day. No, like, that's not how it works. I don't feel like I'm doing things right, you know, to do that. I don't work my whole life to do things right, to just be like, today's the day, I'm just going to blame my entire life and everybody else's. That's not how it works. These people in here do this, so I don't. You know, there's just not what that's. I mean, you don't take somebody out and go shopping, do this, do that. You don't go buy somebody Valentine's candy to knock them off the planet.
Is that day you were pointing out?
Yes. So I don't I don't even understand this. That's just not how it works. You don't buy somebody out clothes for this amount of time. You don't go do this, you don't go do this. Like, I don't get it. I've had these kids in Mexico, Alaska, all these places, not a scratch on their body.
Tell me what's going on. Were you really in Australia?
Yes.
When?
I think it was 2017 or maybe 18. Maybe.
How did you find it?
I went with people. Get my records to see where I'm at. But I went with there's, I think it was Sam. Oh, Christina, Sam, a lot of people.
And took care of Gannon's sister.
I don't think they live with us then.
Sitting from time to time, able to get away from this place.
Yeah. Yeah. And especially like they're gone for the summer. I just be on. It's because why I work, I bored. Yeah, like that was my life. I would rather packing up all stuff, just taking everybody back home to South Carolina, and taking care of everybody. My life was much easier than that. Because I can help there. No, they're it's what? No, Landon's mom.
Landon?
Which was Gannon's mom's.
Yeah. Gannon, this is Gannon's grandmother. Help with.
She helped me when we lived there and I had the kids. She helped me. She's the only person to help me. But I also had other people there that could help. Support system, yes. Everything. If I could call, I could help. I had other people who programs that I could be like, great, I need to go do this. I could drop them up here for the day. I have support. My first talk with Josh, I asked him what happened. And, you know, he said, well, by the way, what you would say is no one else was there, right? Harvey's counseling. And he said that he left a list, gave a list of 12 different explanations that he gave for what happened when because then I'll have a flashback or something, but I don't know if that flashback is a real flashback or not. Yeah. Then I'll have a nightmare about something, so I don't know if the nightmare was a nightmare, but the nightmare becomes real. So then I'll wake up and think that's really going on for hours and hours and hours and hours. Then sometimes I'll have something and I'll try to put together something and it's like it's really happening. Because I told you earlier that I didn't know if something's really going on, or if this was real or not. Remember I said I thought this was just one big nightmare. So any of it, it's all running together because sometimes I don't know what's going on and what's really not going on. You know what I mean? Then 1 minute something can happen and I'll switch personality and someone will say in the other personality, no, this is what really happened. You know what I mean? Then I'll hear like another voice, so not schizophrenic voice, no, not easy. And it'd be like my other voice, yeah, tell me this. So it's like going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, that I drive myself absolutely nuts. So when you ask me, well, I can tell you 100% that I remember sitting on the couch, hearing somebody knock, being in the garage, and I'm gonna remember I being in the garage. I'm gonna go look at the windows, look at someone outside. Seeing someone downstairs. That was the things I could 100% remember, but running around frantic, not knowing what was going on. So that's what I guess afraid this dream or fantasy or you know what that you have that influences what you think happens. But you know, I don't think it was just that you told. But I don't know. How do I know? It could be, how do you know? There's people or something, but I'm saying though, but you don't know because, well, one person's telling me this, how do I know? Because this person could be trying to go with that person. You see what I'm saying? Because who knows what that person was really doing? You see what I'm saying? Maybe it doesn't matter, he told me. No, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about what this person was doing. How do you know? Because 1 minute I was doing this, next minute I was doing this, but another person was doing this because I was doing disappearance. So how do we know? Whether we're in some computer state and it is not possible to remember what happened. It's not going to work for me because I'm not like that. I have to know answers. Dude, I wouldn't care if it was just a random person on the street who was a bad person. Yeah, I wouldn't care. Because they would just be a bad person. Yeah. I don't care. But you're like that. See the news every day, bad people, bad things happen to bad people. But when bad things happen to good people, it's hard, because especially when I'm sitting there lost. You know, you're sitting there lost. Because you're really knows. There are probably little things that people should remember what happened to get rid of. And it's where he's tossed and this or that, it might have to do with it. But it makes sense. She's a good memory for.
Yeah.
And there's probably a good reason for why you don't. And, you know, you got lots of serious interest. And you've been through a lot of private stuff. But let's try to find out why. I absolutely believe that it's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. With crime. Because I wish I would have just lived, but he asked me just a kid. I don't know, face, I don't know about the face kid charges. But who else did he get? He didn't want me to leave, not even tell our, God, should have just did it. Isn't that a really good idea? No, but at least we've been saved, at least we've been on the East Coast saved, everybody saved. He wanted to go with me, he knew I was leaving, he wanted to go with me, he did. He said, it would make mommy and a mom, I could stay with you and stay with mommy and a mom. It was fine. His mommy, his nana, his poppy, he would never. The East Coast, yeah, to the East Coast. Is that with your mom? No, his mommy. What? No.
His family.
Yeah, his family lived there from here to.
Yeah, his mom. They were away.
Yeah, he knew I was leaving to go back home to the East Coast. And he was like, just take me with you. And I said, son, it cannot. It's kidnapping. Your dad would have me hand over kidnapping because even though I'm your primary caregiver, I can't just take you. And if I would have just did that, everybody would just be fine. So said, right? So what? How did you know? You gotta add that to mix. Add that added on to me. Trying to figure out. I was trying to leave, but yeah, I have to make sure that they were safe because if I didn't want to leave them safe. You don't realize that the kids, Lena and Gannon, if I would have left them, they would not have been taken care of. Yes, money's not everything. They would have had how they needed financially. They would not have anybody to take care of their academics. They would not have anybody to take care of their school stuff like, oh, it's dress up day at school. Oh, it's this. They wouldn't have had that. Without me, they had none of that. So they would have lost all those things. They would have just been thrown in babysitters. Who would have babysitted them? Did you ever post in line that maybe Gannon was there? No, absolutely not. This was my plan. I could not just take them to South Carolina and drop them off with my mother. She said, go ahead. And if I did that, they were in just as worse hands as the guard I've taken care of them. Right? So the plan had to be add more to my plate to figure out how am I going to get them safely to their mom so she could get custody back. But at the same time, she needs a house. And in order to get custody back, a woman can get custody back if I help her because I'm the one that reason we got custody was because of me. So I can help get custody back to her. How am I going to do this? Do it correctly. Make sure she has a home. But it's killing Gannon. Gannon doesn't need to die. What are you talking about? Gannon dying has nothing to do with that. I didn't come up with any idea of Gannon dying. My point is getting him safely to his mother. I would have been the plan. I could not get him that day. I told him Wednesday I would have worked out with her, but talking to her, getting her a home, I can't just go buy her a home. That's not simple. You see what I'm saying? She's a drug addict. Drug addicts don't listen. They repeat the same thought over and over and over. So I didn't lose the battle. Should have just took them with me, started the school cross country, and then just been like, oh, well, one of y'all need to figure it out how to become a better parent. That's what I should have did. Love that day. That's what I should have did.
Okay, we started at 147:17. Thanks, Mr. Toomey.
Absolutely.
That's right. So I'm going to ask you a few questions about this clip we just saw. And I want to kind of start where we left off, where she's talking about kidnapping and Gannon wanting to go to South Carolina. You remember that?
I found the entire thing incredibly confusing. She had to take care of Gannon and she had to protect. At that point, I was kind of, what in hell is going on here?
Okay, and Dr. Lewis, Mr. Tony is going to ask you some questions when I'm done. If we can just focus on my question, and then if there's other things you want to add, I'm sure Mr. Tony can ask you about that, okay? Is that
I
fair?
thought I was responding to it.
No, I want to talk about, well, is it that unusual that an 11-year-old boy wants to be with his mother? And you think that might have an impact on his stepmother, Miss Stauch, the fact that Gannon wanted to be with his real mom?
I don't think that this demonstrated that. It's critical to say. But there was something incredibly puzzling about who wanted to be with whom she loved, whom she was taking care of. I found it utterly confusing.
Do you think that might be a stressor that Miss Stauch talks about? The fact that an 11-year-old boy says, I want my mother, not you.
I don't think that this is what heard there.
Okay. Well,
I don't think we heard that. It's a possibility in another story, in another world.
well, let me just ask you, do you think that's a stressor? The fact that an 11-year-old boy tells his stepmother that I want to be with my mother, not you.
It may or may not, depending on a relationship, depending on depending on so many factors. It's just speculation.
And do you remember in the clip her saying that I couldn't leave them by themselves. I was the only one taking care of them, or words to that effect.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And you know that she had been searching on her phone about moving to Florida by herself, looking for one bed apartments and looking for another man, that kind of stuff. That was well before Gannon was killed, right?
I don't know.
Several times during the interview, you look to your right and appear to be talking to Mr. Cellini about this is evidence that she may not remember anything, things like that.
I was trying to figure out from what do you make of this? Is it possible she doesn't remember this? Trying to see if he understood better what was going on there.
Well, and Ms. Stauch could hear everything you're saying, right?
I beg your pardon.
Ms. Stauch could hear everything you're saying, just like we could.
Absolutely. It was.
And she had already been evaluated by the state hospital and found to be legally sane, right?
They had said that she was
And she already went through this process where she talked to two psychologists explaining what happened and things like that. And now she's talking to you after that. And you think it's okay to say she may not have memory recall of what happened in front of her?
Yes, it was kind of an open question to Mr. Talley. And also, really, it was open to her also. You remember what was going on. In my mind, it was incredibly wasn't clear that she was making complete sense.
And a couple times in this clip, you asked her what we refer to as a leading question. In other words, you said, do you think it's possible that you were in a peculiar state at the time of this? Remember asking those questions?
Yes.
I think it's dangerous to plant those types of words into a defendant's mind when you're doing a forensic interview.
Well, I think that if this has not come up previously and it has not been part part of the common knowledge that she did go into these kind of, it was sort of broken. What do you think was happening when we were thinking these things? They did not make sense. And what was making things so confusing?
Okay.
And was evidence, questions, other data that she did seem to go. After this was the rush. Knew already. It wasn't adding, oh, gee, you go into these states. We already knew from that this happened. I think is it possible? It's really possible this really did.
Well, but she's never heard it from a doctor who's doing an evaluation for her insanity, that the doctor thinks that she was in a peculiar state. That has an impact on someone, doesn't it?
I believe that I was reflecting what we already knew from previous discussions, and that I was not introducing a new idea, but that this was an established occurrence, and that possible that this or you are in the fun. I didn't know.
Okay. Your Honor, the next clip is about 7 minutes long. We can play that or whatever the court wants to do as far as lunch goes.
I assume you're going to have some follow-up.
Probably.
Clip. It's probably better to play the clip nearer in time to when the follow-up is as opposed to.
I would appreciate that.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch break. I have everyone back in the jury room at 1:20. We should be able to start on time at that point. And don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And with that, I'll rise for the jury, please.
All aboard. Sorry, I was getting hungry. The audio was horrible too. Even now in the courtroom, because she's not sitting at the chair, the normal chair. So it's like it seems like there's not a mic there close enough to her. But then the video of the interview.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So, Dr. Lewis, what can we do to make sure that you're here and ready to go at 1:20? What do you need?
Well, it's about
Right. Okay. Well, the reason I asked that question is because
Bolt her down.
you were supposed to be here yesterday at 9, weren't. We're supposed to be here yesterday at 1 o'clock, weren't. We're supposed to be here this morning at 9 o'clock and weren't. So we need to start. We need to have everybody, whatever it is that needs to be done in such a fashion so that we're here ready to start at 1:20. Is there anything that I can do to help make sure that that happens?
I will make an effort to.
Okay.
The attorneys, Your Honor, I did call last night at 4.
I understand that.
Take it.
Okay.
That was why there was a difficulty, because I thought maybe I didn't want to be late for you.
Right.
Make it in the afternoon or tomorrow, because I was quite ill.
Feeling better now? Are you feeling better now? Right now, good. Okay. All right. All right. Well, we will hope that that will continue. Do whatever it is that you need to do. Communicate with Mr. Tellini and Mr. Cook in whatever fashion that you need to communicate so that we will have everybody here in place ready to go at 1:20 because the jury's waiting. Everybody's waiting on that. In addition, counsel approach, please.
Judge is not playing. I like the judge multiple times, man, call people out. Even yesterday, he was like, you don't move furniture in my home because I guess apparently the defense started moving some stuff around, some computers, some shit. And he was like, don't do that. I was like, damn. Also, Tawana sent me the story my mother was talking about And my mother was right. Mama's love about some YouTuber. When I come back, because I'm going to read the super chats, then I'm going to step away for about 30 minutes. And then I'll be back before the lunch comes back. And we'll just hang out. We'll talk about a couple things. I might just play this thing in the background, this shooting thing. I don't know how long it's going to go on for.
It'll be in recess until 1:20 then.
I don't want to play. I'm afraid to play Facebook stuff because Facebook has like this auto replay thing, an auto next or whatever. And a couple of times, you guys remember the people that watch me all the time, we'll finish watching a video and some weirdo shit pops up right after. So I don't want something to pop up when I'm gone, music, and something starts playing or inappropriate shit. So I think we'll just leave YouTube in a small window. It's really unfortunate that the audio sucks. Let's see if I can get this somewhere here. That the audio sucks for the video, and that now the witness is sitting off in the corner somewhere. People in the chat are saying that captions seems to help. So if you want to turn on captions, I was looking at the captions and it kind of like, I don't know, I guess not really, but there is captions enabled. So if you want to try turning on captions and deciphering between the captions and what you're hearing, but that doctor, at least what I could make out, and then at least what this guy's paraphrasing at the end of it, I wish we could hear it all. I hope that at the end of the trial, they'll drop the actual videos and stuff in its entirety. But, she, to me, is like leading Letecia. You know, like kind of giving her little alley-oops and stuff. It's odd. And then it's weird that the defense is sitting there too, which is something that Dorothy says she likes to do. With the other doctors, they didn't have the attorneys representing the defendant being in there too, like talking back and forth and, oh yeah, this and oh yeah, that. Dorothy claims that she did that because like she likes to have more background information or whatever. It is odd though, because of course those lawyers are going to have their best interests, which is Letecia's interest, in hand. So to try to do like an unbiased type of thing. But let me try to get these super chats real quick. And again, please hit the like button. I appreciate you guys joining me today. Gorgeous stack of pancakes. Thank you for the super chat earlier. It says maybe the defense hopes Dr. Lewis will bore the prosecution into dropping the charges. Lynn Test, thank you for the membership. Halfway to 100. I like that. Thanks for the 10. You rock, doing an excellent job keeping up this Mina girl. I don't even know how to say that. Thanks. A Mackie, thank you for the membership. GK CeeLo, thanks for the memberships. J Nay, thank you for the super chat. Buying the doctor some veggies to fill her word salad with sustenance. Ms. Cat 68. Video, please, to see Tisha speak Russian. We still haven't gotten there yet. I can't wait, and I hope we can hear it. At least Tisha's audio sounds kind of clear, but then when she's talking, there's like an echo or something too. I don't know what the hell's going on. Badass Baker, thanks for the super chat. T's face saying, poop, I'm going to have to testify now. Or shit, I'm going to have to testify now. Yeah, she has to. She doesn't, but I really think she has to. Yeah, no choice. Pamela Hodges, thanks for the super chat. Oh my God, this lady is a quack. She's taking me off justice for Gannon. Hey, you guys. Thanks for the super chat. Says this lady is forcing herself into a full-time retirement. Boot her off the stand since she doesn't know anything except Letecia is so smart and psychotic, right? Except when it benefits the prosecution, or doesn't benefit Letecia. Then Letecia's dumb all of a sudden. KCK, thanks for the super chat. Did B just victim blame? What the F? Yep. Shirley Harris. Has anyone checked the mental status of Dr. Lewis? Shirley NC, someone get Dr. Lewis a physical eval stat. I don't want to be Lewis right now, says Lewis up just. Chorus and Michelle, thank you for the super membership. Bonnie Hanner, all due respect, she's a cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Even the defendant knows it. Always love to melt. Thank you. Capital K Productions, thanks for the super chat. Hope you're doing well. Imagine how many other cases this lady effed up. We got to talk about that at some point, maybe towards the end of the stream. We're also going to check it with Amy later. Shelly NC, Gannon gonna kick Dr. L's butt if she goes to heaven. Jane, and she's like, if she goes to heaven, Lord. Jane Nay, thanks for the super chat. Ask Amy who that man is to the right on the screen behind LS. Don't need a name, just curious if he's fam or a reporter. Aaron Kettridge, thanks for the super chat. Somebody is resting on her laurels. Farrell Drake, the attorneys only provide her what would make Letecia look insane and omitted the rest. Seems like that. Yeah, thank you for the super chat. Bethany Joe Chamberlain. old lady risked it all with this one. Sheesh. Jennifer Fox, I wonder if she will come back after break on time. Yeah, we'll see now. I mean, the judge has really been calling her out. She don't seem to care, though. Ray Westman, thanks for the 2-month membership. Thank you for resubscribing. I'm embarrassed for this doctor. I'm cringing just listening. Wonder if T will take the stand now. She got to. Cornet's mom, thanks for the super. She's late. Her phone rings on the stand. Food poisoning prosecution. Awesome. That's true. I forgot about that, too. It just slipped my mind already. Her phone was going off. Jen's in the food poisoning from this morning. Yeah. Get some water. 1 second. Sorry. Okay. I think my mic is too open too, so it's picking up like a lot of extra sound. Jen's Inverted Earth, 3-month membership. Thank you, Mel. Need your Venmo. Shit. I don't even think I know my Venmo. I have a Venmo, but it can Mel Venmo. Let me see. I don't know. Can I Google search that shit? I have one. There might be a link for something. Let's see. Amazing. Maybe the mods can get out if I have it somewhere. Brandy has a 4-month membership. Thanks for resubscribing. Some same ladies whose son showed up to the court. Hi. Allegedly. We don't know for sure, but it's possible. Madeline Stevens, thank you for the super chat. Crime Solver. It's really quite peculiar. Looking up, thank you for the membership. Mega Million 1990, 4-month membership. She literally Googled everything. It's premeditated. I agree. Ashante Milburn, thank you. Hey, you guys. Thanks for the super chat. Yesterday, she said she never talked to LS family. Today, all of a sudden, she finds a note claiming the family told her LS used to ask to be called Maria Sanchez. Yeah, that was a big one. Red Texan, thank you for the super chat. Wondering if Letecia read her book prior to the incident, adapted Maria from Marie. Yep, that was mentioned yesterday. It's a good observation. Madeline Stevens, thank you for the super chat. Don't feel bad for Lewis. This woman is defending a child murder. But has made it clear that she doesn't know very significant info about the case. Rachel, thanks for the super chat. Did you see that AM admitted that Gloria was not knocked down by the stairs by the dogs? I heard it was an insurance fraud thing, of course. I got to read into it. I just saw like a piece of something somewhere and that he said that, but I don't know what else there is to it. Definitely got to check that out. Thank you. Pat Yu, thanks for the super chat. Says, hi, Mel from Peru. Oh, our gross tamales. Oh, no, you remember. No. I legit feel so bad for Dorothy. Her reputation is going down the drain right now, and all for Maria. I saw, Flossie sent me the other day that under the attorneys, Will Cook, he's getting like a whole bunch of bad reviews on his stuff, which I don't ever advocate to do, like start dropping whatever, bombarding, but it's happening though. Suzanne, thank you for the membership. Kim Taylor, thank you for the membership. Blue, thanks for the super. Thank to all you mods, truly appreciate you. The mods are amazing. Shanti Milburn, your mom was right about the TikToker being charged. When I come back from the break, we're gonna talk about that. Mama got the last laugh, kind of. Wendy Zombie, thank you for the membership. Bama asking 25. I'm supposed to believe that she read over hundreds of pages of reports last night while she was sick with food poisoning. I think not. She all about the money. Kiana Tucker, thank you for the super chat. How dare she say Letecia loved Gannon? I know. Blue-eyed Candy. And the whole thing with that all of a sudden she kept saying she loved them, she loved them, she loved them when they came back from that break. Now she's like, oh, allegedly. And it was amazing how the attorney took that and used it against her. I like how he just brought up that allegedly and turned it back around. That was really good. Blue-eyed Candy, thank you for the super. Dorothy of Oz only identifies with serial killers who have no familial connection with their victims. Her taking the time to do a full case assessment screams it. M. Renee, love spending my days with you, listening and laughing. I think my husband is getting jealous. LOL. Thanks. Thank you, Renee. I appreciate you hanging out with me. Lisa, cancel. She must have been stuck to the toilet with her food poisoning, reading back to the notes. It's true. She could be. She could be. Naturally beautiful. Thank you for the membership. Dr. Edward Moskowitz, thank you for the super chat. I gave her the benefit of the doubt. This doctor has cognitive dissonance and is lying. Oh, this is reprehensible. Dr. Edward Moskowitz, MD, ABU, FA, SU, AAGU. Damn. Oh, Danielle, thank you so much for that super chat too. The 50, so nice. I'm behind watching. Court just took a break. This woman, in my opinion, needs to be given a mental exam. She's pretty much saying everyone's lying, but the heifer sitting there at the defense table. Love your channel. Thank you. Love Pink, thank you for the membership. Madeline Stevens, thanks for the super chat. I hope the prosecution brings up Lewis diagnosing Ted Bundy with DID. I think that might go far with the jury because she misdiagnosed him, right? I think. Leslie P, thank you for the super, for the 20. Thank you. Madeline, thank you for the 10. Addie in killing Gannon. Why clean the blood and hide? Yep. She replied, maybe she thought it was her, showing that she knew that his murder would cause Ellie to know she did it. Definition of legal insanity. Attorney did not grab it though. Oh. I wonder if they go back and rewatch things and on breaks and stuff like that, probably, right? To see if they can catch things and bring it up. Crime Solver, thank you for the super. Lord, I love this man. Lord. Casey, thank you for the 8-month membership. Thank you for resubscribing. Dorothy's son canceled. I'm going to clip that later today. Hood Mary Popkins. Hood Marie Popkins. I like that. Hood Mary Popkins. Oh, the Hood Mary Popkins. We need like an image for that. Hood Mary Popkins. Mama the Boss, thank you both for the memberships. Jane, thanks for the super. Bar them. Hell, now find them. Even my 9-year-old knows you can't smoke inside anywhere, let alone even right at the doorway. Ridiculous. Brittany CH, it's a leap. Crime Solver, thank you for the super chat. I gotta go. Maybe Doc should do clock drawing exercise so she can get her ass here on time. Oh, that's a good one. Maybe Doc should do the clock drawing exercise so she can get her ass there on time. I love that. Maybe we should get a clock. We should get a clock and a picture of her. Shelly NC, thank you for the super. The devil's alive. Charleston Amy, thank you for the membership. Alana R, thanks for the super. This doctor is an embarrassment to the entire field of psychology. With all the I can't recall, I can't say. What does she remember? Nothing. Eva Kobai, thank you for the super chat. Do your taxes. I know. I'm going to have to stay up tonight and wake up super early tomorrow. Sunny D, thank you for the super. You're the best, Mel. Number 1. Thank you. Just Me Nicole. He should say crazy, not insane. That would be funny. Yeah. Pam, Dr. Lewis, how do you tell the difference between illogical and manipulative? Manipulative. Gotta roll it. This lady will believe anything. I think she will. She seems like so susceptible. I don't know. It's weird. Rebel Eric, thank you for the super. Even though I don't agree with the doctor, but I understand what she's trying to say. Basically, all her actions don't make sense. Oh, Lady Antiques Treasures, thank you for the super. If we didn't have so much heist and gamble in the chat speed would be so much better. I thought about that today. I'll talk with Maz more. I don't know. We'll do a poll. People seem to love it, but I know that does jump the speed like crazy. It puts so much unnecessary stuff in the chat and you can't follow what people are talking about. Okay. Kim, thank you for the super. I don't know how much they paid Lewis, but if I were the defense team, I'd be looking for a refund. Oh, Diggs, 5.5K in chat. Smash the like button. Thank you, Diggs, for the super. Yeah, if you guys can hit the like, I'd appreciate that. I will be back. Are they done with this thing, the coverage?
Though it does suggest this may be the end, might be the 10th.
Yeah, I think they might be done. They might be done. Does the Federal Reserve Bank raise interest?
Now, and getting the Fed funds rate now above 5%. So
that different things and confirm them before we bring them to you. Right now, all I can tell you is that police are out here. Everyone seems to be in a safe spot. Most people are not allowed back in, and anyone who is in is not allowed to get out of many of these places. So we will just continue to stay out here and bring you the latest. I mean, right now we're looking at a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This is the time that many schools would be lining up their carpools. Parents getting ready to pick up their children, and they're in a holding pattern as well.
So true, Tracy, as Atlanta Public Schools announced a lockdown at the schools in the closest vicinity. It's interesting that APS has not given us a specific list of those schools, but parents, you know who you are if you've been getting the texts and the alerts, so they will share more information. In these situations, we know people want to be close to not only kids, but friends and loved ones, whomever, but it's just safest to stay where you are at this point and wait for more information. It's interesting. It seems like police may be in kind of a holding pattern, waiting for information. on the street, some kind of moving building to building, but we haven't heard a lot about, actively searching buildings or going floor to floor. That may be happening. We have not heard confirmed reports about that. We do know a drone went up. Cody Alcorn saw that happening around the area of 15th Street. They're looking for any clue as to where this person might be, and hopefully getting some tips from people in the area who may have seen where he went when he left that first location, and where those surveillance images were captured that kind of show us those best looks of the man that they are looking for.
Yeah, right now, I just got an email too from the Midtown Alliance. They say they are closing down everything from a 3 to 4 block radius around that medical building, the place where this incident initially occurred. And you can imagine that they are going through a lot of these floors trying to secure the scene as well. We have Liza Lucas in the studio with us right now. Liza, what do you have for us?
There's so much information coming in, and it's really important to know what's been confirmed, where things stand, and I know you're here to verify.
Yeah, we've been working behind the team just to kind of lay out all the basics of what we know. We're going to kind of walk you through. So this is a bit of a recap, but again, we are trying to avoid any misinformation, especially with so much circulating online right now. So we want to give you a look first at what we know. Obviously, we are working to confirm and have confirmed that there are multiple victims, those 4 people injured, taken to area hospitals, and then 1 person unfortunately has died. We've talked a lot about the search for a suspect. That suspect, again, at large. Atlanta police having those photos that they've tweeted out, telling everyone to be on the lookout, and also the nearby buildings on lockdown. Now, I did just speak with my contact over at Georgia Tech. She says campus over there is not on lockdown, but this is just right over 75 where everything took place. And she said students are expected to be on high alert. I actually just got an alert from my daycare, which is on that side of town too. They're on lockdown, asking parents not to come by and pick up. So again, this is an evolving situation for all of us. Now we want to turn to what we are working to find out. You've seen our crews out in the field. We're working to get answers to these questions that we have, we know you have, we know police have, and that includes more information on the suspect's identity. We know the picture is out there. We have shared it. It's spread on social media, and police asking anyone with any information to come forward. Obviously, we're going to be working to confirm and bring you every new detail we can in regards to that. Also, more specifics on where the shooting took place. Obviously, we know at this point that there is a relationship to Northside Hospital. Northside tweeting out in the last 10 minutes that they are cooperating with law enforcement following the shooting at the Midtown Atlanta location earlier this afternoon. They're urging people in the area to shelter in place, follow instructions from law enforcement on scene, and they follow. This tragedy is affecting all of us, and we ask for patience and prayers at this time. So obviously, we are thinking of those that are directly impacted, but we are still working to get some specifics on. I know we were talking about the inside of the building versus the outside of the building, and crews on the scene. We're also talking about team members from Northside they were seeing exiting. The final question that we're also working on most directly right now is whether there's any potential relationship to the victims so far to the shooter. So those are kind of our primary ones that we're focusing on at the moment. Of course, anything that we get in, we'll continue to bring to you, and we're monitoring all of our various outlets, going through all of our sources too, as our crews on the ground.
Yeah, you think about what police are facing too. We have this onslaught of information coming in. It's very important that we take the time to confirm it, to make sure that only true statements are getting out there. And police are having to take in a barrage of information, tips, sightings, things that might give them some insight and sort through what's credible, what's not, and what might actually lead them to the capture of this person they say has killed 1 person and injured 4 others.
Yeah, and you can just imagine thousands of people still on lockdown right now. I mentioned earlier, every single one of those people has someone who loves them, who is very worried right now and holding with bated breath. I mean, Liza, you said your own daycare. I mean, your child's in daycare right now, and they said not to pick up. I can't imagine how scary that must be for you. Tracy Amick Pierce said the same thing. Our reporter Brittany Klein-Peter also instructed not to pick up her child. I mean, it's just so heartbreaking. I hope you're hanging in there okay. Thank you for verifying these facts for us. I know you're going to continue to do that, and we're sending love to you and everyone else who is obviously so scared right now. Thank you, Liza, for verifying the information for us.
So many people can relate to what you're feeling right now. When State Senator Josh McLaurin was saying, so many lives impacted, either put on hold or put in some state of trauma by what's unfolded here in the last, we're almost on an hour and a half now since those initial shots reported at 12:47. That's when the first alert came out from Atlanta police, and the search has been intense and all-consuming in the hour and a half since that time. Important to note that while police continue to say that the man they're looking for is armed and dangerous, they don't know what he's fully capable of. They do know that one person has been killed, 4 have been injured, and that this is probably someone who, as the moments go by, feels more and more desperate. Shots have not been fired since that initial shooting at 12:47. No additional shots that police have said have been fired since that time. So really, in some ways, a holding pattern as police are lining many city blocks in Midtown right now, trying to find really a needle in the haystack.
And certainly we're seeing more of what appears to be civilians walking down the street, whereas before it was exclusively police, sheriffs, highway patrol, fire department, those armored trucks. Now we're seeing some more people walk around. Our crews on the scene saying that some of these buildings, including Northside Hospital, have been cleared and they are evacuating people. But of course, others like State Senator Josh McLaurin, who we spoke to on the phone, still in businesses in the middle of Midtown under lockdown right now. I think we have Tracy Amick Pure on the ground, Karis Belger, I should say, who is on the ground, one of those reporters who is keeping eyes on the scene live for us. Karis, what are you seeing? Has there been a shift in the police response? Have you seen them go into any of these buildings and clear them out with more evacuations?
I have not seen any more officers go in, but I have seen people, including hospital workers, come out. I'm on 13th Street right now. I'll give you a look at what we're seeing right now. So we are right by Northside Medical. We're actually by the urgent care entrance and the shipping and receiving entrance. It wasn't too long ago we saw another group of people walking past the street as police were telling them to leave the building. Right now, officers are still turning around cars because, as you can imagine, a lot of confusion as people are trying to make their way through these streets as officers are blocking them off. Some people are going into parking garages that are open. Others are just waiting. But on this street we've been on in particular, there have been quite a few cars that have been turned around. I did mention I spoke with a hospital worker earlier. All he knows is that he was asked to leave and he was not able to take any of his things with him. So he's kind of in a holding pattern, and he says so many of his co-workers are as well. There was an officer who came over to speak to me not too long ago. He said for the most part, police are really trying to concentrate their efforts farther down from where we are, but he still is saying that people need to be aware that this area where we are is still being blocked off. Again, have not seen any more officers go into any of the surrounding buildings, but with the Northside Medical Center in particular, there have been people coming out. But let me give you a sense of what's around me. There's a high-rise apartment building. There's a multi-story Whole Foods. There are restaurants in the area. There was a farm burger nearby, and all of those people were just waiting, looking out the windows, trying to get information. I did see people on their phones because they're just trying to get a sense of what they can do and what's expected of them. A lot of them asking us for information as we're trying to get all of the details, because this is still a rapidly moving situation as officers continue to look for this suspect.
Karis, thanks a lot. You know, as we are looking at images that are popping up on social media, pictures that are being shared, you get the sense, how many people are immediately in this area. It also translates to eyes on the ground, right? We're seeing people post images of someone they might see on a rooftop or on a sidewalk that might match the image of the man that police shared with us. And you have to know that police are sorting through all of those images as well. And it's important to note that nothing's been confirmed, but you see that everyone in some ways trying to be helpful, because it does take eyes spread out through a geographical area this large with so many buildings and stories and places to hide to get a sense of where this person might be. So we're seeing those images. We know police are too. We're going to be careful to only share the ones that are confirmed and that are helpful. I do want to mention, we just learned a moment ago that at 2:20 there will be a press conference from Grady Hospital. That's where 4 of the injured are being treated. Of course, Grady Hospital, a level 1 trauma center, so they are equipped to handle the most severely injured and most impactful situations. Chief Medical Officer Dr. Robert Jansen will be the one giving that press conference. We anticipate perhaps an update on the condition of the 4 injured, and we will certainly take you there when that starts at 2:20. You're seeing some of our team members scattered throughout Midtown right now, talking to police, talking to witnesses, as this continues to be a developing story in Midtown, now going on more than an hour and a half.
Yeah, really overwhelming response by so many different agencies. Our reporters on the ground reporting that they saw, sheriff's deputies, MARTA police, SWAT, Highway Patrol, the fire department. I mean, every agency rushing to the scene to get every street within a 3 to 4 block radius, according to the Midtown Alliance, shut down around this area. Presumably police and investigators going into these buildings to try to clear them out, because we are seeing and hearing from our reporters on the ground that building by building, people are starting to be escorted out and evacuated, but certainly still so many under a shelter in place right now, being instructed to stay away from windows and wait for police to tell them what to do next.
11 Live's Doug Richards is on the ground in Midtown. You know, Doug, it feels like a little bit of a hurry up and wait. We saw the incredible police presence descending on Midtown, and it was kind of a frantic response as need be in this situation. And since then, maybe more calculated as they're kind of waiting to figure out which buildings to go in. Is that what you're sensing at your location?
Well, I mean, what we're seeing is that they're acknowledging the fact that this is a busy part of town, that by holding all these folks back, they've inconvenienced a lot of people, while at the same time they're trying to conduct this search for the gunman. And so what we see now is some evidence of streets opening up. We see some pedestrian activity. We've also seen the perimeter of the police presence in front of the medical building where the shootings took place expand a little bit. We've seen fire trucks and other emergency medical personnel move about 1 block further north on West Peachtree Street from where they were a half hour ago. Doesn't necessarily indicate that they're shifting anything except geography and taking into account sort of the realities of what's going on here. Not only the people stuck in the buildings, there are folks still working on a construction site that's actually technically inside the perimeter of the zone that police have cordoned off. And I think they're recognizing, it looks like they are recognizing that what they're trying to do is allow people to be more convenienced than they have been over the last hour, while at the same time trying to keep the interior part of the perimeter buttoned down so that they can continue this manhunt for this gun person, or gunman rather, in a way that makes sense for the thousands and thousands and thousands of people that are affected by this. So what we don't have is any evidence of any kind of advancement in their investigation. That's not to say that they don't have that going on. We're just not seeing it from this vantage point about a block away from where all the police have been for the last hour plus. We're here at 15th Street and West Peachtree Street. There is no traffic coming from that direction. There is some traffic going northbound in this direction. That was not the case a few minutes ago. Police are starting to loosen up a little bit just in terms of inconveniencing people, while at the same time they try to solve this thing and try to capture whoever it was that fired these shots and hurt these folks. Back to you.
Doug, you bring up an important point. It is a tricky balance and perhaps gets trickier as time goes on. How long can you keep people isolated where they are as the search continues, as the hours go on? And they're going to have to navigate that as at some point, they're starting to let more people out, and being cognizant of the fact that that's something they're going to have to deal with, even though they have not found the person person they're looking for. Just a reminder, we are on standby, a crew at Grady Hospital right now. We expect the chief medical officer to walk up to a microphone at any moment for an update on the 4 injured people that were taken to Grady. The moment that happens, we'll get you there live for that update.
You know, and as Doug mentioned too, the impact of this spans well beyond these few streets that are shut down right now. We know Atlanta Public Schools has announced that several of their schools are on lockdown. You imagine the school buses that take routes through this area are going to have to reroute or cancel, and parents will have to make alternate plans. I just got an email from my church, the Basilica, the Catholic Church in Midtown. They said they are shutting down everything for the day. They're in lockdown as well. You know, you're seeing video of some of these, what appears to be Northside Hospital employees being evacuated. That is the only business so far we've heard from our crews on the ground that have been evacuated. We've been speaking to people who are currently still under lockdown in a lot of these buildings, and the latest update from police is that they are still actively searching for that gunman, pushing out those surveillance images of that person, hoping that if anyone sees that person, that they will call 911 and bring that person into custody. But again, no shots fired since that initial incident, according to police. And I mean, a needle in the haystack, like you said, Cheryl, earlier, is so right. I mean, these buildings have, you know, dozens of floors on each. You imagine it's so difficult for them to go in and clear each one, especially when you're dealing with thousands of very afraid people who are sheltered in place.
And rooftops, you know, there are rooftops on each of them. And I understand, you know, Atlanta police put up a drone, and you can only connect the dots that would be why. And certainly helicopters flying overhead, including 11 Alive Sky Tractor. And we would certainly communicate for any information that might be helpful as our team is in the sky as well. And this area right here, that Northside Hospital Midtown location, that central starting point there, and Northside, just to reiterate, has shared a public statement talking about their cooperation with investigators, talking about the impact to the people there and how they are going to be supporting anyone that needs that in any way possible. A terribly painful day on a lot of levels. 1 person dead, 4 injured. Again, we are on standby for an update from Grady Hospital on the conditions. I'd love to show the picture again, the surveillance pictures of the person they're looking for. I think this is so key, as it's going to take everybody coming together to share these pictures. Perhaps that one person that sees a sweatshirt or sees that face that looks familiar, that could be the thing that is unlocking this mystery and finding this person for investigators. This is the clearest image we have, the one image without his mask over his face. This is the person police are looking for in this shooting in Midtown Atlanta today, coming in and out of that building with that bag in front of him and leaving. They say this man is hiding somewhere in Midtown, they believe, and is absolutely armed and dangerous.
And we did just confirm the 2 schools that are currently on lockdown, or at least 2 that we know of, Midtown High School and Washington High School, both on lockdown right now. The Woodruff Arts Center also just tweeting out that they are on lockdown at the moment. We've just confirmed several churches in the area on lockdown, canceling events for the rest of the day. So again, 2 confirmed schools on lockdown. That's Midtown and Washington High Schools. And we talk about that surveillance image. How quickly did that come out? That was the fastest I've ever seen a suspect photo be released. And we know Atlanta police, we've reported on this for months, if not years, that they have been really pushing to partner with a lot of these local businesses to access those cameras.
We're going to take you now to Grady Hospital with the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Robert Jansen, for an update.
So I think everybody's aware that we had a mass shooting down the street. 4 injured people were brought here. No other injuries occurred that we know of, and nobody was taken to any other facility. The 4 that were brought here, 3 are critical. 1 is still in the emergency department. The others are upstairs being treated. 2 in the operating room and 1 in what's called interventional radiology.
Are you able to describe, I know there are HIPAA laws, are you able to describe with shot?
No, I can't give out that information, I'm sorry.
How is Grady prepared to handle a mass shooting situation?
So we called mass casualty event. Within minutes, we had multiple trauma surgeons, multiple staff in the trauma bay itself. We cleared out any patients who were currently in the Marcus Trauma Center, and we were fully prepared. We were anticipating up to 12 patients. Fortunately, we only received 4, but we were completely prepared for it. We had all the staff that we needed. We had all the ancillary staff that we needed. We had chaplains there. We had security there. Everyone that was needed was in the place.
And are you guys prepared just in case there are more?
Yes. Yes. We have stopped our mass casualty call now, but we are prepared.
And I understand at this point, no visitors are being allowed into the building. Is that correct?
We initially stopped visitors because we weren't sure what the shooter is. We are confident now that we can let visitors back in. We never locked the hospital down. We just wanted to stop visitors just in case there was anything going on.
Can you tell me what the mass casualty protocol is? What does that mean?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
The protocol you said that
Yeah.
you guys.
So when we activate our mass casualty event, that immediately starts our command center. We bring all the surgeons, all the nurses, all the ancillary staff to the trauma center itself. It goes out over both remotely through phones as well as announced over the loudspeaker. And then we start clearing out operating rooms and we start clearing out the emergency department in case we need additional space.
I know you can't give us a lot of information that can identify, but can you tell us if these are adults, children, any age ranges?
They're all adults.
Any genders, anything along those lines?
No, I don't have that.
Have their families been notified? Are they here?
We know that a couple of families are here, but I don't know about the other ones.
You said originally you were preparing for 12. Did
Yes.
the original call come in that there might be 12?
That's what we heard initially, but I think in any of these situations, there's a lot of confusion, as you know.
All right. Thank guys. Thank you. We'll keep you guys updated. Chief Medical Officer Robert Jansen giving us an update. A few things really stand out. One, that they were anticipating 12 patients. So you know the initial call coming in was one that was incredibly urgent. This is still a mass casualty event. When he said we called a mass casualty event, that's because a level 1 trauma center like Grady and the Marcus Trauma Center, they train and prepare in the event that this happens. They hope it doesn't. They want to be ready in the event that it does, and today it did. So they make the call that that mass casualty event is happening. That's when they bring in the trauma surgeons he was describing and clear everyone to the side that isn't an immediate priority. He did give us some insight into the conditions of the injured that I think is really critical, even though he can't tell us specifics. The fact that we have 3 people in critical condition at this moment, 2 in the operating room, 1 in what he said was interventional radiology, another person that's still in the emergency room, speaks to the nature of their injuries. They are in critical and they are getting help as we speak, and hopefully we'll know more on their conditions as time passes.
You know, it is pretty incredible that at the drop of a hat, the hospital could be ready with the staffing and the response to treat up to 12, active shooting victims. He was saying it was 4 that they have, 3 in critical, as you mentioned, and asking questions there. He can't release a lot of information because of medical privacy and HIPAA laws, so we might not know for a while exactly what those injuries looked like, the extent of them, but we do know 1 person was found dead on scene. The 4 other rushed to the hospital being treated as we speak.
11 Live reporter Bobeth Yates is at Grady Hospital with that press conference that just happened. Bobeth, there's so much that I'm thinking of in terms of the information just coming in from Dr. Robert Jansen, but overriding all of that, I'm thinking about these
family members of the 4 injured who no doubt have arrived at the hospital or are en route and had to get that call today that somebody they love was part of this mass shooting in Midtown Atlanta in the middle of a Wednesday afternoon.
We were suspending visitation.
That's exactly right. Dr. Jensen actually said that he is aware that some of those family members are inside. Now, he couldn't give us much details, but again, 3 people are here in critical condition, and they're saying some of those family members are here, and they have been able to get some updates. Now, he would not provide exactly what the incidents were, but he did tell us that all of those people are actually adults and that they are in critical condition right now. Now, they say they were prepared to take as much as 12 people, and they are happy, of course, that that was not the case, and they have adjusted their protocols at current. So the one moment where the hospital was not allowing visitors and they had to put their protocols in place for an active shooter, and they have since suspended that. Visitors are being allowed back, so those family members are inside. And again, they're not giving us much details about those victims, but they say they are in critical condition and they are working, of course, to save their lives. You know, we will be out here trying to get as much more details as possible and bring you updates as we get it. Sending it back to you guys in the studio.
Beth, I'm glad that you were able to clarify that some of the family members have been able to arrive there at the hospital, that they are at least close to their loved ones. We did hear that 2 of them are in the operating room, not right now, so they may not have been able to see them maybe person to person just yet, but at least are close to them. And we're certainly thinking of family members, loved ones, friends, anyone connected directly to the people who are there at Grady Hospital injured, and also to the one person who lost their lives in this shooting today in Midtown Atlanta.
Yeah, we have multiple reporters, placed all around the perimeter of this scene. They've been reporting to us that Northside Hospital, where it appears this situation originated, that has been evacuated, but several other businesses still under a shelter in place. We've spoken to people inside of those businesses who tell us that they are still being instructed to stay there and wait for police instruction, and the suspect still at large right now. Tracy Amick-Peer, one of our reporters who is on the scene there. Tracy, how have things, if at all, changed over the last, hour or so that you've been there?
Well, of course, since we've been here, we've seen a lot of different people trying to get in and others trying to get out. One was a gentleman dressed in scrubs and a medical coat, obviously coming from the hospital. We spoke with him, and actually, he's a surgeon who was on the 12th floor, 1 floor up, when the shooting happened. He said that as he was going into surgery, he could actually hear some commotion going on, but of course, they were about to have surgery, so they kept going. After the surgery, he found out what had happened. They were all in their different rooms and in their offices. Police actually came in. He had to put his hands up while they checked person by person to make sure the suspect was not on his floor, was not in his office or in any of the rooms there. He said that he had been staying there just under the advisement of police, trying to stay safe in there until they finally let him go. That was just a few minutes ago. His car is actually locked in the garage, so his wife is going to have to drive down here and pick him up. He was kind enough to speak with us. I mean, he said that it was a pretty scary situation, but he did the job he had to do, hearing something, not knowing exactly what it was. And then after the fact, when he heard what had happened, of course, very upset, very disappointed, and now hopefully getting home safe to be with his family. So every person in here has a different story of what they're experiencing, what they're seeing, what they're hearing, what they're feeling right now. Of course, we're here trying to grab those stories to bring them to you, and of course, let you know whatever information you need to know to stay safe and keep your family safe. Of course, right now is the time, 2:34, it's when a lot of kids are getting out of school. Some schools are on lockdown. Of course, everyone is being affected by this shooting in Midtown in a different way. So hopefully we can bring as many of those stories to you as possible and bring you correct information as we vet it out and make sure it's confirmed and get it on air.
Tracy, I know you're speaking from personal experience. Your kid's involved in this lockdown right now. So thinking about you and all the other parents out there. Significant update to share with you right now. Police have just released the name of the person you see here in the image, the person they say is responsible for the death of 1 and 4 being injured. Dion Patterson is his name. They say they're looking for him now. He was born October of 1998, so he is 24 years old.
Yeah, and police also tweeting with that update, do not approach this person. He is armed and dangerous and still on the run right now. So police really giving us a lot of these updates via social media. You can imagine they kind of have their hands full right now.
Another significant update for you. An NBC reporter, of course, an affiliate with us, says the suspect's mother was at a medical facility for an appointment this morning. This is according to an NBC reporter. We have not independently confirmed this detail yet, but again, NBC reporting that the suspect's mother, the suspect we've just shared the name, Dion Patterson, 24 years old, his mother allegedly at the medical facility for an appointment this morning. Of course, that facility being Northside Hospital's Midtown location.
And according to police, that's where the only shots have been fired at this point, even though our assumption is that Dion is no longer in that building because police seem to have cleared it and evacuated it, according to our reporters there on the scene, and Dion is still on the run. We do know from police that no additional shots have been fired outside of that initial incident location. So now the big question, of course, is where is this person? Is he still within the vicinity of that 4-block radius that is currently closed off in Midtown?
You know, for people who are in the middle of this, an hour and 50 minutes feels like an eternity. But you think about the information that police have been able to verify in a short amount of time, including the pictures that came out within 15 minutes or so from the shooting, and now they've been able to name the person they're looking for. That is such a significant piece because now they can appeal to anyone who knows Dion Patterson, who might be able to get in contact with him. Maybe they can negotiate with him, who might know where he might be hiding. Every little piece of information can get them one step closer to finding him, and then one step closer to clearing all the people who have been caught in the middle of this traumatic event.
Yeah, and you know what? My guess for what's coming next is a license plate number. I'd be
Yes.
willing to bet, because once you have the name, you can find out a lot more information. Let's check in now with our reporter, Kiers Belcher, who is live on the scene right now. Kiers, what are you seeing behind you? Are you seeing still a lot of urgency? Any evacuations additionally since the last time we checked in with you?
I've actually, within the last few minutes, seen more people working in the nearby medical center coming out. I just saw a group of people wearing scrubs walk across the street being escorted by police. Additionally, I also saw investigators and detectives going inside of the building as well. And in fact, Atlanta police were coming out of the receiving bay nearby where I'm standing on 13th Street, looking around some of the parts of the building and the cars in the parking garage as they continue to investigate what exactly is going on. I'll step out a little bit just so you can see a little of what we are taking a look at. You can see all the way up where that intersection is by that parking structure. There are plenty of cars. I have seen Atlanta police. I've seen Georgia State Patrol. I have seen MARTA police cars drive through here just within the last half hour. So a lot of different agencies still responding to what is happening here. Police have been trying to maneuver things because, as I mentioned, there have been more hospital workers in the last few minutes who have been leaving the Northside Medical Center nearby where we are right now. Now, I should mention that there are still some buildings where people are being asked to stay inside. Just nearby me, there are multiple apartment high-rises. There is a multi-floor Whole Foods. There is also a Farm Burger and other restaurants where those people are still stuck inside. They have been at least since I've arrived on scene, and they're just trying to get as much information as possible. A lot of them looking at their phones, trying to see what details come up. And some alerts, speaking of phones, have come up on our cellular devices, as well as police continue to alert people in the area of what is going on, that there is still an active situation and people need to be careful and stay as safe as possible. We are hoping to get a few more details from officers. There's been one who's walked down this street towards me a few times. He did say that he does anticipate an update will be coming, but mostly he's telling us that we need to be as far away from the police tape as possible so that the police can continue to bring in the SWAT cars, the extra teams, the other responders who are coming in to handle this situation, because as I mentioned, it is quickly evolving and moving minute by minute.
Yeah, Karis, as you said, Northside Hospital appears to be evacuated right now, but a lot of these other businesses still on lockdown. In fact, we just got an update from Atlanta Public Schools.
Yeah, they've just sent this out. Let's read this together. Basically, APS community, it says, until we receive confirmation that the suspect in the Midtown shooting is contained, Midtown and Washington clusters, along with Stanton Elementary, King Middle, Wesley International Charter, and Dunbar Elementary, will hold on dismissal. It's saying, parents, please stay home. At this time, schools on hold will not release students to leave until the lockdowns are lifted, our buildings are secure, and as long as students are inside, they are safe. This is significant because we do not know how long this is going to be. So as of now, Atlanta Public Schools saying until Deon Patterson, 24 years old, the person named in this mass shooting in Midtown Atlanta today, is in custody of police, that the schools listed will be holding students there. You understand the students' safety is the priority, and the schools are saying as long as they're in the schools, they know they're safe. I want to just mention the list of schools again. Midtown, Washington clusters. So we're talking about Stanton Elementary, King Middle, Wesley International Charter, Dunbar Elementary, all of those schools on really hold until further notice.
I mean, I can't imagine what a parent would be feeling being told to stay at home. I mean, we have 3 reporters in this newsroom alone who have gotten texts from their daycares saying, don't come pick up your child, we're on lockdown. And now all of these schools as well, parents being asked not only that they, can't pick up their children, but to stay home entirely. And that is because this suspect is still out there somewhere. And it's a sad state of our world, but frankly, all of these schools practice these lockdown protocols many times a year. So hopefully that can be of some comfort to these parents who are anxious, frustrated, scared that the students are under lockdowns that have been practiced at these schools, in these buildings, and they are going to hold them there to make sure they are safe and that the coast is clear.
So much information coming in. We are working to be very deliberate in confirming the information because there is a lot floating out there, and we want to make sure that you just have the accurate facts. We are hearing from a number of different sources, people who say they were inside Northside Hospital at the Midtown location, that the shooting happened inside that location, inside Northside Hospital, Midtown location. Again, people inside saying that the shooting happened in the building. That would be a new development as we've been working to clarify that. Also want to share with you a piece of information that may or may not be connected. We can tell you that a vehicle was carjacked from 14th Street not long after the shooting. The vehicle has since been recovered by Cobb County. So law enforcement agencies and we are working to determine if it's connected. This is from Atlanta Police. Significant, of course, because of the timing and the location of the carjacking. If this would be connected, the theory would be that Deon Patterson, the man you see in these surveillance images right there, the man they're looking for, perhaps got out of the Midtown area in this manner. But again, APD says they're just working right now to determine if they're connected. The vehicle is recovered. Cobb County now working that part of the investigation. Perhaps there is some evidence inside this vehicle that can answer some more questions, not only to the shooting in Midtown, but perhaps where Deon Patterson is right now, coming up exactly on 2 hours since this deadly mass shooting.
Well, and Cheryl, as you said, we are trying to be very intentional in our reporting. Atlanta Police also saying they are seeing a lot of misinformation going around right now on social media and other sources, and they are trying to combat that, but they're focused on this, and that is their priority right now. Cody Alcorn on the phone with us right now. We're actually on video now. Cody, we were talking with you on the phone earlier. How has the situation changed since we spoke with you last about an hour ago?
Well, I can tell you the investigation is just beginning here behind me. As you mentioned, it happened inside that hospital. I was actually up on West Peachtree Street listening in from some of those witnesses who are now being interviewed by investigators right here behind me. They have a room set up where APD is now questioning everybody that was in that hospital. What I can tell you, since APD has put out that name, that's the name I heard, 24-year-old Deon Patterson. Now, what I'm being told is that he showed up to Northside with his mom. There were some questions about him showing up with his mom. The nurse I talked to said that's not typical for a 24-year-old to show up with their mother. That leads them to believe, is this something to do with a mental health issue here? But again, I wanted to hold off on that information until APD put out that tweet and confirmed who this individual was, because that matches who I am being told from these nurses was 24-year-old Deon Patterson, who showed up to this hospital this morning. I know his mom is right now being investigated by police, being talked to, trying to figure out everything they can about this man, what may have triggered this, where he might be going. Again, what I'm being told is there was some type of argument. They said when the mother and son walked in, they were going back and forth over something, but that's about all I've been able to confirm at this point that I'm comfortable with going on the air with, because again, this is very active, because what you have now are simultaneous investigations. You have a homicide investigation ongoing right now. Plus, you have an active manhunt for a person who is armed and who has already opened fire inside a hospital. So if that is in fact true, that he has carjacked someone and ended up in Cobb County, that is a whole nother investigation. But I can tell you, as far as what's happening here, West Peachtree Street is right behind me. I'm right here near the Marriott, 14th Street, where this happened. Since I've been over here, I've seen at least 2 people taken out on stretchers, loaded into a Grady ambulance and taken away. Now, I do not know what triggered those people to be taken out this late in this investigation, but I saw that with my own eyes. That was just in the last 10 or 15 minutes. But West Peachtree Street is on lockdown right now. So the best news for individuals here, if in fact he did get out of here, but APD not confirming, as you guys mentioned, that was him. So right now, it is all hands on deck. Right now, they still are acting as if he could be in this area. 14th Street's closed down by Highway Patrol. Again, you have University Police out here. You have Georgia State. You have APD, Fulton County. There are multiple jurisdictions working this, and I'm sure there's more behind the scenes that we don't even know about. And real fast, I just want to walk out of the camera because the command center is set up right here at West Peachtree and 14th. That's where we've seen a lot of the command staff of APD going in to learn more about what's going on from the crews out here in the field who are actively working this manhunt. And to the left of that is where these hospital staff members are being interviewed by APD investigators to better understand what happened inside that hospital this morning when we're being told this 24-year-old suspect and his mother walked in. So a lot of unknowns, but we are starting to learn more information. Again, we all want it fast, but APD's main priority right now is finding this man and getting him to custody before he hurts anyone else or even possibly himself.
Cody, really interesting and important details you're sharing that we're hearing for the first time. Reports that witnesses are telling police details about Deon Patterson being with his mom. And what stands out to me, Cody, is the fact that investigators are able to talk to his mom. That has to be helpful in some form or fashion. But what further complicates what's happening is this outlier question about the carjacking that happened around 14th Street soon after the shooting, trying to determine if that's connected, because on the one hand, investigators have to make the assumption this is a new picture of Deon Patterson. I just want to stop my thought because this is very important. If you can turn to your screen right now, a new picture of Deon Patterson, the person they're looking for in the mass shooting that happened in Midtown about 2 hours ago. 1 person dead, 4 injured. Deon Patterson is 24 years old, born October of 1998. Went to Northside Hospital Midtown location with his mother today. Walked in together. Witnesses saying that it was odd that someone of his age would maybe go to an appointment with his mother. There are questions whether there might be a mental health issue. Investigators talking to his mother. Police looking for Deon Patterson right now.
Yeah, Elena, police tweeting this photo out saying Bolo, as of 2:46 p.m., still at large. Bolo, of course, standing for be on the lookout. So as Cody was reporting, police and investigators and all the responding agencies are operating under the assumption that he is still within that Midtown area. Midtown Alliance emailing out that the 4-block ratio outside of that hospital area where this incident occurred all shut down still, although now there is this information coming out about a potential carjacking that happened on 14th Street. We don't yet know if those are related, but as Cody was just reporting from his conversations there on the ground, they are looking at the potential that this suspect, Dion Patterson, may have left this scene in Midtown. But of course, until they know that for sure, they still have to keep all of these businesses, these people under lockdown to make sure before they start just releasing en masse, thousands of people from this busy metropolitan area.
And just to reiterate, Atlanta Public Schools said until this man that you're seeing right here is in police custody, they're going to hold students in many of the schools. We had given the list of schools that we can reiterate, but I am hearing directly from parents who have students in other APS schools that those schools are opting within the school themselves for lockdown outside of the clusters that we mentioned. Just to let you know out there, parents, if you're not part of the official list, but you're hearing from your school, some schools are making that decision independently. And Savannah, as you were mentioning this carjacking, by the way, as a reminder, that's in connection with Cobb County. Cobb County has found the vehicle. It's in their custody now. They're working to confirm whether that is indeed connected, but it opens up this other geographical area that they have to at least consider as potentially part of this equation. If it is connected and he's left Midtown, the search broadens tremendously, and more jurisdictions now potentially get involved.
And potentially more lockdowns. I mean, we're talking about school dismissals coming up here shortly. We do know that multiple Atlanta public schools are on lockdown again, like you mentioned, asking parents not to come pick their children up, several daycares as well. That's even impacting our, 11 Alive News family here at home. One of our reporters, Tracy Amick-Peer, live on the scene for us. And Tracy, you're one of those parents who got a text saying the daycare's on lockdown. I mean, first of all, how are you hanging in there? I can't imagine as a parent how scary this is.
So I'm trying to get information, but I'm also checking my phone a lot. Of course, my son is in the 2nd grade at Christ the King. He had a field trip, and his field trip bus had to get back into the school after the lockdown. And then I just got the latest notification that carpool is delayed until they get word from APD to exit from that. Of course, that's just one school out of many that are dealing with the ramifications of this. Of course, safety is the #1 priority. And you spoke earlier about the fact that the suspect may not even be in this radius right now, but of course, it's still secured until they know for sure. It's better safe than sorry. Of course, a lot of these buildings are all out on the street. Some people have trickled out, like a surgeon we spoke with earlier who was in the hospital when the shooting happened. He was 1 floor above and tells me that he had just started operating on a patient when they heard commotion. And once that happened, of course, they're in the operating room and they continued on. Thankfully, that surgery went well, but right after he found out what had happened, they were all locked in. They all had to wait for police to go room to room to make sure the suspect wasn't there. So just think about all the different buildings, all the different offices, all the different people who are affected by this right now. Thankfully, most of them is safe, but right now they're just dealing with that, trying to get out, trying to get home. Cars are locked in garages, keys are kept in offices. So we're out here with them right now, just kind of hearing their stories, trying to get the correct information. Of course, getting information quickly is important, but more important is getting the right information out there. So as we're vetting the information and confirming it with Atlanta Police, we'll bring that straight to you.
Tracy, I find myself just absorbing the story you just shared about the surgeon 1 floor up in the operating room as the shooting happened, that we now know happened inside Northside Hospital, and just had to continue helping that person on the operating table at that moment as police were going room to room. And it takes me back to the statement that Northside Hospital shared about cooperating with the investigation and really circling, I'm paraphrasing, surrounding and circling all the staff there here who are close and work closely together every day. And we know one person's died, 3 people in critical condition, and last check, 1 person still in the emergency room.
I mean, heroes. Heroes is the word for these men and women, the people who are in that scary, horrifying situation. And to hear that there was, doctors still operating when there was an active shooting happening. I mean, our medical professionals have been through so much these past couple of years, and to see how they're handling this, we saw them on video being evacuated. They're single file, they're moving quickly, they're moving effectively and efficiently. At Grady Hospital, when we had that press conference earlier, they said that they were ready to go at the drop of a hat to treat up to 12 victims if it had come to that. They had the staff, they had chaplains, they had security, and to see how quickly and efficiently this has been responded to is pretty impressive.
The key point and development in this investigation in the last 15 minutes has been the revelation of a carjacking at 14th Street shortly after the shooting and the recovery of that car in Cobb County. This map shows the proximity from the shooting to the carjacking, which is why Atlanta police are keyed in on this right now and working to confirm whether it is connected. You see the shooting between West Peachtree Street, between 12th and 13th Street, and just about a half block up and a block over is where that carjacking happened at Williams Street and 14th Street. And the timeline, it is no coincidence. That's why they can't ignore the possibility of a connection, and they're working closely to confirm that now. That car then found and recovered in Cobb County. It is now in the hands of Cobb County investigators. They're scouring that car right now for evidence. They would be looking for fingerprints, although we already have identified the suspect. Perhaps there's something in the car that could be of help in some form or fashion to help them find the person they're looking for. Again, that's 24-year-old Dion Patterson.
And they, if this is connected, if Dion did take that vehicle, didn't get too far. I mean, this could have been an out-of-state situation. I recently interviewed the chief of police in Cobb County, and he was telling me how they expanded their flock plate reader system. So all of their police cars automatically can scan license plates. And so when they have a bolo like this and they have a carjacking active in, potential connection to an active shooter situation, they can put those things together, and they were able to find that vehicle very, very quickly. Again, on your screen right now, the latest image we're getting from Atlanta police of Dion Patterson, 24 years old. Police say this is the suspect they are currently looking for. They're saying he is armed and dangerous, encouraging people not to approach him, but to call 911 if they have any information about his whereabouts.
It's worth repeating some significant information that was just uncovered within the last 20 minutes or so. 11 Alive's Cody Alcorn, near that Northside Hospital Midtown location, who heard witnesses talking to police about what happened, which we can confirm inside Northside Hospital now, talking about Dion Patterson, the man you see on your screen now, the 24-year-old who went to a medical appointment with his mother today, walked in together, and then people described some sort of argument or fight happening. And those are important details that investigators are looking to, and a key point that Cody Alcorn is reporting that witnesses share that investigators have been able to talk to Dion Patterson's mom, that is a conversation that's been happening in the 2+ hours since the shooting took place.
We've been talking about how there's still a shelter in place in a lot of these midtown businesses. They're not letting people leave. I just got a text from my building, which is on West Peachtree, and they're saying all the buildings in the area are going into lockdown, which means no access will be permitted. They're not even letting anybody into the buildings at this point. So not only is shelter in place, but not allowing anyone to show up or enter those buildings, which is also true for the Atlanta public schools, including Midtown High School and Washington High School and several others, where they are not only locking down, but asking parents not to come at all because this suspect is still on the run, still at large. They can't possibly, let people into these buildings on a case-by-case basis. They have to exercise every precaution. And again, so many County Police, still a very heavy presence in the Midtown area, as Cody said, still need to operate under the assumption that he may still be there. We don't know for sure.
Things are happening so fast. In the last 30 seconds, I have 3 new pieces of information to share with you. First of all, there is now a $10,000 Crime Stopper reward for the capture of Deon Patterson, information that leads investigators to his capture. Also, we're hearing from Atlanta police that this overarching lockdown and shelter in place is now lifted. They're asking people, though, to stay out of the area. But in terms of that Midtown area, the police's request of a lockdown and shelter in place is now lifted. Now, there will be specific regulations that happen through daycare centers. Again, we have been talking to Atlanta Public Schools about lockdowns in place. Those would be separate entities, and you'll still need to check in with those specific organizations. But in terms of the police lockdown, that's been lifted. Now, a very important point of clarification that speaks to how quickly things are developing and how investigators are having to sort through and unravel a barrage of information. Initially, Atlanta police shared with us that the vehicle that was carjacked at 14th Street shortly after the shooting had been recovered in Cobb County. That was their thought. They have now asked within the last minute for us to share with you they do not believe that they have that vehicle in their custody as they thought they did. That's an important clarification coming in from Atlanta police. Again, that was the connection between what you're seeing here, the carjacking at William Street and 14th Street shortly after the shooting, just about a block and a half away, to a vehicle that they thought had been recovered in Cobb County. The vehicle that was taken from the location near the shooting, now Atlanta police say they have not found that vehicle. So we don't know if they believe that Deon Patterson may still be in a carjacked vehicle. As we get more clarification, we'll let you know. As you can imagine, things are developing moment by moment, and we appreciate police giving us those updates and clarifying those points and details as they can.
Yeah, and I think police right now trying to battle a lot of misinformation that's happening as well. When you have a suspect like this, Deon Patterson, who you're seeing on the screen right now, who is at large, you'll see a lot of social media posts, a lot of speculation. There was one a lot of you watching at home might have seen of a suspect on top of a roof, and people were speculating that that might be the suspect. Atlanta police just tweeted out, "We are aware of this video circulating on social media. This is not the suspect." And I think that they're also asking that people exercise caution when it comes to calling 911. If you have a certainly legitimate sighting or information about this suspect, then please do absolutely call police or Crime Stoppers. As Cheryl mentioned, a $10,000 reward now for this person, for information leading to this person's arrest or capture. But, you know, certainly want to keep those lines open, because you can imagine there are so many hundreds, if not thousands of people calling, trying to get information as we speak right now.
Atlanta police had said at one point they could not keep up with all the requests, so it says a lot that we just a second ago got a pretty significant and lengthy email from Atlanta police with just all the bullet points of information that they can share. I just shared many of those with you just a moment ago, including the $10,000 reward that is now on the table from Crime Stoppers. They want to make sure people understand that if you know Deon Patterson, if you recognize him, if you have any information that can be helpful to investigators, that you can reach out to Crime Stoppers and you can stay anonymous. If for some reason you're concerned about your safety, please call them. You don't have to give your name. They just want your information to try to resolve this situation. The tip line is 404-577-TIPS, 404-577-TIPS. We'll make sure that is on 11live.com, on our 11 Live app, and all our social media platforms. Again, that is a $10,000 reward, and they are giving more information about that situation with the vehicle. They said, "We are aware of a vehicle carjacked from 14th Street and William Street not long after the shooting. That vehicle we thought to be recovered. However, now we can say it's not been. We're working to locate the carjacked vehicle and to determine whether it is connected to the shooting in any way." So a couple of updates, right? I'm just reading verbatim from Atlanta Police's latest release that came in within the last 60 seconds.
And again, just in the last couple of minutes, Grady Hospital sending an update to us via email saying, again, confirming they received 4 patients in that shooting, 3 of them in critical condition. They say 1 is now in stable condition. They did say they had visitation placed on hold while the suspect was at large, but they say that that hold on visitation is no longer in effect. So that has been lifted as of just moments ago. Doug Richards, one of our reporters live on the scene there in Midtown. Want to check in with him again. It's been a little while, Doug. Has there been a major change in what you've been seeing?
I would call it more of a subtle shift in what we're seeing here at 15th Street and West Peachtree. As we go back this way, we're looking towards 14th Street, which is where the police presence is thickest. It is not nearly as thick as it was about 45 minutes or an hour ago. It is thinned out considerably. It's obviously still an impressive scene with a lot of emergency lights flashing. But what we are starting to see are civilians walking up and down the sidewalk into, or at least toward that scene there that had not been allowed to do so a few minutes ago. Police have not taken down some crime scene tape blocking us one particular sidewalk, but on the side across the street from us, we see folks walking up and down. And that seems to be indicative of a loosening of the restrictions that they've placed here. Likewise, as we see this Atlanta fire truck from Station 23 take off from the scene. We've also seen a number of emergency vehicles entering and exiting, but many of them exiting. Not with a particular sense of urgency either, as if they are going to someplace else where they can be of better assistance in this particular investigation. Likewise, what appears to be an unmarked detective car following the fire department car out, and folks who appear to be civilians crossing the intersection just down the street there. So there's obviously still an investigative scene at this point here between 15th Street and 14th Street. 14th Street and West Peachtree, of course, is where Atlantic Center is, which is the tall, lovely building with the gold cupola on the top, where lots of law firms and other businesses operate. And all those folks are directly in front of that particular landmark building. But it is not as buttoned down as it has been over the past hour. However, the buttons are still on. So what we're seeing is evolving, but it appears to not be evolving as a continued focal point of the ongoing investigation here. Back to you.
Doug, that's a good perspective right now that we're seeing in your shot. We're just seeing more people walking on the sidewalk, really reiterating what you're saying about kind of loosening up a little bit. But really, I guess it will be each individual's choice whether they feel comfortable leaving, maybe if they're in a restaurant or a place of business or whatever it might be, now that police have lifted that, formal lockdown or request to shelter in place. I do want to reiterate, though, as of now, we are still hearing from Atlanta Public Schools.
Yeah,
about
just
their
a second
situation.
ago, literally 60 seconds ago, did you see that update? I just wanted to make sure you saw the most recent one where they are saying that now Atlanta police have assured them that they are clear to release all APS students in all schools at this time, saying out of an abundance of caution, we have dispatched officers at every school for today's dismissal. Because of the late release, you should expect transportation delays for students who may not be returned home because of a blocked street, for example. We were talking about how some of the school buses generally have to move through Midtown. So for those that may be impacted by those alternated routes, they will be returned to school and supervised until a parent or guardian is able to pick them up. So again, that coming in from Atlanta Public Schools just seconds ago, saying that they are going to go ahead and release students at all schools.
As you said that, I just found myself taking a deep breath, just feeling what that feels like for all the parents who can now go and see their kids in person, and just the assurance they're going to feel that police are going to be there just to make sure they can be reunited safe and sound. But as we're 3:09 on a Wednesday afternoon, most kids would either be on the bus or maybe on their way home, that now parents can start making the moves that they need to be reunited with the kids that they've been separated from for what feels like an eternity, but we are 2 hours and 50.
Okay. So we're here. What's up, everybody? It should be coming back in about 10 minutes or something, or 20. Getting a little situated. Let me do this. Okay. Okay, so I'm back. I had to stop at the, hey, what's up, guys? I had to stop at the pharmacy because yesterday Maddie was doing her hair here. She's doing her own hair. She's like, Daddy, look. All right, cool. And then last night I remember when I was like putting her to bed, I kissed her forehead and it was like this like taste. And I guess it's the stuff she put in her hair, which is just a detangler. But the detangler is one that I've always used for her. I think by Cantu. And the other one is this, I don't know, some product that had really good reviews. I ordered it on Amazon because I couldn't find the other can. I wanted to get the Cantu that she has now. It's like a thicker one. There's a thinner one that I liked and I couldn't find it at the time. Anyway, fast forward to today when I pick her up at school, she's telling me like right here on the forehead it hurts. And so she had like a little rash or something. And so I'm guessing it's probably from the new hair thing maybe. Or I don't know, she did her hair with she thought it was a brush, but it's actually like a boar bristle toothbrush. So she was like, I guess she was doing that. I'm thinking maybe it was irritated or something. I don't know. So I took her to the pharmacy. Like we talked to the pharmacist. I just rubbed a little cream on her. So she's good now. But it just took me longer. Let's take a look at this little story too, Mama. So what Mama was telling me about. Tawana sent this to me. She said, your mama was right. She didn't make it up. There's this TikToker. I'm a TikTok influencer. I'm an influencer. I'm a social media influencer, and I influence the world. California, it was California too. California mom found guilty of falsely reporting attempted kidnapping. Was she made the whole thing up?
Children were the targets of attempted kidnap.
31-year-old self-described mom influencer Katie Sorensen is now facing up to 6 months in jail.
So she knowingly falsely reported this, I guess. That's different from what my mother was. My mother didn't get the whole story. Okay, knowingly. Initially, because I guess she didn't really hear it. She was probably watching CNN. That's probably why she didn't get the thing. But I'm guessing she knowingly, maybe for clout. Was this a clout move?
Social media post that police say was a lie.
I want to share that story with you in an effort to raise awareness as to what signs to look for.
In the December 2020 post on Instagram, Sorensen alleged a couple followed her into this Northern California Michaels in an attempt to kidnap her 2 children.
They walked kind of close behind me. I definitely felt the heebie-jeebies. I didn't feel good, but I thought I was judging a book by its cover.
Also saying they, quote, weren't clean-cut individuals and made comments about her kid's appearance.
They're saying blonde hair, blue eyes.
Sorensen said she did not say anything to them because she was scared.
Paralyzed with fear. And I almost just discredited what was happening.
Tisha?
In an unexpected twist, police say this actually didn't happen and that Sorensen's story was fabricated. After seeing this surveillance photo of themselves on
I gotta tell
TV,
her.
the accused couple,
I gotta tell my mother about this.
Sadie and Eddie Martinez, came forward to clear their own names, sharing their story with Inside Edition.
Being labeled a child abductor, it's upsetting. It's heartbreaking. It's life-changing.
The couple, who are Latino, telling the Petaluma Argus-Courier that they were at Michael's to buy Christmas decorations and believe Sorensen's false allegations were racially motivated.
She wanted a stronger following. She was looking for, content for her.
Yo,
fame.
this reminds me of the psychopath that I covered months or last year. You guys remember that whole story? This chick made up a story about somebody tried to take her kid. Was it in Target or something like that? This one was crazy as fuck. And there was a bunch of people on YouTube that were defending this lady. I can't even believe the shit that people co-sign on the internet. You're taking this woman's back and backing it up. Incredible. I forgot the story, man. Weirdo shit people co-sign online. I can't remember the shit. Was it a Target? I don't remember what store it was. Some lady, man. And the cops even called her out, and she's still saying, no, it's a lie, and people taking her back, and people upset with me. The people with common sense called out the bullshit. But you wouldn't believe how many people on the internet co-sign lying type of shit knowingly, like after the truth comes out. Maybe before, okay, you're trying to give the person the benefit of the doubt. People co-signing and backing up this woman.
And her income, and at our expense.
Investigators cleared the couple of any wrongdoing.
Do you think that she lied to try to boost her social media following?
I do not.
Sorensen's attorney telling NBC
course
News
not.
his client misrepresented a random set of coincidences.
There's been a perception that this case was about race or racial profiling from the outset. And one of the things that came into evidence was that Ms. Sorensen's reports on December 7th reported a white male, a white female, and a Hispanic male. There really wasn't a racial or a profiling component.
It seems like a clout move, alleged clout move. That is so weird that people could do that shit, use their kids like that, and try to manipulate the public as a clout move. Damn. Allegedly, I guess. Wow.
Sorensen was charged with 3 counts of making a false report of a crime, acquitted on 2 of those counts, and found guilty of 1. She was taken into custody on Thursday. Her bail.
Look how she's looking at her attorney. She got him around her fingers too.
$100,000 until her sentencing.
Thanks for watching. Clout chase, clout move. Wow. Or that TikTok, the other TikToker, the crazy psychic with tarot cards, accusing randomly that teacher of being involved with the Idaho murders. There's always some crazy nut out there for just randomly making up shit and people just believe in it. I believe you. You have a following? I believe you. It makes sense. The fact that these women can turn on tears when they know they are lying is out of this world. Wow. I stand with you. I stand with her. Oh, Vita 25, Tasha K. Yeah, that was pretty nuts. And still going hard, too. No, I don't think my mother understood that story. When she had first told me the story, she had told me that the lady accused some people. When she was talking to me, she didn't really remember the story anyway. But she was telling me like this TikToker or some influencer accused these people of like kidnapping the kid, but she was wrong about it. That was like a mistaken thing. But it's like, it seems here according to this, like she knowingly lie. It's a different thing to like knowingly lie, mislead. That's why it kind of makes sense of like the whole, charge jail thing. I thought she was just making up some shit. She told me like 2 different stories. She was saying that like she lied about her, like her kid she said the kid was taken and that the kid wasn't really taken or something like that. I don't even know. It was really confusing. But this makes sense. And I sent her the link to this video too. So, crazy. I guess we're back, guys. Back for the video. I'm a little disappointed in the video so far. Well, not really the video, the audio of the video. A little disappointed in that. I was really hoping that we can. I'm surprised isn't that a 2022 thing or a 2021 video? At least some audio, decent audio. Kiana Tucker, thank you for the super chat earlier. I don't know why, but listening to this lady is upsetting me almost as much as the autopsy testimony. I feel so bad for the family. My heart breaks for them. Thank you, Kiana. Trish, thank you for the membership. Crazy Mom, thank you for the membership. Ariane, the Vidya, Ariane. Thanks for the super chat. Her Addie, Andy Bernard, as a villain's dumb crony. Her Addie, Andy Bernard.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom.
I think she's back.
Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't think we put this on the record at the time, but I could be wrong. But if the court recalls, I was asking for notes and documents that were used during a portion of the interview that we're watching now this afternoon that the doctor had. Namely, there was a so-called confession that was written in Latin. Mr. Cellini informed me that those documents were lost, that they don't know where they're at, and that the Latin confession was gibberish. I just want to, as a precaution, I don't want something to come out of Dr. Lewis's box regarding these notes for the first time while she's on the stand, because I'm under the impression they're gone. I'm going to ask her about it, but I can foresee her pulling notes out and saying they're right here, or words to that effect. And so I like I said, I have no reason to disbelieve what Mr. Cellini is telling me.
Well, wait a minute.
I don't trust it.
So you do intend to ask about it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then what I can do is confirm that, yes, the notes were lost, that she does not have them, which would alleviate the issue of her pulling them out during trial, I suppose. I thought it was more of, if you didn't get it, you were going to ask that she not be allowed to testify about it. But your issue is you don't want to start questioning her and then say, oh yeah, by the way, here they are. Do I have that right?
I don't want her to pull out a Latin confession that somehow is relevant in this case, because I've been told differently by.
Well, it seems to me that the easiest way to deal with that is once Dr. Lewis gets here and is on the stand, I'll ask her if she has those. We can she can tell us what happened, or if she had it and where it went, or if she doesn't have it. If she does have it, I think you're entitled to it. Absolutely. And then it's a different issue about how to proceed forward then. But if she doesn't have it, then I think we can proceed in the fashion that you want. So,
sounds good.
Okay.
I hope I understand why I brought it
Teabag
up.
with the update.
Yeah, no, I do. All right, and I know Dr. Lewis is down the hallway, and I think we're just waiting on her. And once
Teabag,
maybe her.
Oh, Teabag. Y'all think she back on time or what?
And Trish, for the video, it's probably easier to just have her then.
As opposed to transferring. Yeah, that makes sense. Is that that's what we're doing, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And yeah, Mr. Cook, go ahead and bring her on in. And we were thinking, Mr. Cellini had suggested, I think it's probably accurate, that place her where she was when we ended, because we're still not done with the videos yet. So yeah, that's fine.
Which way you want me to?
It's her.
Just leave it on my bag and pen.
Okay, bag. And your notes are just the bag.
Everything.
What else, doctor? We're late. We saved a jumping spider at lunch.
Just waiting you to get back.
Audio's working fine, Judge.
Audio's working fine.
We were having trouble with that. The audio was horrible.
Dr. Lewis, I just wanted to double check. My understanding is that
thank you,
at
Kelly.
some point during one of your interviews with the defendant, you obtained from the defendant as I understand it, I think it was a confession that was written in Latin. Is that accurate?
Your Honor, I have been looking for something written in Latin. I didn't receive it, but in my notes it says, get hold of a letter written in Latin.
Okay.
So somebody has it.
Well, I want to focus on that for just a moment. You understand that there is that document, or it was created at some point in time, and you may or may not have had it at some point in time.
No, I never had it.
You never had it.
See it.
Okay.
I became aware of it very recently.
So it's fair to say then that it is not in your possession now. It's not in the stack of notes and things that you have now. All right. We good?
Yeah, as far as
There's
she knows.
also some documents that she used, that she exchanged back and forth with the defendant with signatures and things like that we didn't get. I don't know if she has any of those documents either, Your Honor.
Do you have any of the signatures, the other signatures that the defendant made?
For me, what could have made available to anybody? Draw a clock, and you have that.
We have that.
We got that.
Very important. And also, I have here, and I made this available to others, something called Ray's complex figure. It is
We have that.
thing, and it takes a bit of explaining in terms of what it is. The best I could do.
Okay.
But I do have it, and if you wish, you could copy it. Perhaps you give it back to me or give me a copy.
We actually have the raised complex figure, if I recall correctly.
You should have her copy of it and her memory, from memory, she did. And I have.
Right. I think we have that. I think what Mr. Young was asking about was the signatures and the confession in Latin, right? And you do not have either one of those. Okay. Okay. All right.
Thanks, Judge.
All right. Anything else?
Nope.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
Dorothy.
That's what you'd rather be. You want to with that word? You want to look at it?
Well, so far, this was.
Okay. All right.
And
Audio.
the audio is the same. It is. It comes out of the speakers in the ceiling.
We had to have the ring lights off, Judge. I don't know.
Yeah. And that'd be a good idea.
The greens, right?
Yeah. Just the green ones.
Your Honor, I was given materials from tens of documents that had been signed by Letecia in the past.
Okay.
Different times,
But you don't have any in your possession now
that they gave me.
that anybody gave you.
Well, I may have them.
You don't have them with you now.
But they have.
Bolt it down. Just bolt it down. I'm tired of this shit.
A little bit of
Bolt the stack of papers down too.
There were some signatures done by Ms. Stauch that were found like in and so forth
Okay.
that we provided to Dr. Lewis, and those have been provided. Ones we provided to Dr. Lewis have been provided to the district. It's the ones that were at the jail that we can't locate at this point.
Okay.
And it'll become obvious when we play that portion of the video, what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can't get no straight answer out of her ass, so just fucking lock it all down.
All rise for the jury, please.
Yo, like the most direct shit. It's just all this like back and forth all over the place. Seize the documents. Yeah, Tisha looking kind of crazy. Kind of like.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we'll play People's Exhibit 732, which is the interview that took place on November 16th, 2022 with Dr. Lewis. We're going to start it at 55:30 and end it at 102:37.
About 30 minutes.
Camera's still off.
And it's about 7 minutes. 55:30.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard you. Okay, go ahead.
Camera.
Again, not me, but someone else could take over and hurt someone, and then that's not where I want to be. Yeah, because I don't want to do that. Like, that's not. So why do you have to much? You really know it'd be so intense. Yeah. What your fix? I gotta say it's for good intentions, though. You know, it's not like it's just some random person who don't cause problems. You know, it's for good. No. Maybe it doesn't look good for some people, but it's for good. It's for someone for me really let me into a pretty bad fight or whoever is taking over. It's really bad, but carrying away.
Oh, man.
What's happening?
Oh.
What's going on here? Can you see? I am not violent. I am not violent. I am not a violent person. Well, I am not violent at all. But I am not going to let people be tucked into bed. So I'm not going to let people be hurt because I don't do this to each other. Okay? If someone is trying to hurt people, I'm going to make sure they're okay. Because that is what I do each and every time. I'm going to always make sure that people are going to be okay. So I don't want. Could you just let me understand why I'm always being asked what is going on in here? Because this is my job to do things for people and to protect them. Yeah. Because it's what I have to do. That is who are the protector. I'm going to always do that because if people are molesting kids and people are hurting kids, this is what I do for them. And if people are hurting elderly people and people are always doing this to people, this is what I'm going to do. And if people are inside your home or inside my home, I'm going to protect them. Do you understand that? I understand that. But you don't want to about everything. To protect. We're still letting you protect. Can you look at me now? Do you know where? Do you know where you are? Where? Do you know where you are? Yeah. And what have I talked to? Taylor? Taylor? Say.
She said Taylor?
Mm-hmm. And I'm question. Taylor, do you know what just happened? Yes, ma'am. What? Yes, ma'am. What just happened? You asked me about my grandpa. I asked you to do grandpa. We were talking about Fred. It's Fred here. Years ago. Yeah, he did work at a prison. I think it was in Lumberton, North Carolina. Where? Lumberton, North Carolina. Yeah. But do you know what just happened with you? No. Something really sketchy. Then I spoke with someone who said, I protect them, I always protect them, I don't know anything. Oh, sorry. What did we say? Oh, I don't know. I just think who was the protection? Oh, sorry. I don't get it. I was just saying sorry. I don't know what we were talking about. We were talking about Chris. That's all I remember. You told me that it was a kind of space. Things. Who would be the protector? Oh, my protector is Maria. Maria, I would like very much to talk with you. If you want to talk to Maria, I don't know. Sometimes she'll talk, sometimes she won't. What I would like is, I'd love for you, Taylor. Yeah. Taylor, you will consider that. Stay. Taylor, where is your special place? You go when, say, Maria's in I like to go hang out and drink some wine and be by the beach and hang out with Tyler. Well, I would like to go there and let me come with Maria. And we'll do it. But now I'd like you to go to a special place and Maria, I need to talk to you. Because Maria, you have a lot of control. What people do. Is that correct? I think she does, for sure, but I need to talk with you. Yeah, I know you're hearing, and you know who I am.
Okay, we paused it at 1 hour and 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Do you mind if I turned you around, Dr. Lewis? Okay, here we go. Is this the magic you were talking about yesterday?
Well, that was a joke
Ooh, the magic. Oh,
technique in which we learned how to get to talk. So, with patients themselves, by Mark Elvey. He did get to was told me or used hypnosis much. However, it's known that dissociative individuals are very suggestive. So you're always this. If you're talking with a kid or with somebody who has a problem, let's say, what do you suggest that we trust her, that we are find out more?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we try not to say separate aspect of your work. And we learned, and this is not only from aggressive patients, but from a private. That is, that by and large, they have a special place. Because it is known that, say, there are 3 or 4 individual entities. Sometimes they can hear what's going on if you're. Sometimes they don't. And what we learn from our patients is to simply, what happens to you when you go? Where do you go? When I'm talking to the so-and-so, Maria, where do you go? What about a special place? When you have a special.
And let me start. I get that. That's why you're asking at the end, tell me about your special place, so that the persona that you think is Maria comes out.
If you, someone can say, there is no special, I don't have a special place, but when it is very common.
But when we started the video, Maria came out, right? The protector. That's the first time in the entirety of your interviews with Ms. Stauch that you think Maria comes out.
I don't recall if that is. You've watched it more than I don't know if that was the first time, but
well, and
I know that she existed, and I did want the opportunity to learn more because I suspected that if indeed that perhaps it was in the guise or in the wanted to talk to the.
But you didn't do anything to have Maria come out. She just came out and started talking to you, right?
Sometimes.
Well, that's what happened in the video, right?
I watched kind of carefully, and I think I said, I really would like to talk to Maria. Very commonly, but at the beginning,
and was that the Russian accent that we heard on there that you were talking about?
I don't know, that appeared, and I'm not sure whether that is typically real or it's an entity or it's a combination. These are not well-defined, well-distinct.
Well, she said she's the protector, and you followed up and said, hey, we just talked to the protector. And then
well, she said,
can I finish my question, please? And then she said, well, yeah, Maria's my protector.
Yeah.
And then I'm Taylor. That's what she just said, right?
Right. Yeah.
And there was no accent when the protector was on there, right?
Right.
She was speaking just like she speaks all the time.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the point was.
The point is she didn't have an accent when she came out as Maria. That's the point, right?
You're not dealing with logic. It doesn't have. This is not a total different unit. Not a consistent person who remembers it or who would always be a certain way.
How do you know she's not fooling you? How do you know that?
Well, watch, listen, see what is consistent, see what isn't. Is there any benefit? So far, speaking with a Russian kind of accent, not really Russian words, advantage, disadvantage, something.
Well, here's the benefit. Let me explain it to you, okay? You want consistency in your persona. If you want to say Maria comes out and speaks in a Russian accent, she should come out and speak in a Russian accent.
You should have.
Is that logical?
Logic. It is not logical.
Okay.
They are as logical as dreams.
So you handed her a piece of paper and asked her to sign her name.
Yeah.
What happened to that piece of paper?
I thought that I had anything that. I will certainly find it for you.
Oh, wait a minute here. You just told the court that you don't have these documents, that you lost them. That's what you just.
There's problem. This is probably it.
Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you step out in the hallway, back to the jury room, please.
Mystic.
Guys for the jury, please.
¿Qué pasó ahí? Somebody tell me. I don't get it. So he was trying to call out because this Russian accent thing, which I didn't even hear it. He was trying to say that I have no Russian accent. And so it's not a Russian language. It's just the accent. Vladimir. And Maria. How's Russian go? Hello.
Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Yeah, I hate to say I predicted this, but this is exactly what I predicted was going to happen. That somehow she pulls these documents out when confronted on them. And that's why I wanted to get on the record that she lost them.
Is that what she did?
And the record should reflect that the witness is now giving Mr. Tellini a series of documents that she has on her lap.
And let's finish it out. What's the record? What is it that you're being handed?
These are documents that were already provided.
Okay, so show them to Mr. Young, and let's see if
Let me tell you
they are what he understands them to be.
Leticia's lawyers are skeezers, and so is this doctor.
I haven't seen those. I haven't seen that.
I've never seen that.
Skeezers.
I don't know what this is.
And they knew they were going to do some sly, sneaky shit.
Mr. Young?
3 of the 4 documents that were shown to me by Mr. Tellini we have in discovery, which talk about the test that the doctor had told the court about over the break. One of the documents, it looks like a series of highlighted colors and different colors. On the top of it, it says Letecia, and then below it says red. I have no idea what that is. I don't know if that's the document that she has up there on the video or not.
Personality.
Because I've never seen those documents.
So what are you requesting as a remedy?
If she's got these documents, I'd like to have them. And I don't want to be surprised by them when I'm asking her when she's already told the court she didn't have them.
All right. Well, here's the easy solution to this. We'll take about a 15-minute recess. In the state of Colorado, Dr. Lewis, in case, because I know you testify in other places, in the state of Colorado, anything that you relied on, any piece of information, document, anything that was given to you by the defense counsel, anything that was given to you by the defendant, anything that was given to you by CMHIP, anything and everything in your file, without exception, must be provided to the prosecution. In addition, in the state of Colorado, anytime somebody takes the witness stand and is starting to testify and all of a sudden is looking at some documents in their hands or something like that, counsel is entitled to see what they are. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about 15 minutes. You look through everything she has in her lap, then we'll see where we are. And we can go from there. There's a number of remedies from there. And we can deal with all of those remedies once I have a better idea of what it is that you think she has that has not been provided. I know that certain things were taken out. I want those taken back out. And we're going to put them in the court file to be sealed so that we have something for the appellate record as opposed to he showed me 4 documents and I had 3 of them, but not the 4th one or whatever. I want in the court record what it is that we're referring to when we talk about that. I also will have the documents if you find any documents that you've not previously been given, take those out because A, you're entitled to see them, and B, I want those in the record as well for appellate purposes in the event that that becomes necessary. Obviously, you would also be entitled to have either Dr. Torres or Dr. Gray look at those and render opinions about that in rebuttal if you choose to do so. So let's start there so that we have at least a starting point. So court will be
I just asked that Mr. Tellini join me in that, so we're looking at the same
things. Fine. So court will take a recess until 2 o'clock.
All right. They got to skis, though, because they don't got much. They got to skis. They got to slither like snakes and rodents, under rocks and shit and like waiting for something to come along. They got to scam and skis. You know, I get, so he said most of the documents are already submitted, but there was some other shit, some sort of, I don't know what that is, some sort of document. What is it? Tisha's name and then the color red? I don't know about that doctor, man.
Yeah, I just found these documents. Oh, oops.
I don't know about that, bro. And the whole thing too, all of a sudden now she remembered there was a Marie, whatever the fuck, back in her childhood. All of a sudden, this document appears overnight and shit. I don't trust it, man. Late all the time. Allegedly, that kid's high as fuck. The son or whatever, they had to reprimand somebody in the court today. Kind of shenanigans and circus is going on here today. How many times do they have to be reprimanded by a judge? She got reprimanded more than Letecia got reprimanded. Almost. Kind of. Oof. What a mess. Yo. Ugh. Kayla, thank you for the super chat. We need a shirt with the milk cart. That would be actually funny as hell. We might be able to come up with something. Teabag already did some stuff. Michelle Bird, thank you for the membership. SW4x4. Tarot card lady fled the country, I think. No. Did she? That lady was nuts. Kelly Van Gilder. Kelly Van Gilder. Shout out to Melano the mods. Going to miss you till the next trial. Thank you. Nisa, thank you for the membership. Crime Solver, thank you for the super chat. We have Dorothy, just need a Blanche. Sophia and Rose, thank you for being a friend. Miss Doglover, thank you for the super chat. Enjoy the rest of your life in prison. Tisha. Grace Bible Church, thank you for the membership. Yada Yada, thanks for the membership. Beauty3, thanks for the super chat. Mel, that's what happened with the black guy in the documentary. I need to check that out. Was she coaching him too? I gotta rewatch that documentary. Crazy, not insane. Miss Doglover, thank you for the super chat. Maria, she remind me of the what? Maria. I can't make eye contact when doing this. You remind me of a West Side Story. Growing up in California. Maria. It's kind of cringe. Gigi, thank you for the membership. Simza, thank you for the membership. Elisa, thanks for the super chat. Is T medicated at all? Do we know? She would be heavily medicated if she really did have DID. I don't know, man. They've asked her. The only thing they've asked her if she's on anything that would impair her. I don't know if she's on medication. She's on vitamin C. Lynette Burns, thank you for the membership. Wise Angel, thank you for the super chat. Dr. Dorothy is her past Amazon Prime. Dr. Dory. Is it? Sherry McGovern, thank you for the super chat. The dog ate her papers. Krista, 19-month membership. Thank you so much for resubscribing. Skeezers. Crime Solver, thanks for the super chat. Well, this is peculiar. Lynette Burns, only going to stay a member if you promise to lay down and broadcast at least 2 times per week. Could do that. You talking about the couch? Maybe for a couple of minutes or 10 minutes or something. Kelly Van Gilder. He should ask why, if that's why there's, okay, let me start that again. I can't read. He should ask if that's why she was wearing red today. I know. I hope they bring that up. I didn't hear the Russian. Where was the Russian? I hear no Russian. Miss Dog Lover, this trial has its use. Maria sent me to Maria song by Santana. It's Jewel Santana, I think, right? Good Time sampled by Rihanna in Wild Thoughts. I don't know if she sampled it. Charms. Is the doctor late again? Doctor. No, the doctor came on time. Surprisingly. But the doctor's causing problems. Doctor's pulling out paperwork that's not even in evidence or submitted. She know what she's doing. Slick, slimy. Oh, yeah. She knows what she's doing. Man. Well, today's Thursday. I mean, Wednesday. What the hell am I saying? Tomorrow's Thursday. What I meant to say. So no trial tomorrow. Man, what are we going to do? Well, I got stuff to do, but I wonder if Friday will be closing arguments. Will we get there? She's stalling, buying time. Are we going to go into another day of testimony? Oh, is this the same lady or somebody else? Chloe Steen has been taken into custody on multiple charges after her incident was deemed a hoax. Police say in Pennsylvania spent thousands of dollars searching for her when she was never in danger. What's this? Another clout move? Who's Chloe Stein? Rose posted this. Another clout chaser?
Chloe, what happened?
Chloe, did you lie to police?
Oh no, Chloe.
Are you sorry for what happened?
Chloe, what happened?
Chloe, are you concerned at all about what was spent to look for you today?
Here's Dorothy Lewis. Ooh. Oh no.
What do you have to say to the community who is worried that you were abducted?
Chloe, why did you lie? Police said you lied.
Oh,
see.
Take it so, Chloe. DID. The Kawaii crafter tag me on Twitter says, who and where did they find these lawyers? I don't know. I guess they're public defenders, but they weren't her initial attorneys, so I don't know. We get what we give in life, but they all seem like they have some scheme going on. Skeezers. They were not expecting this many eyes on them. They can't get away with anything. It can Mel, what you thinking? Well, they don't have much to work with for sure, but this Dorothy thing, I don't know, man. Like making things worse. Scheming scammers. Glory. Ikemel, is it possible court will happen due to the fact Dr. Lewis is in a hotel? The reason for Thursdays is because of the judge. He has other obligations, like, I don't know, some other hearings, or it's like one of those days he has other things to attend to, but in trial, but not related to this case. And so Thursdays he has to take off to do other stuff. Carly says court appointed, not public defenders. Oh. We're just going to assign you this shit. Molokai. Can this doctor cause a mistrial with all this mess she's causing? I don't know. Maybe this would seem like what they're trying to do. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, they're going to go over all the files that she has, I guess. Is that what they're doing? They're reviewing all the files that she brought in? The suitcase or shit? The 100-pound suitcase? Oh, thanks, Lisa. I appreciate that. They are public offenders. Public offenders. Brit Brat. Thank you for the membership. Says she looks like Wednesday. Oh, like Wednesday Addams today. Nancy Cooley, thank you for the membership. And RPH Allison, PHC Joe, thank you for the membership. Pharmacy. I think, right? I don't know. What's PHC? Oh, no, that's not pharmacy. I don't know what this is. So the stack on her lap. Okay. The stack on her lap. She got a stack. Dorothy. Working for that money. Birdie Rose says Maria will take the stand Friday, Cinco de Mayo. Oh, it is. Oh. And Friday is some moms with something. Not donuts. Not buns. Muffins. Moms with muffins. So I'm going to do that in the morning before I come here. But I'll make it on time, though. Be all good. It's early in the morning. Kayla Pink, thank you so much for the super chat. Says she should have checked Tisha's armpit temp to diagnose her. Skeezers be skeezing. Where's this the alert box? Right there. Tattletale says the defense didn't even question her, but 5 minutes, maybe 10. I know. I was telling that to my friend yesterday. I cannot believe how quick the questioning was with the defense. And the prosecution is going ham. They're not leaving anything to chance. Sweet Lips Capone, lots of fun, says, in my opinion, the judge should say this doctor is not credible due to the lies and lack of answering as well as not giving all papers to the court. Yeah, she's kind of like problematic a bit. Camila Sweden says, judge was tired of her yesterday. Today he's really angry and knows something's up. Heather Carroll, we do moms with muffins. Yeah, moms with muffins. Yeah, going to that Friday. Crime Solver, thank you for the super chat. For $350 an hour, you can go through the doc's lap. Dorothy. She still got a few tricks up her sleeve. Yes, Dorothy. I wonder if there's like any online clips that's not copyright, whatever. You can see Dorothy in action. Dorothy. Something that's not going to get a copy claim or whatever. You got the trailer, but I don't want to mess with that. Thank you, Terry 007. My favorite chat. I love watching with you. Thank you. Leo says YouTube has a few videos on Dr. Dot. Mess.
On the stand still is the defense witness, probably the most important defense witness, unless Letecia Stauch takes the stand. She said she won't make that decision till after the testimony of Dr. Dorothy Lewis. So let's get you back in for direct examination.
Thank you, may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury have the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the testimony of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume.
What is written here is what she said.
Okay. Well, do you recall independently that?
I beg your pardon.
Do you have her? Does that refresh your recollection?
What comes to me as I read this is that the reason that I can't cite chapter and verses, it is wildly psychotic. It is incoherent. It is
non-responsive.
Well,
if you can relate what Maria told you, I think was the question. That's what you need to do.
And no, so let me rephrase that then, Dr. Lewis. If you can't recall the exact specifics of what she said, what can you recall about the way in which she was presenting?
Gypsy Girl, thank you for the 4-month membership, says doctor's son rolled in late, probably hotboxing. Oh, Lord. Bamaskin 25, thanks for the super chat. Bro, if this was my mom, I would stay baked too. I was going to see if I could pull this thing that Flossie had sent me, if I could find it. We have a little bit of little break here about Dorothy Lewis. Dorothy. Which one's first? I don't even know. There was this other case. However, the prosecution took her case apart after it appeared that she had obtained some of her interview material from Shaw Cross by hypnosis, conducted without proper procedures for protecting against leading questions and false memories. In turn, Lewis criticized the defense team for failing to obtain further brain studies to verify diagnoses in epilepsy and brain damage. He questioned the ethics of a prominent neurologist who was sent a brain scan by the defense and who ended up using the brain scan to testify. Ooh, maybe that's why I don't got the shit now. Lewis had proposed a conspiracy theory to explain why she may have been deliberately undermined, based on the prosecutor sharing the same rare name as a former CIA operative, and the possibility that her questioning of Shaw Cross's Army days might have been risked, revealing that he had been put through MK Ultra type brainwashing experiments. Oh shit, Dorothy, she got tricks up her sleeve. Oh yeah. The Shawcross? Shawcross.
5-8. People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. How are we with the review of notes?
Mr. Tellini and I had an opportunity to go through them very quickly. Obviously, I would need more time to go through them thoroughly. The remedy that I suggest on behalf of the people is that she's not allowed to have notes during the remainder of my cross and during Mr. Tellini's redirect. We'll keep the notes over on the table. Someone can make copies for the court file and the appellate record later. I don't want to keep the jury waiting any longer. I want to keep going. And I think that's a reasonable remedy under the circumstances.
Mr. Tellini? Okay. All right. So, Dr. Lewis, you can have your reports. I don't know that she has her reports. Okay.
I have copies of reports and I can.
Okay. Mr. Tellini is going to provide you with copies of your reports, but you cannot have copies of your notes or use them during your the remainder of your testimony here. So we'll leave it at that. And prosecution, as this may or may not have something to do with rebuttal, I'm going to impose the burden on the prosecution to take those. You can just release those in discovery to Mr. Tellini and also upload them. Let us know when you're going to do that, and we will need to do that as a sealed file.
And we could take those and have one of our people start copying it now.
Yeah, that would be fine.
He's got a lot more pull than I do, Judge.
Okay. And I also want to, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but please, everybody, be patient with me. I know that this matter is being broadcast simultaneously with what's going on in the courtroom, and I know that I have a lot of people in the courtroom. Regardless of how you view this case, remember what it is about. There is a child who lost his life and a woman who may be facing a life sentence. Okay? So remember what this case is about and remember the decorum. My order is that there are no cell phones to be used in the courtroom unless you are with the press. And we know who those people are because they're sitting in the front row. Remember what this case is about. None of these people in here are actors. They are all associated with this case in some fashion. It's not television. If something's going on with your phone and it's really important, I get that. Go in the hallway. You will not be allowed to have your phone out unless you are press. If you have your phone out and someone sees you with it, you will be asked to leave. You will not be permitted back into the courtroom. Also, please understand, and I know that sometimes people say that I can be really direct, but I try to be that way so that there's not a lot of confusion. This is not a guideline. This is not a suggestion. This is the process that we're going to follow in the courtroom. and it applies to everyone. So unless you're press or you're associated with that team or this team, put your phones away. Don't get them out. So I understand we're ready for the jury.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Okay.
just real quickly, Judge, gave that entire pile of documents to our investigator, Cecil Weir. He's making 3 copies. One that will get to us, we'll get one to the court, and then it'll be released in discovery to the fence.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Ma'am?
Copy, then it's essential that they be copied in color, because to be interpreted, the colors must be copied. It's inaccurate. Black and white.
I'm leaving it up to the prosecution for that, and it may be an issue on another day, but it's not one that we're taking up today, and it's not one that we're taking up now.
Dorothy.
Let's bring the jury back in.
Dorothy. Gigi, thank you for your membership. I missed it by accident. It wasn't intentional. You didn't do anything wrong. Thank you for your membership. I appreciate that.
See if we got any response on getting another security guy up here to stand right there looking back.
Ooh, the security. And earlier, if you saw on the stream, there was security that like walked over to somebody in the gallery and like spoke to them. I wonder if that was to reprimand them for the phone. Gypsy Girl, thank you so much for gifting the memberships. And yeah, and if I missed your super chat or if I skipped over it, it's not intentional. Just remind me if you can, and I'll try to get to it. But yeah, there's a lot of times I delay too before I get to them because of the trial, you know.
All rise for the jury, please.
Judge is going in. Thank you for the gifts. That's so nice, Gypsy Girl. Thank you for the new members. Man. Lord Almighty. Sherry McGovern, thanks for the super chat. Says, impeach the doctor now. She's a Nancy Pelosi lookalike.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Lewis, we just took a break, and Mr. Tallini and I just went through all your notes that you had here in the courtroom. Is that right? Having gone through those notes, we see no documents that you were using during the course of this interview with Ms. Stauch, correct?
Not yet. Because I don't know what there is there in terms of that interview. If you have the whole thing, you will see those documents in the.
Let me just ask you a simple question.
Good luck.
Do you have those documents that you used in the interview with Ms. Stauch? Yes or no?
I gave them to you. Yeah, they are there, but they haven't.
At this time, I'm going to ask that the court take judicial notice that Mr. Tallini and I went through those stacks of notes, and none of the notes that she's referring to are in the stack of notes that she has in the court.
Mr. Tallini? It's not a judicial notice thing. It sounds like it's a stipulation.
There is the complex figure drawing that has not been referenced, that were notes that was documented that was turned over to this attorney, and that was in there. And I think that's a little bit of the is having as far as the signatures or the alleged.
Okay. All right.
I would accept that stipulation and appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Lewis. You know the importance of turning over notes that you use in a forensic interview, especially in a homicide case. What did you do with those notes that we just talked about, where you had Ms. Stauch sign something?
Whatever she signed there, what I had was turned over to Tallini to be copied and shared with you.
May I approach the witness?
Oh, yes, you may go ahead.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 735. Have you take a moment to look at that document?
This is not, this is a different patient with my knowledge. But you have a question about it?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you some questions about it, sure. Do you recognize that People's Exhibit 735?
I recognize that it was a communication line to
An email between you and Mr. Cellini, correct?
the best of my knowledge.
And does that document accurately reflect that email that you had with regards to the EEG that we talked about yesterday and whether or not you had knowledge that you were withdrawing your request to have an EEG done?
To my mind, it was not simply dropping it, it was saying, this is not right.
Dr. Lewis, just answer my question. Does the document accurately depict the email exchange between you and Mr. Cellini with regards to your knowledge of whether an EEG was withdrawn? Yes or no?
Whether it was, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the
Withdrawn, your request for an EEG.
It was not a permanently withdrawn thing. It was saying right now.
No, I'm going to ask you to direct her to answer
Dr. Lewis, the question is simple. Is this an email that you sent to Mr. Cellini? Yes or no?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That's it.
Mr. Young?
We move to admit People's Exhibit 735.
Yeah, something's wrong with that lady. She got
Exhibit
shit. People that
735
do
will
that
be
shit,
admitted.
yo, that they
Go
just
ahead.
keep mumbling
And
and
did you
bumbling.
say in that email, go ahead and withdraw the EEG? We'll address it at a later time.
I said, and now, if we could address it later, this did not mean it's not important. It was just organizing in my head as opposed to important. Like, that became less important than something else.
Well, the email speaks for itself, doesn't it? You're dictating in the email why you didn't think it was important at that time.
Well, I'm saying that there are other things have arisen that we should also address.
So why did you yesterday blame the attorneys that you didn't know anything about the EEG?
Oh!
I did not consider this withdrawing it permanently, but simply, I did not wish to fight with the court over, are you getting this, are you not? The court refused to get it, and I was saying it can be addressed again. But I did not think of it as a withdrawal.
Listen to my question carefully.
Yes.
Why did you yesterday tell this jury that you never requested to withdraw the EEG, that the attorneys did it, never told you anything about it?
Because I did not request to withdraw it. I said you could kind of wait and do it, and I did not think that they had.
Can I retrieve the document from the
Please
court?
read it. Or is she going to read it? Please, yeah, but you read it, God. This is bad, bro.
This is what you said in your email, and you can explain what it means after I read it, okay? I have been reading more on Letecia, and I think we should drop the EEG request. What does that mean to you?
Rest of it, know the timing of it, and know what I was thinking about at that time that was most important. But this was not something that I was going to put. I can't possibly assist you if you don't have this. I think it's, I think we should have it, but we can wait. Get it later. In fact, it may be, I could be mistaken, but I believe that Mr. Cellini had said to me, there will be appeals on this.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that be Dr. Lewis. I'd like Dr. Lewis, please stop.
Wait.
He's pissed.
One at a time.
He's pissed.
One at a time. Dr. Lewis, please confine your answer to the question being asked. Mr. Cellini will have an opportunity to ask you questions on redirect. And if there's anything that he thinks you need to bring up, he can bring it up then. But just confine your answer to the question being asked. And Mr. Young?
Your Honor, I would ask that what she just said be stricken, that the jury be instructed to disregard it.
Mr. Cellini? All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're instructed to disregard Dr. Lewis's response to Mr. Young's most recent question. Mr. Young?
We're going to play the next video, okay? Would you like me to turn you around towards the TV?
That is so bad, yo. So bad. The attorneys the other day.
And so for the record, we're going to play People's Exhibit
I'm telling you,
732.
these people stick in groups. They're alike. That's why they fucking rummage together.
We're going to start at 1 hour and 7 minutes and 8 seconds and end it at 1 hour and 40 minutes and 8 seconds. So this is roughly 33 minutes. And so we're going to play it continuously through, Dr. Lewis. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll ask you some questions when it's over, okay?
Date of it again, please.
Bruh.
It's November 16th in the afternoon, 2022.
And when I say elect skeezers is what I mean, not in case,
sorry.
you know.
My bad.
Future. Damn. Wow.
My initials there. And who said that she said that she didn't know who you were. Who was it? Okay. Because you didn't know who was Taylor. I didn't write out. You did not read it.
It's so crazy, dude. I just can't even believe this shit. This is.
Sit by him Taylor, but I can let her know. Yeah, it was just for T there, Taylor. Baby TA, because it's also a child, right? And here is the subject, right? This with a lefty, Letecia. Letecia. That is Letecia. And so, Taylor, that's why we said with you. What was Letecia? This is just a lefty. You said you was not to know Letecia as well. Yeah, but, Letecia wrote that? Yeah. Okay, and Letecia just want to say the left hand because you Taylor are right. Just give me a number. And he said, Taylor, I'm with him. Okay, I am. Two. Oh, I don't want to play favors. One on. You're important. Important. And each of you seems to education.
Whiskey Wednesday.
So, yes, she does not know. Is that true?
Can't even make out what she's saying. This intentional? They did this poor audio shit on purpose? Can't put it past the skeezers, you know? Nate, thank you. Oh, she switched hands. Yeah. She switched writing hands.
Maria said she will come on her terms, but don't think that she answers to anyone. Who said that? Was that doesn't
Captions are on, guys. I don't think it's going to help any. The source audio is no good. The audio that's being played, I don't know how they hear it in the courtroom. It's possible because the TV speakers are not by the microphone. And so I don't know.
So Maria said she'll come on her terms, but don't think that she answers to anyone. Letecia can only fault her. Not me. Not Taylor. But I can talk to her.
Yeah, but that's what I can't tell what to do. But she can, because I don't curse and do bad things. You see what I mean? I don't curse and do bad things. I don't live through that one. Yeah, so that's why you see what
I need to talk with Maria because I think that Maria knows a lot more what happens when Letecia.
Right, so like, because I'm a good person. Sometimes I kind of like get in arguments. I mean, she gets like, because I'm like the good, not the bad. Letecia is the bad. You see what I'm saying? They get along with my better. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking to Maria.
Yeah, because I do a lot more good. You see what I'm saying?
You do a lot more.
Yeah, she don't always agree with good.
Or what you think is.
Right, okay. Well, I just need to good. You know, do good to people, do right by me. And you think I'm
sometimes I work bad.
No, I'm saying I think some things are good, you know what I mean? And so she
thinks that things are good, that maybe they don't.
Right. And so that's why sometimes she doesn't like talking to me.
Well, yeah, so it seems to me that sometimes you think it's good to be the strong fighting for things under your control, and then they don't see you just right.
I try to like be the mediator or try to be calm. Everybody else get along, communicate, do good to people.
What happens when you temperance? That's what happens to them.
When you take over, and then takes away from like the good part of Taylor. You know, the good part of Taylor is being like a good communicator, effective, you know, like not a bad temper. I can communicate effectively with them.
Do they know what to do?
Like if they come to visit me and I'm as myself as Taylor, then I can sit down and talk to them and be like able to like be nice and be like, oh, okay, how are you guys doing?
They don't even know what to do.
Oh, they come and they see I'm not like whatever Taylor, because then I'm just like, take me along. But then I'm not trying to be me, but then really I can't take it if they're like that. I'm not scared of which. How straight are you with me? How honest are you? I'm honest with you. Well, you can change your mind. Maybe. Taylor. No. Strong Ray Taylor. Second sign. Taylor. And Marie. But it's not. It's not there. I did agree sometimes Taylor Letecia is blamed for stuff. You kind of where and with you Taylor, I really want to tell you. So what happened was, you don't think what happened? Or sure. Okay, so the night of January 27th, 2020, I had reported Gannon missing because he was, you had non-notice. I had since January 2000. So you reported that he was missing. Because I was calm first, because I didn't think anything was wrong. I thought that he was just playing like a hiding challenge and that he would be okay. And I thought that he would eventually come out of his hiding spot and he would eventually, everything would be fine. He wanted to have a bunch of followers on YouTube. So I thought that the whole practice circular, so I wasn't in a panic mode. I wasn't in any kind of like anxiety or like not yet. I was not there. Something had already happened to me. No, nothing had happened to him. It was not bad. After a while, after you were there, right now, he was missing. He was already, yeah, he was missing, but nothing had happened to him. He was missing. He was, well, I was in this. Guess he was the house or he was hiding. I'm not sure. That's why I moved to go to the room. I think all of you, right now, talk to everybody. I think all of you have been covering for each other. And, you know, I think that you all want to, you want to be right by the TC. Actually, you're really preventing them from getting help. Not always these kind of but I think you're afraid of telling what happened to Gannon. I'm sure for reasons. Shane, do you want me to keep going? Do you want me to keep going? Or what much you told me? You're there. Yes. So as we heard, I'm just keep going, but I'm just gonna keep going. He was missing, and then I called 911. And they started to panic. After a couple of minutes, that's when I started to get worried. Because I realized that it started to rain, get cold outside. And then when was the original getting blood really dead. And so I did try to bring it back and started praying over him. I'm trying to bring him back to life. And when he didn't come back to life, where was he lying? Well, in my house. In your lungs. Where had you found it? I don't remember where I found it. Just I don't know. So you know he was in your lungs. But if you don't understand why it was like that, it's like that. Because he wasn't supposed to die. He was not supposed to know. What was supposed to? He was not supposed to die, no. Someone that made her that she got something else. No. What was what was the idea? What was not supposed to be him? It wasn't supposed to be him. It wasn't supposed to be. Was it supposed to be? And then it was using. What did you think it was? I'm not a monster. Okay. I'm not a monster. Simply any. I love Gannon, and I heard people thinking that I'm just a mass murderer that just killed someone. And I love Gannon. Okay. No circumstances. I think you just can't have us. We do it something. It's not hard. To do something with what was your. Did it? It wants to be. Should look like someone. Oh. You don't know what it's like in my life. I have to see when I realized that it was Gannon. I never knew it was him. Which is just. Someone was in the home, we don't understand. Someone was in the home, okay? Yes, they're in the home, yeah. Listen big, okay? They're going to hurt everyone. They're going to hurt everyone. Everyone that was in the home, someone was going to hurt someone. Everyone was going to hurt someone. There was someone in the home. They were going to hurt everyone that was in the home. What I did was guard them What you do, all I did was grab the gun and fire the gun because it like someone was in the cave, okay? So all I did, all I did is grab the gun. And what happened? I saw someone who looked like they were in the cave and I fired the gun. That's what I did, okay? All I did is grab. You don't understand, I had to protect the people that were in the house, okay? Because if someone was in the home, they were gonna rape someone, they were gonna molest them, they were gonna kill them, I had to protect them. All I did, okay? And I fired the gun. I did not know, didn't have a safety, I didn't know any of that, but that's what I do. I'm trained to do that, okay? You're trained to kill, okay? You're trained to kill. That's what I do, but trained to kill. I'm trained to kill. That's what I do. Trained to kill, okay? That's what I do. I kill for a living, okay? Anyone that tries to hurt me, I'm trained to kill, okay? That hurts anyone or no? That hurts the people that I care about. Okay, so you kill. Yes. Yeah, that hurts. You do care. Yes. And that's what I did. I took the gun, I fired the gun at someone. They had a cape on, they looked like a dangerous man. You fired at someone, yes, a dangerous man. Man, yeah. I am a dangerous man, okay? That's what I do. This is how I go. This is how you always get. Always see. And then that's what I did. Kill the man, okay? Yeah. Boom. They come to the home, that's what I do. I will protect the people that I love. I always do that, okay? I don't understand the problem. When did you realize it was not the person? I don't realize anything. I left immediately. I left immediately after I did my job. You really is I left immediately after I did my job. So what did you think you've done? Did what I was supposed to do, which is I killed a threat. I killed a threat. The threat was there for the Letecia and family and for the threat. They so short. Because the Letecia and her family, they were missing and I had to protect them. Who was this? Letecia's family. Really? Letecia's son was missing. To protect him, which is what I do. She was upset. Everyone was upset. Little baby girl was upset. Everyone was crying. That's what I do. And then I left her crying. I left. I don't know what happened to her. Who did this? If I deserve is the police, what? If I deserve all the police, I have to be police. I'm just double up.
That's the Russian thing?
What do you want to try? What do you want me to try? Just try.
No, bro.
Maria. You know what I think? I think the signal with your opinion, it's no value.
You want to know it's invisible.
No. No. I have jobs to do. I do job interview.
You do jobs. Only what?
What does he see? I always have perfect.
For which? Hello.
Who did you try this information
Us. Did you see anybody?
I don't answer to that.
No, you don't answer to me. I'm just trying to. I want something different. I think you can tell. I don't think you would have. I know too. I'm working my ass off to help with this. It's a very tough, yeah. Because if you're kind of strong, aren't they? So, right. This is very much. I don't know. Okay, I can say that not free. Even my cabinets when I try to play this. I don't cast them. I don't cast them. You don't do that or you don't like them. I'm not cast. You don't cast them. This. Why don't you? Just tell me. You just tell me. The favor. A neighbor, times a neighbor. You're strong and you see it. I think we all have a fantasy it's strong. And I'm going to help my defender. Do you need any comes to me? Do you need anything? Do you need any comes to me? Do you need anything comes from me? No. Absolutely. You helped. And you got rid of what looked to you like something as nice and Letecia. You shot from the gate. And the person where it was went down and you said left. And all done correct jobs. Well, the job wasn't really done because, as I understand it, I see.
And then I have to go up and.
How do you feel sort of not never that you'll
do it every time.
But in general,
Multiple times.
like
To go.
Yeah, so.
What did you do?
So, well, you had to bring it, so, and I certainly not. I don't have any contacts in my stuff. So you don't just work for the DC?
Okay. But I had to protect her before Mexico.
You did
I had to protect her before Mexico.
You did.
I did.
You protected her before us. Wow, how old was she when you first
Well, my days is different than yours.
Your what?
My years are different than yours.
How old were you?
28.
You're healthy.
28.
28. So she was without you. So 11 years old.
I'm always 28. I always look this way.
Yeah, she's 39. So for 11
My years are really different than yours. You cannot even comprehend my years. They're different. Don't even try.
I imagine her mysticals. Yeah. Yeah.
They're different.
So did you protect her from the time he arrived or what was happening to her when you protected her?
Who's going to see this information? I don't see anyone else.
What?
I don't see anyone else.
I did not without her permission. Your permission remains. And we'll do the talk about it. Are you guys game to talk about stuff and how you want to use the information that Maria is?
Sure.
Yeah. So they will do that. And I think I know these people don't agree. I think none of us here would ever do anything like if we use this, these would only be in Letecia's paper to get Letecia's and some maybe some educated good practical names. Wouldn't they do that?
No, absolutely.
Yes. Take a look over there. Got a group there. Can I see that? You always see that, like, yeah. Me too. Yes, you. Seriously, it never told me. So, just want to thank you. You've been very great yourself, Maria. Do you surprise yourself with the spray? No, I didn't. You are. This is what I do. Well, you do it. I know you're very great to trust us. But we will only use what we talk about. And if it does not help, Letecia, I'm not going to use
it. Just stays here.
I think, my goodness, we worked pretty hard today. Do you think we should take a rest for maybe an hour or 2 o'clock? And let's come back into it. And let's look. Is it her? Sure. Okay, so let's see. Between 2 and 3. I do need the promise. It only promises that okay, so I have no request. I would like you not to hurt me and to remain safe as strong, but not hurt anyone. If you say this, whatever, tell us. You'll only have me to tell today and tomorrow. But you have, do you know the name? You can talk to those people. Well, maybe later on, maybe you would come forward a little bit and let Maria meet you. Yeah. She doesn't just talk to him. I noticed only when I went with them, right when I talked with her, that she got a feeling. I hope was really was they asked and that I don't know. But I would come back and I would hope he was you. Okay, I would take a and some Maria, I have something that I'm very to the lost in a room. I don't. Where is that? Yes,
Hey, the camera or the video stops at 1:40 and 08 seconds.
Lord.
Who was that other person that was leaving the room there, Dr. Lewis? Well, Mr. Cellini went out the door and then some gentleman with a mask on followed him out. Who was that person?
I don't recall, and
Can we just play that?
Play that shit again.
We're going to play the portion back. You can just look at this TV right here.
Hold on. Yeah. So what she smiling, Kiki, and they even fist bumped at one point. I feel like I'm gonna have to watch that whole Russian thing again. I wish the audio was better. Lord. Oh. Very good.
Looked like Dr.
Okay, we're not talking about him, Dr. Lewis. Please keep watching. Freeze it.
Oh.
Who's that person right there?
I don't recognize him.
That's not your son? You don't recognize your own son?
Because he was running the camera, but I don't recognize.
Well, running the camera, Dr. Lewis, he's going out the door when the camera shuts off. What is your son doing in the interview room?
Oh, particular interview, we had asked,
Blazed. Well, blazing.
when we at her, and I'd asked her, could have been. No, I didn't.
Is that recognized within the field of psychiatry to do forensic interviews with people who are charged with first degree murder and bring your son along?
Stand it. I here. Cameras be on us and that there be company with that. And I had said I'd like to have them on. I believe it was Josh who told me have to be.
Well, this investigator seated in the back courtroom was in there, right? Mr. Cellini was in there. Why was your son in there?
Son was asked to run if he knew how and could he run the cameras.
Why did you stop the interview?
Tired. Seemed to try. Probably not at all.
Well,
you don't go on endlessly.
you spent a day and a half, hours of talking to her, trying to get Maria to come out. According to you, I'm assuming you're saying this is Maria who comes out that we see?
Here, I'm asking myself, who is this? If you look at the character they're talking, there are times that apparently she goes by Maria. Her expressions change. She looks different. She sounds different. She does different things. She protects. That if there was a back and forth over how she perceived herself, what's going on in her head. But I think that there were times when we saw I don't think it was always Maria. I think that there were changes there as I watched as a clinician. There was not a consistent.
Okay, and so you're saying that Letecia could have came back and faked the Spanish accent while she was faking to be Maria? Is that what you're saying?
That is not, I didn't you did.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying. I don't think it's faked. I think that she switches back and forth, and her identity and who she is good.
What did you talk about after the camera was turned off, doctor?
I beg your pardon?
What did you talk about with Maria after the camera turned off?
I have no recollection of talking with her after the camera was turned off. No idea. I don't know for sure on the papers, but I can tell you sometimes if things seem that they're down or that patient would be improved, sometimes I will write back and forth. Those were preserved, but I don't know who she was at different.
You didn't preserve those documents. We've already gone through. You did not preserve those documents that you see her writing on, did you?
I do not know. I'd have to look, but I don't have a recollection of having preserved them. They were kind of a communication device there, and I made they may be there. It might be, they may have been handed over. I don't have perfect memory of what happened to those papers.
Other serial killers that you've interviewed that you've diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, for instance, the ones that are on your HBO documentary, When you ask them to change personalities, they do. Some of them do the same neck roll thing.
Shit.
Do you remember that? And when they change personalities, they confess and they tell you how they did the killing, correct?
Some. When there is a real definitive kind of different, this is a fluid kind of, as I told you, not on again, off again, perfect logical.
But what Maria says to you is mistaken identity. I didn't know it was Gannon. I shot the gun one time, correct?
Gee, someone says this. At another time, someone there with this very odd demeanor says, I'm there to protect them. I protect them. There is a fluid kind of.
Did she, doctor, just listen to my question carefully and just answer yes or no if you could, okay? Did she tell you that she mistaken identity, didn't know it was Gannon, fired a gun one time, did what she had to do? Or words to that effect?
Early on.
In this portion we just saw.
At the beginning, I believe at the beginning of the, then she's talking about other things, so that about defending
And you know that's not how Gannon died. He didn't die from one gunshot wound, did he?
No.
Why didn't you confront her on that?
It does not make logical sense, and not how you conduct psychiatric interviews. In fact, it's amateurish to say, oh, but you said this at that point, how come you're saying it now? This is amateurish work, if anyone does that. You have to then follow what is going on, and you saw in front of your eyes without asking anything, or her expression change. You saw what this person said change. I take care of them. I hurt the people who are out to hurt them. And I have down here, as I'm looking at that, say, this
And Dr. Lewis, I just want you to respond to my questions, please.
I'm
Okay?
trying to do that.
No, you all over the place.
I'm saying,
Can you listen to my next question, please? Robert De Niro did a pretty good job at that in the movie Cape Fear as well, didn't he?
no,
He didn't. Okay.
no, Robert De Niro.
Actors do a good job of acting, don't they?
No, Robert De Niro was not an outstanding, in fact, he was not dictating of multiple necessarily in Cape Fear. No, he did not see.
Did he?
Again,
All right, I'm gonna.
he did probably, but no, it was not. a wonderful-
Can we agree to disagree on that, please?
See the first Cape Fear.
Damn, that woman's
All
difficult.
right, we're going to go to the last clip, Doctor.
Lord.
Okay, and this is longer. This is going to be, I don't want to say,
Jesus, imagine dealing with that.
an hour and 30 minutes or so, okay?
Hour and 30 minutes.
So are you comfortable there, or do you want to go somewhere else? This is going to be a longer clip.
5 minutes has water and.
Oh, even does
We can get you a drink of water, and we're probably going to take a break in about 20 minutes. So find a
Okay, so
good place.
it will be a bit of a break.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not going to have the jury sitting there for all of this. So find a good place in about 20 minutes, and then we'll take our break there.
Sounds good, Judge. Thanks. And this is People's Exhibit 734. It's the afternoon of November 17th, 2022. It starts at 8 minutes and 23 seconds, and we're going to go to the end.
Find a reasonable breaking point.
Sure.
She want to control everything too, but the judge is like, nah.
We just leave the TV on, Judge.
Oh, sorry.
Lord. How she didn't know that was her son? Come on, bullshit.
And this is the conviction. We put it all on our name.
This is unwritten bounds. I, Maria, confess.
It's not English.
Confesso quota para magna qui se all'ente. Audebra letecia say Gannon, Maria, say Leda Sana, and Conversano, etc. Desert. What does it mean? I don't know. Well, what made you say it's a confession? Because I saw this as an confessor. I, Maria, confessor, we don't know what she's confessing to. I know, I just told you it says foundation and that. But hold on, did you ever take Latin in school? No, I just figured it was that. Just to be different in Spanish because of the way the back here in Cuba. It's not Spanish. Yeah, I knew it was not Spanish, but I don't know Spanish. Yeah. We would be wise. They did. Some Portuguese. That's why I said maybe like the something. Maria, then Sana. Maria isn't, that's the same mind, I think. It's not. Then Sana in Conversano. Iterated son. Well, maybe have these and photocopy them. Because it does look as if she's saying, and I'm Maria, and in the same state of mind. Requiescat in pace, rest in peace. Yeah. Anita, aka, what is Alenia? I don't know. I don't know. We say defending, something about defending, and for us to do this is not taken out, which would be kind of a free. You take a lot of languages. I like saying French, so okay. And we also sang the Requiem Mass and Requiem Mass. That's not. I get by. Okay. So anybody here? No. Oh my God. So let's see. That's the lead there. He's been here for a while. She keeps going back to her husband. He keeps cheating on him. And the letter to the here, she gets the domestic violence. Yeah. And I keep talking to her guys. She's like a young lady. The young, like the man who sleep in her breast. Yeah, it was. And I know, old she was getting in trouble when she used to live with what's from yeah, it was, yeah, it was, yeah. Well, it could have been a flare. Oh, I always looking it up. Yeah. That's good. It's kind of pictures, I think, from the Mass, rest in peace. Right? That's good. But you believe that is a confession from Maria? Well, I was the one where I thought it was the O. Yeah, the confession. That's the other West. Says that. Well, because that's why I say the be, and that's why I thought that would be different in Spanish because it wasn't. So other than that, that's why it was Spanish. Yeah, well, for the romance, right? So she can feel that it's from wrong.
So I was the only one to finish. I figured out something. And, do you think that Maria did it? Oh, I didn't. See, I remember it. And just have little flashbacks or whatever. Whatever flashbacks. Just remember blood. Yeah. And take from the appointment out to the cave. Oh, okay. Tell me about the cave. Just remember seeing someone in the cave. I remember seeing someone in the cave. You remember seeing my heard a baby crying. Have you heard a baby crying with me? Yeah, it's a lot. Really? See this. I just remember a baby crying and seeing someone in the cave. This is second interview. So tell me about the person in the cave. So the person's in like a red and black cave. Yeah. How big it was? I recall. Yeah. Yeah, 6 foot. Man. I was a man. A man. Tall. 6 feet. And sleep. I just remember being like in a room in a corner or something. I hate it in front of him. Was he in the corner or were you? No, the man was in the cave in the corner. The man was in the cave and the cave was red and black. I thought yesterday, I thought you were Maria said that Gannon got up and was in the cave. Is that I don't remember Gannon people? No. No. Drafting yesterday, I mean, I thought that the picture was of Gannon in the cave. I realized even I never wanted to be Gannon.
Yeah, it was a man.
Yeah, it was a man and who rose up. And where was Gannon during? I don't know.
Love.
It would help if I talked directly with Maria, because she relates. And he could call it, she told us, she said, I thought. So that, it's better to this if we talk, even she would have never found it. She would there. Well, let's. I mean, would you want to just kind of fade into the background of launch and I'm going to go to if someone putting on should be on the same thing. That's really terrible. Let it go here. No, they just always be. Oh my God.
It's a good spot to pause it. We pause it at 17:31.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the blue room at 3:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And we will see you back at 3:30. All rise for the jury, please.
The audio is just so bad, man. That's the problem, man. I just like nothing I can do. I can add some equalizers. You have headphones on? To me, it's just blah, 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 blah. It's just like, fuck, man. I'm barely able to make shit out. Yeah, that was a DSM-5. He has it on this. All right, we got this. We're confident.
You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 3:30.
All rise.
Lord help me. Oh, I could, let me see. This shit sounds so freaking bad, bro. Let me do some crazy shit. Let me see. I don't really think there's much I can do, but let me try this for a second. Hold on. Be careful not to mess all this shit up. This is horrible. Let me see something. It's probably not gonna make a difference, but let me see. I'm gonna put this on. I really don't think there's any saving it because it's just that's the source. It's just so bad. I don't think there's anything you can really. Oh shit. Let me see how this sounds like. Play it for a few seconds.
I don't know what happened to him. Who did this? If I deserve it to the police, what? If I deserve it to the police, I have to the police. I'm just it's double up.
That's the Russian thing?
What do you want to try? What do you want me to try? Just
Sounds kind of the same. Let's see. Probably is the same. Try this. Boom, 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 boom. No, bro. Probably is the same. Try this. Boom, 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 boom.
And I know all the security get in trouble and she to the movements from yeah, it was yeah.
I don't know. It's so hard to say. It's hard to really tell if I hear any difference or not. I echoed there for a little bit, but that's so annoying. Maybe I'll leave it alone. Let me see. No, I'll just leave it. Fuck it. It's too much of a delay. All right. It's so bad you can't even hear it. Let me catch up on the super chats. That's so bad that we have like an hour and a half of that kind of like bad audio. Sucks. Okay. Where do we leave off of here? Okay, here we are. Chapara, thank you for the 23-month membership. Holy moly, long time. Thank you for resubscribing. They will continue to hide and lie. That is the only way they can get by. Nancy Cooley and RPH. I thought I already got that. Did I get that? I did get these, I think. Thank you for the memberships. Keela Pink, thank you for the super chat. Says she should have checked Tisha's armpit temp to diagnose her. Skeezers be skeezing. I did get some of these already. Crime solver for another 350. You can go through the Doc's muffin. Laura Rutan, thank you for the super chat. Says I think the verdict will be back quicker than the Murdoch case. Unbelievable. Terry 007, thank you for the super chat. Says my favorite channel, love watching you. Gypsy Girl, 4-month membership. Doctor's son rolled in late, probably a hot boxing. About that too. Let me catch this up real quick. I talk about the son. Somebody thinks he was in court today for the morning, but wasn't there in the afternoon. Brandy B, thank you for the membership. I got that already too. Got that. Casey K says mic drop. Judge is fed up. Shakira KC, purple coconut, thank you for the memberships. Roses are red. Says Letecia covering her ears. Yeah, I know. Jay Nate, thank you for the super chat. Thank God it's Whiskey Wednesday. I never heard of that. Sounds right though. Bamaskin 25, prosecution trying to clear the defense lawyers. Anonymous, Dorothy, am I the problem? Yes, you are the problem. And Jay Nate, thank you for that super chat. 50. Hey! Shots for all. Whiskey Wednesday is like Taco Tuesday, but bad for asses. We're all badasses for sticking around for this. Yeah, it's getting a little rough. A little. Kiana Tucker, thanks for the super chat. If Dr. Lewis isn't careful, she will be in a cell next to Letecia. Oh. Kelly DeCilio, thank you for the membership. Claire, thanks for the super chat. MB should be, or maybe it should be an age restriction on a witness. Oh, Lord, be nice to the lady. Bacon Mama, thank you for the super chat. After listening to her testify, who feels like being evaluated by this lady would give you DID? Also, so the real you can escape. For real. Disassociate. Laura Wade, thank you for the super chat. Insulting to those who really struggle. Rosie 1, she saw the Black Widow movie. Black Widow was a Russian assassin. That Russian thing was crazy, man. Rocky Search 47, my kindergartner put a better performance in his Christmas program. Shamba and Pasnola, thank you for the memberships. Claire, this will be thrown out. Kayla Hits, thanks for the membership. Ailey Bella, thank you for the super chat. Amazing. Corgis and Horses, thank you for the super chat. This lying behavior nullifies all of the good doctor's past works. I don't know, man. Nicole, so it's okay for Dr. L to interview T with other people and her son in the room. When the other doctors from the state hospital interviewed T in jail, they said it was ideal. Well, yeah, and the other doctor said that like they typically wouldn't want the lawyers in there because, it could lead to bias. Heather K, thanks for the 4-month membership and thank you for resubscribing. Getting ready to smoke a blunt for all of us. Oh, my goodness, this is an absolute shit show. Cheesy Frog, thank you for the super chat. Says these skeezers. Nicole, thank you for the super chat. Wasn't ideal. Gotcha. To my other super chat. Thank you, Nicole. SW4x4 Explorers. Tisha got a cellmate to write a gibberish letter. Live thankful. Hashtag no means no. Thank you for the super chat. Someone said it's because the WebEx audio is secondary. Yeah, that's what makes sense to the TV monitors. If it was connected directly, it would be better. Oh, that's why. Yeah, so we're hearing audio through the speakers at a distance, and so there's just kind of like not much we can do, really. Crime Solver, thank you for the super chat. Says, oh, that's sled in Russian, no joke. Sled. A Phoenix Airsoft Production, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. $300 gets you dementia as she doesn't recognize her own son. At $1,000 more, you would have paperwork. You get what you pay for. I can't believe that too. Like, she must have known that's her son. Or does she really not remember? I don't believe it. Sounds like malarkey to me. I don't believe it. Oh, this lady's so nice too. Kind of annoyed with my... Well, I mean, it's not their fault, but my doctor. Gonna have to go to the black market. Ridiculous. Okay. The black market streets. All right. So I need to get a little wake up a little bit, get the blood flowing. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of like, dragging a little bit. It's the audio. If I could understand, it would be better. But because I don't understand shit they're saying. I'll be honest with you, barely anything. It's because I have the headphones on. I mean, even with the headphones, I hear like a little slivers here and there. I can't make out shit, bro. Nothing. I mean, you. Why is Mel wearing a white? Why is Mel wearing white? I like the white shirt. I was really wrinkly today, but I got a lot of shit to do. But by the time this is over, I'm going to be done with everything today. Rock Search 47, note to Doc. Indica over sativa may control the rambling. True. Slow her ass down. Low. Man, this is... so let me show you the picture I was going to show you guys. Almost forgot. So... Daisy says, by the way, bearded guy on the front row who was there all day yesterday and this morning disappeared after lunch. Think it was her son. We're not sure. Take a screen capture. Maybe this might be him. Maybe after the judge says some shit. I don't know, homeboy disappeared. But it kind of does look like the guy that was in the video. Let me send you to do another picture. We got an hour of this shit. Oh no. Yeah, I think that's him. This person was there yesterday and like this morning, and then now he's gone. Dipped out. I ain't gonna be here. Oh shit. All right. It's okay. It's all right. We still got an hour and a half. We'll get some lotion. Smile. What they say? What they say? Oh, thank you. Not him, yellow. Oh, they say this yellow guy? You sure about that? Dorothy. Let's see who's that. Cornas, thank you. Prescription. Taking forever to order it. Coming from Texas. It is the guy in the yellow shirt. That is who the attorney gave her phone to this morning. Okay. I see y'all. Leave it to the chat. Okay, so the yellow shirt's gone this afternoon. Oh. Dorothy. Oh, Dorothy. Yes, Dorothy. Diagnose me,
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is the plan just to continue with the video?
Dorothy.
That is, Your Honor. We'll just hit play and then I'll have some questions when the video comes.
Okay. And how much longer is the video?
Looks like it's about an hour and 11 minutes. 17:31. An hour and 20 minutes or so. My math is terrible. Sorry.
Okay.
Your Honor, the parties have talked about maybe going a little bit later today. If we think he'll get done with Dr. Lewis, that would be acceptable.
If we can, I would have to check with the jury because
Sure, no,
them
absolutely.
they'd be done at 5, but and we have one juror who
I know with the accident.
right.
Yes.
So
She said good.
okay. So but if we can check with them, it's okay with me.
Oh, we're gonna run later today.
So all right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Damn.
So I can put this down.
We can move you a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Ooh. All right, that's okay. Oh boy. It's at 12 over there.
All rise for the jury, please.
They put an extra guard at the door. Ooh. I am Will. I'm here to represent Letecia. Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is present in the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Yeah, we'll start the video at 17:31.
Yeah, the phone clear just
Covering the camera.
really bad. Maybe let the sirens on it, or maybe let the sirens on it.
Marie? Marie? What is caught your attention there?
Anonymous. Thank you.
What do you see? Did they go? Marie, I think it's time for me. Which is Maria's letter? Yeah. I got it. Maria. Tell me this. Can you read it to me? And what the letter just said? And
Sorry about that.
what is that? How many? What does it mean? Okay. Kind of funny. It's really, it's, we just, and you know, when you want, you should read that. No, just the four up here. You see my hand? What do you want from me? I want you to tell me what it says. Can you translate? Of course I can. Okay. Can you translate? Would you translate it? Yes. Documents. With the letter, I can't to, and also write to. And when it was here, it was to fast for the university. I wrote to, yeah, what is here? I voluntarily took the best. Self-defense, yeah. I confess in self-defense, what did you do? You know, I had the impression that we don't want Letecia to be blamed for what happened to them. That you feel you are more powerful and more in control than she. It was he told me what is her name or what is her? Do you think, harmony sometimes means people not sounding out of key with each other? Do you just wonder whether the harmony is in part of this whole harmony was left? And how old and who molested? And who's it in that? Pardon? Leticia's dad. Leticia's dad molested. That is respecting. Molested harmony. As of yet. Leticia. And who is harmony something? And they just then you said already as a baby. She's 10 years old and she's molested by her step Gannon and Gannon was molested by a stepfather. By who? Which who like molested Gannon and Harmony. I think by our stepfather. Their stepfather molested Gannon and Harmony. And Harmony was 10 years old. When was Gannon molested? He was 10 years old. And what was last? I don't know. How do you know about this? Letecia Stauch. How did you know? And she wasn't going to help. She was going to handle it herself. Letecia, yes. She's demanding herself. Oh, she like killing proceeded. It's all about the bullet, just kind of putting two and two together. Michael. She's going to have with herself. I'm confused. What is life? What is life? What? I don't understand. You don't know his name, but you know his first name is life. Yes. And who bothered him? How did you find it? I got it wrong. I thought you said that he left it wrong. No. Harmony spelled that in the face. I thought Lane was the same one. No. Who was Harmony Stedman? James. Oh, James. The one who molested Letecia. Tell me about the trip to Florida. I did not go to Florida. Pardon me? I did not go to Florida. You didn't go to Florida. I thought that you, after Gannon died, you said you were the one who shot him. I did not go to Florida. Why? Because Florida, I go to Florida. To Florida? Because Letecia went with Gannon after he died. I had to talk to you. Well, where did you do more labor in Florida? I was doing jobs. What?
taking care of other people, really getting rid of them, you know, what, you're gonna have money, I think a lot of money. I think money too. I'm money laundering. How do you want to it? Through what? I can tell you, you've seen this. Have you ever filled it in? In Mexico, every asylum matter. Who someone who's going to take you. Who is someone who's going to take you. Hold him. Hurt him. What is it? Job's done over and job's done. So you've really been her defender for a long time. Nothing, of course, not too many do that. The dog. Do you have family? I don't need them. Did you? They all die. Really? You should know this. Why? You think I would go around with 50 people voting in without having a vaccine? What's that story? You don't say. So, why did Letecia take Gannon out? She did not. How much she did? No, she did not. What makes you because I already know. I mean, you did not. But I mean, you did not know. As I understand it, was down there. I mean, you're wrong. I think apparently you're wrong. So, well, that to me, you're not wrong. But you do not know. No. Do you know? I know people. Yeah. Why did she get rid of Gannon's body? She didn't do that. Who did? Did you? No, around people, like I said. Or I know around people, like I said. So did you get something to do? So you got something to like I said, I know. Tell me, after Gannon was shot, how did Letecia get it into we said a kid? How did you manage to? If I didn't get to the hospital. But him, she was not strong. Lena tried to help her. Lena tried to help her. Lena tried to help her. Really? Was he in the bed when he tried? And of course, Lena was there. And went to range. She helped carry him to the bar. What about her? No, she was eating. She was what? She was a shot. They grew up.
Wow.
That's a picture. She see blood. She wondered why there was blood everywhere. Yeah. So she wasn't there when he was shot. I wasn't speaking. She stayed asleep. It's my understanding that you shot the man with the cave. Is that correct? Correct. Did it turn out to be Gannon? Not later. How did it happen later? How did it turn out to be Gannon later? Later on, it was happening. But it was supposed to be. I don't get it. I have to figure out what to do with it later. once it was Gannon, figure out how to do it. To call some friends, for the puppies and some dogs, figure it out, you know. So there were 2 people. No, I had to call some friends to go me out, you know. to call some friends to help me out to do what, to get it for the Bible. We're recommending the cake. We don't have a man in the cake. I thought it was a man in the cake. It's not. It was again. But after the PCA. Do you have any idea why, in your recollection, you were at the time, seemed to be a man in the cake? I don't know. That's one. Just like you figure out the news.
Ellen.
Here, Letecia showed that Gannon was on that language. She said, "See, they remember right. Do you think that he could have stood up and put the blanket around him so that he looked like the man?" There could be a possibility, but to me it was a key. But to me it was a key. Yeah, but I was trying to wonder if then it turned out to be Gannon. And you meant to only shoot a man with a gate. What did you think he was doing? What to shoot? He's going too far, but he's here. I think that purpose. And then I was here. While the man be in their house with me. No. Do you allow any normal interview? I think I first had a man with a gate. Or did you prove her now as normal? That I didn't know. Probably wrong like no. When did you try to give up to say? Even he was shooting the husband. Correct. Special training. In my house. Who were you in your past life? I told you I can't tell you about my family. And that would tell me if you told me about your past life. Can you put me in touch with somebody who could tell me about why they took Gannon to Florida? Tell me some of the reasoning behind it. Because I have Letecia first. You have to protect Letecia. Yes. That's not a long job. So if somebody were to tell me that Letecia was someone else perhaps put her in the car and went to Florida, would not be protected for that. Getting rid of them.
October 9th, Benjamin Mitchell was 22 years. October 9th, Benjamin Mitchell was 22 years old, and he was murdered. That was 51 days ago. On October 11th, 2 days later, 32-year-old Monica Hoffa was murdered. 8 days later, on October 19th, Anthony Niboa murdered. 26 days later, on November 14th, just 2 weeks ago, 60-year-old Ronald Felton was murdered. We received over 5,000 tips in this case. I am pleased to announce that tonight we will be making an arrest in the Seminole Heights murder. Our detectives are currently working on the charging documents, and we will be charging
We got sign language, guys, for anybody that can
first-degree
understand.
murder for Hal Emmanuel Donaldson III, 24 years old. Now, unfortunately, I will not have the answers that you are going to want. This is an ongoing situation. We responded out to the area about 2:30 this afternoon. We received some information about Mr. Donaldson having a firearm at the McDonald's.
Oh, I didn't mute it.
One of his co-workers approached a police officer.
Oh, my bad.
That is what led us to the...
I didn't realize the audio was playing. My bad. I meant it without audio.
When did you respond to Letecia? A very long. How old was she? Maybe 16.
He's about that long. He's pretty old. What was going on with her when you came? She didn't have pardon me? She didn't have that doesn't quite explain my name. She puts herself on another part. When everything came on, she worked herself into where she lived in the back. I thought, yeah.
Oh, wow, I got two audios playing. What the hell happened? Sorry, guys.
Yeah. Because there's no one problem. She should be
Better?
involved.
Okay.
She's covered. What was going on with her thing was you say that you help her. So there must be something she needed help with. What's that to her before? You saw for me. Interesting. You don't really know. I don't know what. You don't really know what's going on. No, I can kind of wonder if she has a lot of mistreatment by men. So it certainly makes me wonder if someone was mistreating her. Is that, do you really know why she doesn't like drugs? Why she is? You do really know why she doesn't like drugs? Why she does? Why she doesn't like drugs? Oh, why she doesn't like drugs? Why doesn't she like drugs? Because their stepdad trying to start selling them drugs. Yeah. Selling her. Selling her for drugs. Oh, jeez. Which is now who's it? James the Jackets was selling her for being right to her and did not succeed. That's not. What was that, Ranger? He was making her drive around the car and getting drugs for him. But to try to get her expanding her drugs. His nephews. Did she not do? Did she? No, she did not. Did she? She didn't know how to have the board. With the board. Who? James. When you saw that boy, when the man was with the cake, he had a hole at the top of his head. What I was wondering is, if you were anything, I didn't mistake him or see, hit him on the head with a board or with something. He hit his head on the road. He hit his head on what? On the road, on the floor. I don't think you've seen the picture of that day. He hit his head on the road. There was a baseboard in the floor in the wood. He had been jumped up something. It was on the floor. There was baseboard sticking out on the floor. That's when he hit his head. Something really good for me. Just trying to tell you this happened. That's what happened. He hit his head on the baseboard on the floor. Doesn't fit. Okay, let's just go back. Let's get the picture. He hit his head on top of this head. And then with all that is, he was like, oh, you got me. That's all it means. So, James was trying to sell Letecia. When she was a teen. What would you do? You go down cocaine. Yeah. When she was down around to get cocaine. He didn't go on sugar. Which is right.
There's kids in the family. Food. And babies. There's babies in the back. What are you babies? Well, that's, she has siblings. So, let's see how siblings. Let's see how siblings in the back.
Bro.
She's siblings and she works. Joy. Just true. I don't remember how to do this. I wasn't there to protect her. For how long did she have to? What's to do some trains for the air and then just be down with the board. And so she beat him with the board and he found beat James with board. Where was it? In his home, he's sleeping. What did he do? Did he do? No, James was sorry. But he did not know anymore. Was it really you? Yeah. What makes you what? Because it did not do it anymore. So you got to do that very tough.
So tough.
Came to sleep, took her on board. Went to sleep, I took her on board, just leave her on. They say you don't know what the pain from drunk or when we're high. At least you had no to show for it. Oh, public trainings. That was changed. That was changed. Yeah, it was. And that was when I was trying to follow everybody's hand.
Yeah, it was a weird noise, right? I don't know what that was.
Something super real. Very exciting around that time. People got confused. Who was the person for the plea? You know, say Letecia. James Warner case. James Warner case. James wrote a lot of things. He's a dark stuff.
If you guys don't know about the sign language lady, I'll tell you after. It's actually really funny.
You don't really want to case because he thought he was a superhero. He thought he was a superhero. He was brown. He was far from the oh. I'm sorry, didn't follow the bill along when they were going to Florida. Probably went along with her, didn't she? No, isn't she? I think she did. What? I think she did. I think she did. How did she know? Nothing. She not nothing. Did you know that Gannon was in the back? No. There's no Gannon in the back, no mark. Someone else help. Someone else got my rate to push you, like all different people to know. I don't know why this is hard for you to understand. Really? And what I understand, you see, you're over there to Florida. And then after she got the suitcase, and she said they're not do that. I already told you I had someone else to do that. Well, whoever. But it was put Gannon in her suitcase and kept him there. And then we went to Florida, and then you dust him off the side of the bridges. I get a kiss like that with the yeah, and she did not do that. And I had someone else to do that. I already told you, I think that's someone else. One time, I already told you, but if he knew that, she wasn't aware of that. But she was down for her. Of course she was. So what was she doing? But she was going to move the problem. She was going to move the problem. She was going to move there. They want. That's her same place. I've never said that. I don't know who we must go about. I mean, do you think she'll tell me? I don't know, maybe if you let her, then I think we can let her. What would you get away from? I mean, that's good. And we're trying to. And if he was looking at everyone, he was the worst of us. Since she's in the Florida, yes. You know, you say you don't have any remorse or empathy. But that is Letecia about what happened to them. Ever tried to close up a video that you stop and she wants to kill herself because of what happened every day. Oh my. You got to push yourself down the tunnel. Push yourself down the tunnel. It's a cheat. There's multiple things. Multiple things. Multiple things. Doesn't mean that they had really hard most of her head open. If she tries to kill someone, would you make a deal with me and keep her safe and not let her? I was not everything. Is all her heart. How old is she trying to trying to say the food? I thought we trying to put Visine in for food. The boys ever done? Here and what happened? Did they find it? No, they didn't even. Another they found him. Another related. They tell. No, they did not snitch. It's probably moving. Should I be your mom up there? To jump all the time too. Yes. And what happened? I did. And what did you do? Would you just throw it down? Where did you throw it down the stuff? Yeah. So that she would hurt herself. Why did she hurt herself? That would end. Yeah. Why would you think so wrong? You have someone like me who doesn't care, don't care whatever people. This is for good. You have someone like her, but she thinks that she did it. Right? You have someone like her who don't work. Yeah. So, yeah. Maybe he had very humble. Here, How did you do it? I was driving the gun, that was someone else's hand. Yeah. And it went off. Someone really good shoot on. You? Oh. Perfect. I did the kill. I don't think we got the shots. Well, how did you feel? Who's in the cake was scared. It's not, I didn't. My first thought was to get rid of the bottle. My first thought is to get rid of the bottle. The shooters are correct. And incorporating. And they. I don't need my social life. I don't need my social life. Cinch on my socials. And probably. So did the past too, you know. I think you read a lot. No, I don't read it all. You don't read it all? No. So where do you get your kind of psychiatric conclusion? That's what I did. And I'm not trying to rush over him. Long time ago. Different life. How many months? There's a professional we should find that out. Are you? Yeah. You know, it seems to me that sometimes when you want to do right, like you seem to hear about Letecia, that your thinking is kind of wacky. And she gets blamed for stuff that is really pretty wrong. No, it's very rarely. This is pretty serious. What are my odds? They're very, very slim. What odds? Usually I'm never called for any things. Well, in this case, she takes the blame. That's perhaps why we don't get caught, because someone takes the blame. But I always take over her. You take the times that I take over her and I rescue her versus the time that I make a mistake. Say outweigh. You take over her. And the good outweighs the bad. What if you tell me the good parts? You take it over her. From the very beginning, I saved her life multiple times. The good outweighs the bad. If I had not done those things, she would not even be here today. So why does it matter? If I make a mistake, why does that matter? I may have special powers, but I'm not perfect. What's the answer? I mean, this is a. Okay. Do you think I had to make a mistake? Do you think I had to make a mistake? Do you think I had to live when I make a mistake? No. I can't understand the word. Do you think I had to live when I make a mistake? Yes. Do I like living when I make a mistake? Like living, do you? No. So what do you do to yourself? Try harder this time.
Bro.
But you say that the good you've done has correct. When she was an infant, what did you do? I didn't start helping her until she's old. I didn't start helping her until she was old. How old was she? Still a teenager. And what did you do? I took her from James. And how did you do that? He could her in the pool one time when she could not swim. And said, he threw her in the pool when she could not swim. He threw her in the pool when she couldn't swim. She could swim really, really good, but she had cracks. Leg cracks. Yes, he did. how do you say, or the layer, well, she wrote, did you? And he's able tell me, where does anyone else know about this? Like the happened in Georgetown, South Carolina. Who was there? Was at Miss Pearl's house. And Brenda went there to Pearl's house. And so Brenda went to Pearl's house. And Brenda, we went. I don't know Brenda. I don't know him. I don't think so was Brenda. She's come through as easier. She's can't come as easier. She tells her. Does she sometimes take over? No, Brenda's family. Do you know any Brenda?
Yeah, that's her. The teacher's aunt.
And she says that Brenda has been helpful. He went to go to Pearl's house. Pearl's house is where they got Pearl. And do you know Pearl?
No.
And that's where she saw her. And he was with James Carl. So it's like, maybe I speak to Pearl. Can you do that? Do you know Pearl?
We don't know.
Where?
I don't know.
We don't know what you do. Okay.
I can ask Grace.
Lives in Georgetown, so they're going to know what he does. Stay there. They do that, no, it's funny. He stays. He's dead, right? So he was great. Of course. What else did you know? You're in the car and tried to kill herself. When was that? What is that? Tell me about the girl. She tried to kill herself and she learned how to get a plea. And did you do anything to help? What did you do? I helped her get out of the car. Get out of the car to safety. What do you do when she wants to kill herself? Well, she's in part of that she was living. So she tried to kill herself and she thought she saw anyone in her car. She saw her ex-husband in the car. Was he the girl? She thought she already saw him. Really? So she told him that he. Who knows her? She's very old before you came. It was about her. Does anyone know her? No, so this is it. I don't know. She had friends. But I had friends when she was in. Why did you film? Because she did not have anyone. She did not have anything. She did not have a partner. Maybe no one might remember. Then you had another one. Yep. Yep. And you? I didn't think that. Of what? What they did. Ready for the other now tell me. Did you kill him? No.
The alleged sanity. So you have lots of secrets.
It's kind of understanding.
You know, this time it looks as if Letecia's going to get the blame. Stuff that you were involved in.
I'm so predictable.
How are you protecting?
So many of her girls.
And so,
What's going to try to work for us to protect her?
and how do you protect her from taking the lead in all of this?
That can't hurt her. It doesn't cause her physical pain.
Is that the only kind of pain you protect her from?
Yes.
What about mental pain?
I can control that.
It's interesting. And you two have limits. Can we do anything for you? No. Think about it. It's a pretty good law. May I ask these people here if they have any questions?
I don't answer to them.
Let me see the last one. Do you have anything you'd like me to ask?
Who are the people that helped get Gannon in Florida?
That helped.
How did Gannon get to Florida?
What's that?
Special right. What is the question?
Who helped Gannon get to Florida?
I called some friends that I already told you.
Of them.
I called some friends that I already told you.
Well, I remember they asked her. And then she went up to Seth Rowan.
Who is she?
TC.
I told you my involvement in this.
I'm trying.
I told you my involvement in this, and I don't have to tell you who I called.
Why?
This is important.
Well, it's
That's what the already said she would take the blame for that. I don't know how to tell you who was involved.
Well, are we making taking a blame for that?
It has something to do with me.
Because they may charge Harley, there's something you can charge Harley.
how do you feel about it, Harley?
That has nothing to do with me, ma'am.
I'm just asking you how you feel about it.
Check the TCI.
Even from Harley. Excuse me? Even from Harley?
I'm going to protect Harley if she needs me to, but I want to protect the TCI.
You would protect her.
Correct.
Why did someone toss Garrett out of the car? You want to lose it? It's completely unwise that.
There wasn't trying to toss him out. I never said that. They were trying to toss him out.
What were we doing to do? What do you think? Seems to violence. We were
They were not trying to toss him out.
very when.
So you want me to give you a good say what the person told me? You that's not how I get it for what?
Absolutely. Yeah, so why did you hear?
Person was saying because they didn't have the money to get rid of the body.
Yeah. Very cool. With your father for money, would have cut me.
Correct. It would have been disposed of the one.
So why did they miss the buck there?
The money didn't come out also.
Sorry.
Like I said, I'm not giving you names, so the money did not come out.
So, as far as you know, she went to Florida to have other people.
She was not in the right mind. She did not do what she was supposed to do to get the money to people. She was not in her right mind. What kind of mistake with you? I don't know how to control the instinct. Well, you said she wasn't in her right mind. Because I told her to do something and she did not want. What did you tell her? She was supposed to meet the guy to get the money. Yeah. And she did none of that. What did she do instead? She was crazy, driving wrong routes. Was not the correct route she was supposed to drive. No, the correct, she was supposed to be in the right place. She did not need at the right place. Okay. It's the wrong route. Correct. Yeah. So it was, no, Phil was on. Perfect. But then I made it. You made the deal and where couldn't even start. But still, I don't think she did get rid of the bottle. She tossed it. I just told you, she did not need the people. The people are here, they did not have their money. I know, but somebody tossed the body out of the car. Correct. And they didn't have their money. There was no money. Did they toss the body? Yes, she never had the body. Maybe she did. She did not take the body to Garden. Who took the body? You just asked me this question. Yeah. They're not accepting the truth. Well, I'm confused. Okay. They're not accepting the truth. She never had the body. So she found stupid. But there is no thing, there is no evidence of her having the bodies there. Wasn't there evidence? No, suitcase wasn't evidence. That's not evidence of her having the body from her missing time. No.
The suitcase with the body, according to Harlan, was in the van.
No, that's the thing.
That's what Harley says.
Well, I don't know what this is.
And then the suitcase was found a mile away from the hotel that she was staying in.
She did not think it was intentionally. There was no bill. The people did not meet.
And again, get all the cuts on them.
I know I didn't.
No, they cuts.
There was no bill.
There were cuts.
I don't know anything about it. She asked me here. She doesn't know. It's something that we're really on. I don't know anything about it. I don't know what it is.
That's a fact.
So there's stuff that even you don't know. I don't know this. I did not cut anyone. I don't know. Yeah. I did not cut anyone.
No, that's somebody hit him with something. That's a cut.
Oh.
That's the bull.
Why are you looking at the bullet?
That's somebody hit him with something.
When you shot him, are you looking at it? When you shot him, did you know that? Are you looking at it? I'm hoping it wasn't. When you look at it, you did not. Correct. And I thought it was something. Yeah, but who was did you think it was the devil? No, we have no words. Then straight right and keep you and so you walked out. Yeah, so you went up as a foot. Yeah. Correct. But person no idea. No. How did you feel when you realized it was Gannon? I told you I did not know it was Gannon. I know that I recognized him. And I told you I did not have emotions to know about it. I don't know what it's saying. But sure, no, I think that you do that. I don't think it's. What if it feels better if I want to? I don't have feelings about that. I didn't say nothing. I'm sorry that it happened for Letecia. Well, because of your And if she's upset, I'm upset. You get it? She's upset, you're upset, you know. It's suggested underneath that, trying to believe it's fine. You do. You're acting with you, and you're so good at staring puppets. Everyone. But I think that if you feel better when that things happen to Letecia. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. It's a good sign, you know. It's a good sign. Do you know anyone who knows why they didn't have to farm and who helped carry them? Do you know anyone who could help you? No, why didn't you farm? I told you why didn't. I told you why didn't farm. Because of these people, but I mean, do you know who, like, who helped carry them? You don't. She already told you that she will take the trial of that. She already told you. You don't understand. She cannot help you who the people are. You don't understand how serious that is. You think this is a joke? Don't look at this like it's not a joke. Those are petty charges. Do you think this is a joke? That is a. You cannot tell on these people. I don't think you guys are understanding how serious that is. You mean they would kill me? You don't understand. It's not funny. It's not made up. It's not a delusion. It's for real. The money wasn't there. You can't snitch. I don't understand why you don't get that. Can you tell me what's in Letecia's family? Who was involved with research? Family. What is wrong with you people among friends? Do you think she went around a teaching salary? What is wrong with you people? What else do you think she was doing? You think it was legal? And that's how she got off, right? Do you really think it was legal? Do you want me to sit here and talk with us? No. Okay. Okay. She didn't do bad things to bad people, to good people, bad people, none of those. I know. She's definitely not going to tell you. Yeah. She's not going to definitely tell you that. Most other people die. Not. That's a part of the piece that you cannot ever know. Because someday happen. Do you get a judge for the situation? No. Because I think I'll say that you guys live in a perfect world and it's kind of big time. You live in a perfect world. It's not a game. You don't do games. Games are stupid. But you're saying that there are very powerful people behind. Absolutely. When it comes to that part, absolutely. If you also know what you want to do, but I would never give you answers. Cannot. Well, we don't like to know. A lot of we just want to know how. Yeah. That into these things. Who is 60? Sounds strong to do all that. So, what's the because I'm strong enough. So maybe, but Maria has enough power. You not see me. I see the muscles I have. So you're saying that you could help. I could do anything. Do you have any other questions about this?
Do you know anybody who could tell us how getting that cut?
Whatever this calls out. Okay.
Yeah, it cuts on his hands and his arms and his chest.
And he's back.
Is she shifting right now?
You don't know if patient has a bad opinion.
No.
You promise.
Absolutely.
He had a knife in his hand. The knife. Didn't know it was him. It was someone in the cave. But it's not over the name. If I did not ask what's on it. That's why I want to say this. It wasn't a bad cave. He won't be in the back.
You say here?
Yes.
What kind
So,
of weapon?
steak knife.
The kitchen knife?
Yes.
How did you get it?
I don't know. But I didn't know he had it inside. It's her name. It's what I was in it. I was down to
How did you decide that?
starting stop doing this. Pulling the gun southeast.
You pulled it with the gun and then
Put away with the gun southeast. She's on killing. You put it with the gun.
you dropped it out and it was ever found.
I don't know. But
Do you know? Was it found?
there's probably a picture.
They weren't necessarily looking for that, because they didn't know that he had the cuts on him. He was on a month and a half.
Had they noticed when we would, I hope that they noticed from blood on the, probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who couldn't have worked that?
Because if the other guy said it was Gannon, and she was screaming, screaming. We have to listen to that. Clean the room, she was speaking that. If we do all that, nothing ever happened. It's not real. This thing really happened. If we just clean it all up, this thing really happened. She just fixed it. Make everything back pretty the way it was. Nothing ever was real. And she said, we have to go to the hospital. We have to go to the hospital.
Yeah. And
she was trying to take him to the hospital, and Lena was picking up his body and go to the hospital. So Lena was taking the body instead. That's what it's taking. Lena,
is that me?
Lena was taking the body to go upstairs to the hospital. It was just laying there.
Was making that sound.
God was making this sound. Trying to breathe. She was trying to get able to breathe. They had all, this could not be. She was, they didn't seem to take it off, so she didn't mean for him to be dead. No. How did I, or did you, when you struck the gun, who did you establish? And who did you say? Someone came out of something, but you didn't recognize it. No, the recall made.
Did you think it was James?
Thought it was someone in the cave, you could have been a monster. Anyone. Who was the one who kept, case? James. James, yeah, but.
I think it was James.
Irving Harmony. Pardon? Harmony. I still don't understand.
Harmony thought it was James. Did Harmony come out?
That's the baby crying was for me. The baby crying was Harmony.
Did Harmony hit Gannon with anything?
I don't think so. Shit, I don't know. So nobody to forget at all.
But then with Harmony trying to hurt James.
But Harmony was a little baby. She's 10. Nobody was trying to otherwise she likes him you know, I don't know, but as you were remember you was not with her. Yeah. The reason I'm asking is it is very, very, very common for someone who extends from all things Letecia Stauch, because they usually start much of their lives they hear of the sometimes they'll, I think you saw I don't know if he referred to baby, but he was always running an avian trade. But very many people early on toward river time here they went. And it's interesting, she said, I've never heard the name Harmony. What did
Can we talk to her?
What?
Can we talk to her?
You have to ask Letecia. People, or you go back to or see what you, what it's going to be so random. It's just going to be so random. I know, I'm sure it's so random. Why would you do that? You know, what I'm not going to tell you that. Yeah, and I she don't want me to tell you because she doesn't want me to be treated as badly. You must have felt you needed it. And indeed needed.
Why did he have the knife?
Sometimes got the knife when you think it is like. Do you reckon she's some words?
Would he ever think he was going to hurt me?
No, he would say he's so different than them. He's going to constantly for it. Even though it's the guy who is for that. For the man. And then he's about a month ago, I tried to get him up for it. So she's working last week. So she didn't want him to know that she didn't want him to know it's all good is that she will be anything else. I didn't know I'm thinking it was bad, but it was not bad. I feel like see what happened.
Lord.
I can't finish. My army is regular. Like Spanish French was just to grab a weapon. It's not. It's right.
What is this?
She did not put the marks on him. No, she never marked him. You're the next one. What is this thing like to be able to share?
Stop the tape.
Yes.
The time.
Okay.
Yes.
So that we can get some questions.
Okay.
Oh yeah, shit.
Dr. Lewis, how are you doing? Yeah. You want me to help you?
Yeah, help.
What is it?
Nah, she's nice. I don't want to be mean to her. We're just kidding around.
Did you want to turn the TV up? And I'll turn the lights back on.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Lewis, I want you to do the best you can just to answer my question so we can get through this quickly, okay? Is that fair?
I'm not sure.
This Latin confession that you talked about in the beginning, you lost that, right?
And I don't know where it is.
Even though you asked to have copies done, you never found that confession again. Correct?
I was unaware of it. So it was on.
Okay. Now, do you still think, having watched this video, that it was a good idea to have Mr. Cellini in there with you?
Yeah.
You think it's appropriate for Mr. Cellini to plant the seed with the defendant that it was James that she actually shot?
I don't think that she planted any seeds. I don't think that she came up with that. I think that I appreciated watching all of it was how extremely confused it was, how big it was. I think that it did help for him. It's so complicated for someone who knew much more of all of the details.
It helps his theory. And when he asked, do you think it was James? That helps the theory of the defense, right? That somehow she mistaken a little 11-year-old boy for the stepson that's been, or the stepfather that's been dead since 2004.
I'm not aware that this is his theory.
Can you explain why at one point the defendant could not see or hear Mr. Cellini? He had to repeat a question that Mr. Cellini asked. And then when Mr. Cellini asked about Harley, she answered it no problem. How does that happen? Did that not go as according to script?
I don't know what the script is or what you're referring to. I don't know why.
The script.
What meaning that has. Who did not know what had happened.
When she was pretending to be Maria, she said, "I can't see them." Do you recall that?
I don't recall pretending to have, by the way, seen a couple of cases where in one iteration or person and either blind or also true hallucination.
And then she was somehow cured and could see him and answer questions, no problem.
This happens. It is well described.
It's fluid.
And I've only seen it.
Why did you ask the defendant if she thought it was a devil or a demon?
Simply wondering, what did you do?
Looking for evidence of psychosis, perhaps?
Oh, I am not looking for evidence of anything. I'm trying to understand what she perceived. Because I know no evidence that she hated Gannon, so that she harmed her in any way that I could find a precipitating cause. I wondered, since it is fairly common for people kind of dangerous or frightening things did apparently have some notion of some creature in a cave, that it was neither here nor there to find out did she see something different. And it did not seem to affect what she said. She clearly does not know clearly what was going on in her head.
Or she just doesn't want to tell you, right? She just can't bring herself to tell you what she did to Gannon, could she?
Well, but I think that you're correct that she, something about what had happened there that is unacceptable psychologically. I question about it. She did it.
Well, and here's what I want you to consider, okay? This whole story about her acting in self-defense and Gannon having a knife and she thinking that it's crazy ass James or whatever the heck his name is, and shoots him. And then it turns to self-defense. And it turns into someone gets rid of the body. It's just her not being able to tell you what she did to Gannon. Is that true?
Cannot tell us what she did.
And here's the flaw in your theory.
What is my theory? I'm not sure.
The theory that she had a different personality and Maria, the sociopath, did this murder. Okay?
No.
That is your theory.
You can't explain, doctor. You cannot.
Do not.
Well, what's your theory? You're saying she's legally insane.
Let's go, baby.
Yes. Really psychiatrically ill. And that she hallucinates, that she's delusional, and that her line of thinking is confused, addled, and frightened, but I don't have a particular theory that she killed this person for that reason.
Why didn't you ask her about why she gave Gannon an excessive amount of hydrocodone?
I didn't know that she gave that.
Do you think that's important?
Only if I know for sure she gave somebody that.
You read the autopsy report? You know it's there.
I know that he had this. I don't know who gave it to him. I've seen many cases where children have excessive amounts of poisonous things in their food. But there are many different reasons for it.
Your Honor, those are my questions. Thanks. I have no further questions for this
Show him
witness.
saying Gannon took the shit.
Try to go.
Come on.
Dr. Lewis, how are you?
Joke.
We're going to rehash everything, but I do want to clear up just a couple of things.
He got the DSM-5
with you. One, in regards to the EEG and the emails that were shown to you. As far as you saying that let's hold off on doing the EEG, that was at that point in time. Then you indicated that you wanted to do the evaluation first. Recall that from the emails?
Well, that there were other things to do, and it was not something that I was going to get hung up on at that moment.
At that point in time. And then in a report that you did for the court on February 12th, in that report, you put down the need you thought for both an MRI and an EEG, correct?
Correct.
And you recall in relation to this court, the issue being that this court would not give us any more time to get those things done.
Because you did it so late.
Be relating that to you.
I'm going
What
to
I heard was that the court refused.
Sustained.
I was told.
Yeah, I have an objection.
Stop.
Okay.
The objection was sustained. The witness will stop responding to a question when an objection has been sustained. The jury will disregard the witness's answer. You can ask another question.
All right. Moving on to some of the other stuff. The district attorney on his cross insinuated some stuff that the motive for killing Gannon was somehow that Ms. Stauch wanted to move to Florida. Does that make any rational sense?
Not to me.
Can you think of any way that brutally murdering Gannon would enable her to move to Florida? Can you think any sense how that would fit into any plan to move to Florida? Does that make any rational sense whatsoever? If the definition of insanity in Colorado
is that a person is incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to an act. Would that change your opinion on Ms. Stauch being legally insane at the time of Gannon's death? That last part that we were there, the interview, that was the last kind of part of a long 3 days of interviewing Ms. Stauch. Correct? Had I expressed my frustration that she wouldn't account for taking Gannon to Florida, or she wouldn't account for the stab wounds?
Objection, Honor, calls for speculation as to what Mr. Freeney was thinking.
Had I expressed that to you?
He said expressed, so I think.
Well, then it's hearsay.
Well,
Not hearsay, isn't it?
Can't repeat what Mr. Bellini had said, but maybe you should move to your next question, and I can see where you're going.
Was there ever any attempt by myself saying by myself to try to get her to say something specific or some type of theory or anything like that I had done with you? Okay. If you were aware that those videotapes were all going to be turned over to the district attorney, you're also aware that I have had years plus of confidential communications with Ms. Stauch. Are you aware of that?
I have seen it.
And if I was going to do something unethical, as they seem to be implying, I would have just been able to do that confidentially instead of on an open video.
I'm going to object to that form of question.
Sustained.
Why?
If I was trying to feed her a story, it wouldn't make any sense for me to do it in that setting where it's recorded, would it?
No.
In any of the materials or anything else that you have looked at, is there any other rational explanation as to why Ms. Stauch did this other than the psychotic episode? Any type of motive?
I'm unaware of any or any motive that makes any sense. Why he became a victim, what happened to him.
The state hospital has diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of cross.
allow it.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Yes, they are.
What are some of those similarities?
Well, there are many similarities. The reality, what is real, what is real. Difference in ability to consistent way between or you.
If Ms. Stauch had sometime in the years preceding this event had Googled, "I don't like my stepson," will that possibly explain the rage in which this homicide occurred?
I don't know.
Yes. Are you still firm in your opinion, your expert opinion, based upon almost well over 50, 60 years of practice, then in your expert opinion, Ms. Stauch was insane at the time of the death.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Have you learned lots of things over your experience in interviewing and evaluating people with DID? Over the, what is it, 40? Yes, over 40 plus 50 years. Have you learned at picking up on subtle cues? Have you learned, or on your experience, that is it unusual for alters to have almost fantasy type lives?
I would say it's a definition of the. It is a fantasy.
Are, in your experience, are the alters perceiving reality as a rational person would?
Thinking of oneself as someone other than the everyday person that we read and know. This is a fantasy, often a very changing, different, altering kind of entity. It's not a consistent, a typical life history with ordinary relationships and family ties that go on. As you saw here, it can vary within the period of time you're talking with.
Absolutely. And Dr. Lewis, we're getting close to the end of the day. Is there anything last that you think is really important for this jury to know or understand about your diagnosis?
That what you call it. What you call it is so much less important than what you understand about it. What you understand about it is that this individual has been living a psychotic life unrelated to reality, related to the way you or I or the rest of us experience reality, that it changes. It has been often diagnosed as schizophrenia when people question whether association has many of the signs, symptoms, behaviors as what we call schizophrenia. Visual, their very odd relationships, inability to sustain going. I don't care, call it, but it is some psychosis with dissociative. It's that the person is living a psychotic life and stimuli that by and large are typical of her, that not stimuli that the rest of us perceive.
I have an objection based on that last answer with regards to what we received in her scope of her that had been stricken.
Mr. Tellini?
I mean, I think that was in a report, and she was expounding on what she had seen in the video and what was going on.
Well, I'm going to allow it. I'm also going to end this answer.
Okay. And then lastly, Dr. Lewis, just one other question that I had.
It's over it.
Would it then, if somebody was suffering that type of mental illness, would it be possible for a daughter who has been with them most of her life not to be aware of it?
That's a tough question because to be aware of it would respond a whole. I can answer that. Just using not to be aware of it. To be aware of the term dissociation, not to be able to conceptualize psychosis. That, of course, is possible. But just to say not to be aware of it for certain psychiatrists.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
All right. Do any of the jurors have
bro.
any questions for Dr. Lewis? Looks like we have passed all of them forward.
Oh, you got a lot of questions. All right, let's see what they got.
Retrieve those and cancel approach, please.
Wow, mamma mia. Oh, we made it, man. We made it. Testimony is done. Let's see what kind of questions they... And really, we should try to pay attention to what these questions are, because maybe it'll tell us where the jury's mind is at. It's cockamamie stories. This woman is really, I guess, experienced, but I don't know, man. This testimony wasn't it, bro. The whole thing was shambles, obliteration. Prosecution just destroyed. What did he say? What did he say? At one point, he's like, "Is that part of the script? Was that part of the script?" He keeps sliding in little, little things in there. I'm like, "Ah, shit!" It's over, man. Even the judge is over this shit. I'm gonna cut this thing off right here because she's gonna go on forever. She's she's working for that money. Every answer is this long, convoluted, all over the place reply. Shit was rough, man. Letecia, we got this. You gotta testify, man. You ain't got another choice. Hail Mary. Look at these people. They think they're so confident. I don't know what's up with people like this. It's time for the show. Well, I'm here. I am just doing my job. Another day. Look at these guys. Oh yeah, look at them. Will swag with the alleged killer. The Grisha. Damn, must be a lot of questions. Yeah, holy shit, we're gonna be here for another hour, baby. You guys ready? Oh. Love pink for real. Let's get it. The only problem is to hear the reply, though. She's still not on the witness thing, which sucks. They moved her. People keep asking about the audio. They moved her somewhere else, and it doesn't sound like she has a direct microphone, and so that's why we can't even hear her replies. The video audio is horrible, and now, oh, she coming back. Thank God. Oh, Lord, we can at least hear the replies for this shit. Lord, 7 hours of fucking. Oh, sorry. I'm going to try to not curse as much because somebody from the church sent the donation. I'm going to try to, and then, restrict it a little bit for today, for an hour, for 5 minutes. We can't hear him. Judge! Does he not realize he's still muted? Oh, my God. His mic is muted, bro. Oh, fuck my life. I checked Law and Crime also. No audio. Oh my God. Do they know? Are they asking the question? There we go. I rewinded Law and Crime. Oh. Live. Yeah, there's no audio. Bro. Oh my God. So sad. Oh my God, bro. Oh, I thought we were gonna, bro. The way that they ends off. Oh my gosh, he has his mic muted. God, bro. The whole thing is muted. Let me see what they're saying in law and crime. I can't. This is how the day's gonna end. Damn, bro. Today is like worthy of a drink for sure, man. Like if it was gonna be any day. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they're complaining in law and crime to the chat. Oh, bro. They actually have a mod over there? I didn't even think they had mods. Or somebody pinned something. Damn, Judge been on point all this time, but he made a mistake now, I guess. Jesus. Amazing Grace. Dorothy. Well, at least we have one backup though, right? Oh, let me not fuck this up this time though. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Damn, bro. That sucks, dude. This says better with no sound. Somebody in law and crime. Oh shit. Well, I mean, while we're waiting, I guess, I don't know. Jesus. All right. Damn, man, that's so disappointing. You know how much we're missing out? But you know what we do have, though? We have Amy. Amy's in the trial today. I'm going to tell her to call me when she gets out of there so she can tell us what the hell is going on in there. She can't open her phone. I don't even want to text her right now. I'm afraid they're going to say some shit to her. I'm gonna wait till like it ends. I feel like this is an experience, man. Like this is some shit we're going together, right? It's not just me. We're all like suffering through this, whatever this shit is. And after all day of like these audio, whatever the fuck, stop. After all this stuff today. And we're like, okay, we finally got some audio. We're finally going to get some clarity, you know, some sort of, we can finally hear this lady down here. It's all muted. That is so bad, man. So bad. Let me see. Yeah, no audio everywhere. It's just done, bro. Se acabó. We got trolled again. sat through 2 hours of choppy audio just to not hear the jury questions. That really, really, really does blow, man. I hope that I don't know if she can take. I hope she remembers Amy. Damn, and there's nobody in there communicating either. I mean, I get it. Damn, bro. I guess I'll get some of the super chats so we can jump to Amy when she gets out. Where was I at? I think right around here. LNC, thank you for the 4-month membership. Thank you for subscribing. Dateline special, 10 years on affair with attorney. Should, yeah. Rocky Search 47, note to Doc. Indica over Sativa, I got that. Sativa. Gypsy, thank you for the super chat. Jay Nay, who is the son, Blue Blazer or Oddly Yellow? I must know. Been eyeballing Blue Blazer all morning. Most people are telling me it's the guy in the yellow, but then 2 other people, Amy had supposedly said that it's the guy in the Blue Blazer. They kind of look alike. I'll show you guys a screenshot of the son at the end from the documentary. But a lot of people are saying it's the guy. It was the guy that was there in yellow. Alana, clearly, Doc has never heard the quote, better to remain silent and be thought of a fool than to speak and remove all doubt. That's a really good saying. Same goes for Letecia. Thank you for the super chat. Dad said, thank you for the 14-month membership. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. Thank you. And thank you for resubscribing and being a mod and everything. Thank you. Angela, Alana, Cindy, thank you for the membership. Nicole, thank you for the DM. A Phoenix Airsoft Production, thank you for the super chat. Says her son is in there. He has a blazer on over his yellow top. He's in the back. Okay. This is so disappointing. Can't hear this audio. Salty Doodoo. Okay, thank you for becoming a member. Sarah M. Thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the Spirit Box portion of the trial. That thing was so hours of just like nothing. I could barely make out anything. Three Ball Lady, thank you for the super chat. Sherry McGovern, the subtitles are hysterical and 100% better than the real conversation. Probably because I couldn't hear nothing. I'm sure it's better. Crime Solver says it's Bullshit Wednesday. Carla, thank you for the super chat. Says we need the lady that was busted doing the fake sign language to translate this for using. So there's a lot of people that didn't understand the joke. And if you don't understand, I'll play a small clip so you can understand. So some people were kind of freaking out. I was like, oh God, they're trying to cancel me again. But the sign language thing is this lady. Okay, hold on, let me show you real quick. It's actually kind of funny. She was doing a press conference, and apparently it was huge years ago. This video had 12 million views on Inside Edition and a lot of other media outlets.
It's happened again. Another sign language interpreter accused of signing total gibberish. This time it was at the police news conference announcing an arrest in the Tampa serial killings.
We will be charging 4 counts of first-degree murder.
Standing off to the side, apparently translating every word, this woman.
We received over 5,000 tips in this case.
But it turns out much of what she was signing was nonsense. She waved her arms around like she was singing Jingle Bells, says one outraged sign language expert. The woman, identified as Derlin Roberts, has a string of arrests for fraud. So how did she come to be translating at last week's high-profile police news conference?
I just didn't ask enough questions.
Tampa Police Public Information Officer Steve Hegarty told me the woman simply showed up out of the blue and offered her services.
My immediate reaction was, I didn't call for a sign language interpreter, but that's great that we have one here. I let her in.
Did this woman appear to know what she was doing?
To the untrained eye, and that would include mine, I didn't see any problems.
This latest embarrassment comes 3 months after it was revealed that the sign language interpreter at a Hurricane Irma
Apparently it's a hustle for some people. They just
conference, also in Florida, made no sense.
The time to act is now.
Hegarty is summing up the latest.
So she's a fake and a fraud. It was kind of appropriate. And I put it because she sent that super chat. I thought it was pretty funny. And we couldn't understand anything that was being said, you know? Okay. That was from Carla. Thank you, Carla. Sarah M. She's laying on the DSM-5 manifesting insanity. Dr. Edward Moskowitz, thank you for the super chat. Says Dr. Lewis violated HIPAA violations by having her son in the room during interviews. This is a violation. It's really, really interesting that her son was in there. I don't know what is up with that. Miss Dog Lover, I'm unsubscribing. Wendy Jacobs, dude, you're fired. Jane Comedy Gold, Jennifer Geller, Mel, you cracked me up. This singer was the best. Love you. Thanks. Sam Panther, been celebrating my birthday. Happy birthday, Sam Panther. I swear I've turned 100 years old after this trial. Oh, only halfway here. Thanks, Mel, and everyone for being you. Thank you, Sam Panther. Thank you for riding with me and all of us. Konas Mom, thank you for the super chat. Where am I? Who am I? Shiro's Nation, thanks for the super chat. Oh no, not the generic ASL lady. Mel, I'm so done. This is hilarious. Who would have thought of that? Yeah, that was Carla. Really, really funny. I know a lot of people might not know about this story, so I wanted to give a little bit of context. Pretty crazy. And apparently people have done that, some sort of, I don't know, hustle or whatever. I don't know who has the balls to do that, like to go and pretend. Somebody's going to catch on to that. Must be insanity. Must be something in the DSM-5. Leslie P, thank you for the super chat. I feel so bad for Gannon's family to have to sit quietly and hear about their precious son. I know. I don't even know what was being said. At one point, people were saying it sounded like she admitted to abusing Gannon, but I can't even tell. And you know what? It's going to be really good to talk to. I should set up my phone line in a second. It's going to be really good to talk to Amy because she's going to be able to clear up maybe some of the things that we could not hear, man. So once this thing is over, I'm going to call Amy. Let's see. Oh, that was really nice. Kona's mom says, happy birthday, Sam Panther. Look great for 100. Miss Dog Lover, thank you for the super chat. Maria, sing it, Mel. And Ellie and Tharp, thank you for the super chat. Carla, thank you for the super chat. Love you, Mel. I did it. Oh, I think he realized his mic is off. Does he realize? Oh, he still doesn't know. Damn. They're helping her off already now. Oh, man. Care Bear, thank you for the membership. Libit. Even L is over it. Sheesh. Ellie, thank you for the super chat. Rocky Search 47, thank you. Citing translation, 75% off Dr. Lewis services. All right, remove that. I cannot believe it, man. No audio. It's amazing. Prolactin Pixie, thank you for the super chat. Isn't it that interpreter who was faking ASL? Yeah. Yeah. She got arrested for that too. Meg, thank you for the 3-month membership. Mel, look up Sister Peter Marie Raimundo from Oz. Peter Marie Raimundo. Oh, I remember this lady. Wait. That show was crazy. That show was crazy and disturbing. Oz? Oh, I really am surprised they didn't catch on to the audio yet. That's odd. I mean, I checked the other videos like to see if any other networks have it, but it's all the same. It's just WebEx is muted. Wow. Did they turn off the witness camera now? Grills, thank you for the super chat. Speed dating at its finest. Dr. Edward Moskowitz, thank you for the super. Thank you, Mel. You have helped us get through this. Get a degree in psychology. We love you and Maddie. I think you'd be excellent. Oh, man, psychology. Tiny Dancer, thank you for the membership. Grace Bible Church, thank you so much for the nice super chat. 50 says, let's unite in prayer for Gannon's family at the end of each court day. I don't really, well, I do my own personal prayers, but like as far as like a public thing, I don't know. The only thing I know is God is good, God is great. Let us thank for this food, amen. But I do pray at nighttime though. most of the time. Grace Bible Church. That's why I gotta stop cursing so much. Thank you so much for that. There's no way they're gonna get away with this. It's not guilty by reason of insanity. I don't see it happening at all. Especially, the one hope I thought was. Damn. We're not even gonna get to hear anything. We're gonna have to rely on Amy. Bro. I have like a bunch of text messages. Text Amy. Call me when you're out. Annie Taylor, thank you for the membership. Artin Senna sent something. I think I can see, or I forgot what you said. I don't understand that. I'm gonna have to pull it up in a second. Thank you for the super chat. Meredith, thank you for the membership. Courthouse Cat, oh, thank you. Happy belated birthday. Thank you for the 2-month membership. This doc is mental. Gina Sodal and family. This is the kind of doctor that worked at the Penhurst State Asylum and hurt people upon their beliefs. Wow. Allegedly. Craft Lady, Florida Lady. Thank you for the super chat. Says, Mel, check out Crime Curious posted 10 minutes ago about Letecia. All right. Thank you, Craft Lady, Florida Lady. Ashley, thank you for the membership. RBF Queen, thanks for the super chat. Yo, I'm watching right now, so I'm a couple hours behind, but I'm screaming at this doc. What am I even watching? I'm so embarrassed for this lady. You can skip all the hours. Just skip right to, if there's nothing at the end either. Jamie, thank you for the super chat. Says, Mel, I appreciate you, and I'm not alone. Jamie, thank you again. Says, hey, chat, please hit the like button. Kelly Ann, thank you for the super chat. Barking Mad, thanks for the super chat. Says, funny how subtly she can answer questions simply and directly instead of rambling on and on. On and on until we're all lost and don't even remember the original question. True. Mandy Mood, thank you for the super chat. Bullcrap deep today. Kelly Ann, I want to Venmo this judge a vacation money. Diggs says, I'm calling bull spit. Thank you for the super chat, Diggs. Mandy Mood, where did you get your degree? Cracker Jack's box. Mr. Kitty's mom, thanks for the super chat. Mel, thank you, Mel. Love your commentary. Thank you. That's a lot of super chats today. Thunder Plumps, thank you for the membership. Thank you, Mel, mods, and chat for sticking with this. Yeah, the mods are amazing. Thank you guys so much. We need to have like a mods thing someday. I'm gonna say too much because I'm gonna be like, remember that time you said we're gonna have a members thing? You never did it, or mods thing. Jane, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, Long Crime have mods. Addie is the best. Okay, I didn't know that. Kelly Weston, thanks for the super chat. Best community ever. So glad I found my people. Rebecca, thanks for the super chat. Let's get 4K likes, peeps. Leslie P, thanks for the super chat. Ask the fake interpreter to give us sign language. Dr. Edward Moskowitz, thanks for the super chat. We got to hear Amy, Mel. Yeah, we got to hear Amy. Thank you. Love your show. Cherry Pie, thanks for the membership. Pam Barker, wasn't Elle supposed to decide if she will testify? We can't hear nothing. I cannot believe he completely, who knows what they're saying? So let me set up the call line so I'm going to call when she's ready, Amy. The reason, and it's just for Amy, actually, I'm going to call her from Google Voice when she's ready. So you guys can hear directly from the computer. You don't have to hear me put it on speakerphone. Gina says, thank you for getting me through the workday. Mason, thank you for getting me through. Oh, there's a whole thread of what's being asked. Thank you. I'll be over here. Oh, this is so beautiful. Thank you for this. Wait, is this a thread here? Wait. Damn it. Oh, I lost it. Here. Yes. I think. Oh, so apparently Letecia said she just informed the court that she will not be testifying Friday. Okay, so it's all the shit that we're missing. That skip was about an hour and a half long, showed Stauch and her alleged Maria personality talking to Lewis and describing that she killed Gannon and that Letecia had no knowledge of it and no knowledge of how Maria disposed of Gannon's body. Stauch can then be seen handing over a note to Lewis that she had.
Paragraph.
So that's paragraph 2.
Right.
Okay, then you're right.
I think it's.
So, because I agree that's how they have to do that.
Right.
But I think it starts out with, if you found the defendant guilty of one or more, I think that relates to Roman numeral 2. Your next paragraph is, if, however, you found the defendant not guilty of any one of the following charges, then sign Roman numeral 1. And that would be right, because Roman numeral 1 is the not guilty with the interrogatory on page 2. Guilty is Roman numeral 2.
Okay.
So,
No problem making all the corrections, including the ones that you.
okay.
You want to give me a hard copy and I'll just make all the.
Yeah.
And email everybody?
Yeah, that's fine.
I can approach.
Yep. Let's see, where was it?
All right, we made it again.
Here is the Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2 issue. Here is the statutory language.
Now I judicial notice one as well.
Yes, please. And that should just be stock, right? Yeah.
We also have this, you're talking about.
There's a qualified witness.
Field records and so forth of regurgitation by Ms. Strobel.
Whatever you come up with.
Something together and send it to Grounds.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then the only instruction that we'll still have an issue with, that we'll have to argue about, is you have a question or an instruction that says the question of the defendant's sanity or insanity has reference to her mental condition at the time of the alleged acts, the condition of the defendant's mind previous to the act charged, and since that time may be considered only to aid you in determining her sanity or insanity at the time of the acts charged.
Your Honor, I'll take that out if defense counsel wants it out, or we can leave it in.
Put it in or out?
If you got a good case law, that's a good instruction. I think we should keep it in.
I'm fine with it in, I think.
Okay. Just wanted to, I think it's a correct legal statement or correct statement of the law. So, okay. So take care of those. Then, I want the attorneys here on Friday morning, 8:30, 830.
Directed at me.
Just making sure. So 8:30, and then we can talk about the jury instructions, and we should be in a position that maybe what can happen is rest instruction, and I will take a break before we start into the closings, because I think it's only fair that the jury consider it that way. So, okay.
Judge, the only final thing, those documents from Dr. Lewis, I'm fine with just uploading them. We've had, I don't know how you want them to be uploaded, if you want them to be suppressed or somehow protected, but we've had that issue in the past.
They're covered by CJD, I think it's 0905 or 0509. There's a Chief Justice directive that has to deal with that. And then there are internal regulations, because I'm assuming that it has to do with mental health. It should be uploaded as sealed.
So that's been the problem in the past, that when we've done that, then somebody has then unsealed them.
Okay.
And then they've gotten out. So that's why we've asked in the past for maybe the court to upload.
The easiest way to do, upload it, suppress it, let us know when you've uploaded it.
Okay.
Then we will change the status from suppressed to sealed, and nobody else should be able to change it except us.
Okay.
That may be the difference, is that if the attorney's uploaded as sealed, maybe somebody else can change it. But
I think that's right. Yeah.
If you upload it as suppressed, let us know it's there. We'll change it to sealed. Then it should be fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
Judges, anybody just do the court?
Over? Over. Holy moly. When's court coming back? Friday? I didn't get to hear. No court tomorrow. So let's see if she'll text me now, Amy. Amy. I'm Amy. Oh. Let me send me the screenshot. It's a beautiful couple. Aw, that's so sweet. They can remember that forever. Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, share that. Oh, it's a really lovely couple, aren't they? Aren't they? I'm like, all right, call me when you're out. Okay, so we're going to hang out for a second. We're going to wait for Amy. Amy. I know a lot of it's an old movie. A lot of people don't know what I'm talking about. Amy Congo.
Pretty, Amy, pretty, ugly, woman, ugly. Amy, pretty.
I'm Amy. Be careful, I don't want them to claim the video. I'm Amy. We need Amy. Let's make a soundboard for her.
Amy, pretty, Amy, pretty.
All right. Legendary, I don't know your number. Legendary. Everybody hit me up. Hey. Hi. Oh, I just saw this. We're gonna wait for Amy. I already said that, Diggs. I thought you listened to everything. I'm just teasing you if you're listening. Mel scream all aboard, Amy. Sheila. I like that. Hold on, let's see. Caffeinated Cat Lady. Thank you for coming a member. Gravity, thank you for the super chat. Gina, thanks for the super chat. Thank you for getting me through my workday. Pam Barker, wasn't Letecia supposed to decide if she will testify? They're saying she said she will not. The audio wasn't working for any of us. Fix that. Barking mad. Maria comes out when Letecia is stressed. So are we going to get an encore performance when the verdict is read? Oh, Diggs, I love you, okay? Don't worry. Tell your I mean, I don't know. Yeah. I'm kidding. You know I'm kidding. All right, let's see if we get Amy. Thank you, Chrissy. I'm sorry I didn't reply. What is that message from like a month ago? Oh, April 19? Oh, a couple of weeks or something. My bad. I'm horrible. I got like crazy ADD. All right, just waiting on Amy. Come on, Amy. We need you, Amy. All right, in the meantime, let's see. We got Google Voice ready to go. I ordered this crap that I needed to order. So, let me set up the trial for Friday. I guess they're starting normal time Friday. Let me do that. So we'll be back Friday. I will be fresh. Dorothy Lewis is done. Did they say they're going to do closing arguments? Do they have any more witnesses? Anybody know? Okay, I'm going to do... So Friday will actually be day 20. Closing arguments, I'm assuming. I don't know what that is. K-cup? What is that? Yeah, the art is not up yet. Yeah. I know. I got a whole bunch of shit I gotta do. I really wanted to put the thing up before the trial's done. And I forgot to order the command strips to put the thing up. Starting 8:30. Closing on Friday starting at 8:30. 9:30, 10:30. So you sure about that? 8:30 their time? That's what they're saying in the chat? Okay, so we're starting early on. Oh, snap, we're starting early. Okay. So 8:30, let me see. 9:30, 10:30. We got to start earlier than that. Let me put a thumbnail up. Or is today day 20? What the hell is today? We'll just do this for the thumbnail. Today's 19, so yeah, Friday's day 20. Okay. Yes, the defense will rest at 8:30 Friday morning, then closing morning. Okay. All right, so we'll start Friday. $10:15. $10:15. Friday morning. Yeah, I gotta fix that. You put day 20 on your video photo. It's day 19. I fixed it though. I think I fixed it. I did it earlier. I think I fixed it unless it's not updating. Okay. Let's see. Is Amy out of there yet? I fixed it already. All right, let's try Amy. She didn't reply back. Let's see if I call her. She answers. Amy.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I was just about to call you.
Can I call you from the Google Voice so everybody can hear you directly on the computer?
Yes, that's fine.
All right, awesome. I'm gonna call you right back.
Okay.
All right, bye. Amy. Amy. Our insider. Oh, we got an insider. Yes. You should be there. In the little cabinet. Yeah, open it up. Straight ahead of you. Look straight ahead of you.
Hello.
Hi, Amy. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Let me make sure audio's not too loud. Okay, Amy, holy moly.
Yes, my brain is mush.
Wow. I don't even. Okay, let's start with this. Let's start reverse. The simpler thing. So the judge had the audio off at the end, where the jury got to ask questions.
Holy moly, he messed up.
Yeah. So we didn't hear nothing.
Oh no. I will say that overall the questions, and I didn't write them down because I was like, oh, they're going to be recorded.
Right.
Overall, the jury doesn't believe the doctor.
Okay.
They were asking questions about how do you know she's not malingering, and are there any tests to prove that you're not malingering from DID? And she said no. Short version, because everything she answered was 30 minutes long. What was the other question? It was a biggie. Oh, they said, since when your Bellevue Hospital opened, the diagnosis for DID went up. The number of cases went up. Have the number of cases gone down since you've closed the hospital?
Really?
And she said and she didn't have an answer.
Wow.
What was the other questions? They were kind of similar. Two questions were very similar. I'm trying to remember. It was about psychosis. Can't really remember. But the feel of it was they didn't believe it.
Wow.
They thought it was all baloney.
Okay. The other thing.
Okay.
Who the hell is the son? Was it the guy in the yellow or the guy in the blue?
He was in yellow, but he would put on a jacket that was dark blue in the aisle most of the day. And the cops were on.
So I got to ask you. When the judge talked about somebody smoking.
We all think it's him. Everyone looked at him.
I'm going to get the picture so everybody can see it again.
I don't know if he was in the room at that time, but either they looked at him or we all looked for him because we all know it's him.
But was he only there for the morning and he was gone in the afternoon?
No, so he came in the morning late. She made it for the 1:20 start time, so that was good.
Right.
I think he may have come in and heard the yelling, and left. Now, he was not there. You know when they showed the video of him in the video?
Yes.
He was not in the courtroom during that time.
Ooh. And again, so it's the guy that was wearing yellow or the guy that's in the blue?
Yes.
Okay, the guy was wearing yellow. Okay.
Yellow, and then he would put blue on. Like he put a jacket on.
Oh, okay, but he was still
like a blazer.
But he was always wearing yellow though, the yellow undershirt.
He always wearing yellow, but he was towards the back in the aisle.
Okay.
And he when they brought the additional police in for additional security, I mean, they were having so many problems with the people I didn't sit on that side today. I was not in the bad group, the fun group.
Right.
But they were talking a little too much and just, they're tired, they're bored. They probably were just, they forgot the decorum of the courtroom.
Oh, that's why he reprimanded them.
He was livid. And the bailiff kept asking people to turn off their phones, put their phones away, don't even take them out. It was a problem all day. Yesterday, and the reason is what happened to me yesterday. Everybody had out their phones and their computers.
Right.
So I was like, well, okay, I'm going to take mine out. And then when she walked over and she said, ma'am, please stop. So I turned it over and no big deal. Well, today it was just out of control. So the clerk, man, he was mad. and I don't know if that was on film. I always like to go back and see what is caught on film and what's not. He came back, they were yelling at people all on the other side. I was like, thank goodness I'm not sitting over there. And they were like, this is how it's going to go. That's the press. Those 2 rows are for the press. If you're press, you need to be in there. Those 2 rows can have phones and computers, but you cannot, and listen to us, press, you cannot record what is being said in this courtroom. So they were mad at the press too.
Wow. Wow.
And I don't know who I keep mind blanking on the lady that was there from I wrote to Mo earlier about the national organization that showed up today. Last name is Janae. Gosh, I can't think of it. Crime and something.
It was an organization that showed up?
Yeah, like the big national, I'll just have to look at my notes and tell you tomorrow.
Okay.
Let's keep going. You ask questions and I'll try to remember as much as I can.
So for the people that don't know, I mean, yesterday it was speculated because did you smell smoke in the court today, by the way? Did you smell weed in the courtroom?
Yes.
You did?
This morning. And, I mean, everybody was just like, man, we're getting, what do you call that? I'm losing the word again. Contact high.
Yo.
What is it? There's another word for it. Anyway, yeah, everybody was just like, it's such a tight room. Dude, you're obvious.
Right, because we were talking about the Dorothy's son has been in the court. People smelled a lot of like weed yesterday. It's believed, not sure. I'm pretty sure it's him. The judge today reprimanded. He didn't say specifically who, but he was like, whether it's cigarettes or marijuana, you can't come in here with that shit or smoking around here or whatever, or in the bathroom where we have cameras.
In the stairwell.
In the stairwell. I wonder if they caught him smoking over there. They knew.
Yes. There's cameras in the stairwells. He's like, in case you don't know, we have cameras everywhere. We saw you. Do it again. And I think they warned him. And he said, do it one more time and you'll be banned from this courthouse for life.
Wow.
He was not messing around. And we were all like, where is he? And then we've gone home or to the hotel to take a shower because the next 2 times he came in, he did not smell it. He didn't smell of it. But he still pulled out his phone. And one of the cops by the door walked over to him and said, put it away. And I was like, no, arrest him. I'm sorry. I just wanted something exciting.
So, Amy, another thing, let me tell you. So, the audio for the video that was being played to Letecia and Deborah and the attorneys.
Oh, it's horrible.
So, it's horrible for you guys, too?
Horrible. Yes. It was horrible. But let me tell you, you didn't miss much. It was all her yada yada, whatever. It was a very bad acting job on her part. Mostly, the Russian thing is the only new thing, and it wasn't Russian. It was her pretending to have a Russian accent. I will tell you the part that killed all of us. And Landon, the mom, had to run out of the courtroom because you know how there's some truths in some of her lies.
Right.
I don't know if you guys heard
abuse.
When Letecia was explaining, no, not that part. When she was explaining the stabbing and the sounds that Gannon was making, the gasping for air. Oh, it was chilling. I don't know how Al stayed in there, but I saw Landon. She started shaking, and she tried to hold it together, and the police and there was like 5 people escorted her out to try to get her out as quickly as possible. It was horrible. That is not something, I didn't know they were going to show something like that. They should have warned them. They showed his autopsy photos again. They were like, Letecia, or whoever you are right now, how did he get these stab wounds? They were trying to get one of her alts to answer for her.
Wow.
And she was just saying, he was, the sound. I'm not going to do it because it's very triggering. And it was horrific. nobody deserves to hear that.
Holy crap.
So,
Yeah, we couldn't hear. I couldn't hear none of that. Wow.
Y'all are blessed because that was horrible. It was really crappy but I know it's like, I want to hear every word and I want to go back and hear every word. But I can tell you, you guys just missed a lot of her BS. You know, her storytelling, her non-performance of whatever. Yeah, it just wasn't good. It wasn't shocking or eye-opening and all this, oh, we have this evidence of things she did before the murder to prove. And one of the things she said was somebody in the family told the doctor that Letecia was asked to be called Maria when she was a child.
Right.
And I mean, that's like secondhand news, you know, second, third hand. What is that?
I know, and it's it was like an overnight thing. Like all this time she didn't say nothing, and then like overnight after yesterday's testimony, she gets this thing of like,
oh, yeah. Did y'all see all the paperwork controversy?
yeah.
Whoa, that was a big deal.
He was pretty pissed to the prosecution.
Yeah, because he knew she was going to do it. He knew.
Black belt.
It's like, I'm going to ask this question.
Black belt babe was asking. Did she say what weapon she used to stab him?
She said she wasn't sure if it was a kitchen knife. When she was answering as the alt, she said, I don't know, it was a kitchen knife or some other knife. I was expecting her to say the box cutters, but she did say kitchen knife, so you know, maybe that's what it was. And she was saying that Gannon had the knife and she took the knife from him.
Wow.
So again, take it with a grain of salt, but yet there's some grain of truth in there. Okay, go ahead. Let's see if I have any other answers.
So what about anything interesting with the jury's reactions, facial reactions, or anything like that?
Okay. Overall, they played poker face, except for one lady, and she kept looking at the family.
Oh.
And Mel, the Mel juror, he did one of those faces that you do, like, oh, really? You know? Yeah, he wasn't buying it.
Mev in the chat wants to know, did Lewis get reprimanded for anything at the end of the day?
Did who?
Lewis, that's the attorney that was going ham.
The son? No, not that I know of. If that happened, it happened after court.
Okay.
When they pulled the mom out, I think the judges wanted them both to just get out of Colorado. He was just done.
Sharan wants to know, did Letecia say she hit Gannon with the gun?
I didn't hear.
Oh no.
To hear how she put a hole in his head. I don't know if anybody else caught it, but I could not catch it. She said it 4 times.
Oh, that's the doctor. My bad. Yeah. Lewis is the doctor. I don't know why I was thinking it's the attorney. Did Lewis, Dorothy get reprimanded?
Lewis is the doctor.
Yeah, did she get reprimanded for anything?
Did she get reprimanded? No,
okay.
No, she doesn't care.
Yeah.
She nor her son got reprimanded.
Wow.
That I know of. Although, you know, everybody was like, hold her for lunch to make sure she's here and fine her. And, you know, there was a lot of work done because they even said it, you know, this is going to probably come up on appeal because they were holding back. I don't know how the appeal would work, but maybe if she's done. I don't know. So
people are asking, though, we already got confirmation on Twitter, so teacher says she's not going to testify, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm. Correct. She is not going to testify.
Mm-hmm.
And then the agent next to me said, which one of her is not going to testify?
Right.
I said, too soon.
Anything new with the love affair between these two?
saw him towards the end. Did you guys? I didn't have a good view. Were they, because she was asleep all day, and then she woke up, and that's when I said, oh, she wakes up now, and the agent said, well, yeah, she thinks that went well. She's delusional. Letecia thinks the doctor did great.
That's what's so mind-boggling to me. Like, I'm seeing their reactions, Letecia and Cook, and it's like it's almost like they look confident or something.
Yeah, idiots. They're delusional. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Cook, if you're listening, I'm sorry. In this moment, I need to have a talk with you. Walk away.
Right. Leanne says she wants to know, can Amy tell us what she hasn't wanted to yet? Or do you want to wait on that, or what?
I want to wait.
Did you go on Friday?
I don't know yet,
Okay.
so that's why I did talk to a couple of news people, and I asked them, I said, do you think I would be able to get in? And they said, we think so, but, no promises, but we think you should, risk it. I'm a little spontaneous.
And
Friday morning, I may be like, I want to go.
Well, definitely. I'm so glad you went today, because, oh my God, you're giving us so much good information. And Dame97 wants to know, ask why her attorney washes his hands with hand sanitizer, then washes his face with hand sanitizer. I have no idea. I did notice that he wiped his whole face with hand sanitizer.
Okay, I would say if you're sitting next to her with you, I have no idea. Other than touching things, and I don't know why he's doing his face. That seems like it would dry it out really bad.
Right.
Never heard of wiping your face with hand sanitizer. I did see him go get water a lot of times from the clerk. So I don't know. I didn't notice anything. I'm from behind.
Miss Buddha wants to know, was there any facial reaction when Dr. Lewis said that Elle was abusive to Gannon? Did she say, because we couldn't hear so well, did she admit, Letecia, to abusing Gannon?
Yes. She said that she was doing the enemas. Is that what we're talking about?
Anything, because I thought maybe she admitted to more. Was there anything else? We knew about the enema, but
No, it's the enema.
Oh.
Because, and so I don't know if y'all heard Dr. Lewis talk about that, but a lot of times children who are abused that way, it's a form of SA.
Right. Yeah.
And they then start disassociating because it's just too cruel and painful to deal with, and humiliating and all the other things. And then those sometimes, just like all, unfortunately, if you've been a victim of child molestation, there's a chance that he will go on to do it. Not everybody does, but that's the data. So that's why you get help. And so she was saying these people go on to do it to others, and she admitted to doing it repeatedly to Gannon.
Oh wow.
And so she did admit to that. I will say, when they kept saying she had no reason, no motive, she loved her son, and they're like, the agent next to me did his hands what about the text about I hate my stepson, and then he said, according to her theory, you have to hate someone to kill someone, and that's not true. There's
Right.
I think the closest theory they've come to is that Gannon wanted to go home to be with his mom. He's 11 years old, and he was probably tired of Letecia and wanted his mom, like all little 11-year-olds. Sometimes, that happens. And when she's being mean, he wants a maternal figure that's nice. And Letecia just couldn't hate that. I mean, she does not like competition. And she just, I think, for me, this is my final guess out of everything, is that she felt like she was the victim. She was taking care of everything. She she was doing everything. No one else was. And for Gannon to say to her, I raised the stepson, and I loved him like he was my own. And there was one time he said to me, "You're not my mother," and I said, "I know I'm not. That's okay, But I was an adult, and I understood he was mad, and we got over it, and we got through it, and I raised him as my own, and everything was fine. But if you're someone like Letecia and you get that thrown at you, and she's not getting affection from Al anymore, I could kind of see her being triggered maybe by that.
Right.
Hopefully that's not too controversial, but
Let me give you some rapid fire questions because there's people shooting off here in the chat. Oh well, one real quick one, which is kind of funny. Kelsey said, "Could you smell her?"
No. The marijuana was overwhelming.
Okay. Lay was wondering, did you catch any of Al's reactions? I know you mentioned Landon.
Yes, he was pretty stoic. He did say no when Letecia was saying, so when Letecia was up there as her alt saying Gannon wanted to go home, and I was telling him that if I took him and I kidnapped him, and that, I was going to try to get him away without telling his dad, Al was just shaking his head no. I mean, I'm sorry, I always get the shake and nod wrong. He was moving his head no. All right. And then she was like, your mom's a drug addict. And then Landon started moving her head no. They were very upset about Letecia saying those things about both of them.
Interesting.
Not upset like the other part. Like they were just, that's the only time I've ever seen them react since I've been there. They've been pretty, stone-faced, and I think the victims' advocates have told them to do that, to not give them, don't give the bully ammunition, Don't let them know it upsets you. So they hadn't, but at that point they both said no, and, they were shaking their head like no. One of the grandparents started crying as well when those sounds were being made by Letecia. When Landon ran out of the room, one of the grandparents started crying too. It was horrible. Horrible. And I was so upset because only half the jury was looking at the family then.
Oh.
The other half was looking at the screen. I was like, no, y'all need to look over here and see the effects of what this woman has done. But, no. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, Carolyn said maybe Maria will testify since Letecia says she's not.
No, they want to wrap this thing up Friday. And they
I can tell. They're pushing to get it done. Crystal.
Yeah, it's wrapped up Friday.
Sorry. You want to go ahead?
No, go ahead.
Okay, Crystal wants to know, do you have a Cash App? Do you have a Cash App? I feel like we should send you something
No,
with travel.
no. Send it to me.
No. Oh, if you have...
No.
If you have, because I was going to send you something. We can...
No. I won't accept it.
Oh.
So, send it to Mel.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
Really sweet.
Nope.
Let's see real quick.
Thank you, but no. This is all for Gannon and, everybody in the chat. I have a lot of fun and support Mel's channel so I can hang out with good people. So there you go.
Thank you, Amy. Crime Solver wants to know, please ask what they meant by the juror being in an accident. Do you know anything about that?
I don't know. Do not know. I sent Mo on a mission too. I haven't seen if she answered it or not, so maybe the chat can find this out. Apparently there is a meme on the internet, I don't know where, Facebook or Twitter, of Cook and Letecia doing that snuggle fest the other day. And it has 4 call-outs with words. And that was discussed this morning over through the white noise. So I don't know if, there's a search fest for everybody to go on because I'm going to look for it when I get home.
Okay. Let's see what else. I got that question. Oh, somebody asked earlier, which I think we kind of talked about it. So the jury, I mean, from what you're getting and the questions that they asked, they're not buying the whole insanity thing.
Nope. They were not buying it. Okay, so this has been said a lot of times by attorneys. The trial is decided in jury selection. Okay? Basically, the jury you pick, it doesn't matter what you say in trial. So during the 2 weeks when they were picking that panel, they were having a hard time finding anybody not to say they thought the insanity defense was cowardice on her part. So I don't think, and I know this demographic, and it's military country, you know, it's military families, and you make a mistake, you own up to it. So there isn't much tolerance for the devil made me do it, or whatever you want to say, you know. They're just, you know, I know there are cases, like we've had another case down here where, we've had a lot of cases, unfortunately. We had the Aurora theater shooting, where that guy was really off his rocker, if y'all remember.
Oh, yeah.
He
with the orange hair?
Begging, yeah, he was begging neurologists for help. Begging, he was saying, I'm losing it, help me, help me. And, you know, that's a closer case than this. This is just a mean woman. With, you know, she's narcissistic. Me. That's all it's about. And Dorothy was a lot like that. And so I will give y'all a little hint. The state, I did talk to one of the state attorneys and one of the agents, FBI agents.
Today?
During the break. And they were
So
like,
are you okay with saying this stuff? I don't know. I don't want to call.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am. I'm all right. It's nothing bad. I think they were using me as a test, you know, like a jury tester. They were like, okay, what do you think? How do you think she's coming across? And I said, I think she and Letecia are two peas in a pod. And they both smiled and said yes.
Interesting.
That's what they were thinking. They wanted an outsider to know whether they were really far off or not.
Right.
And I was like, my personal opinion, you want my opinion? You know, I think she's just, there's so much alike. Letecia will not, Dr. Lewis would not answer questions, yes or no. Shows up late, rules don't apply to her, she's entitled. I mean, everything, and she just, the little things in the courtroom, everything had to be accommodated for her. It was crazy. And I'm sure most of it wasn't shown on film. So, yeah. And I really think her son needs to be diagnosed.
Really?
There's something there. Yeah. Yeah. There's stillborn do and don't, but yeah.
Everybody's calling.
That's what the police were watching him, and I finally wrote, that's the witness's son, to one of the police officers who was new.
Yeah.
And he went, oh, okay, because he was so odd. He was acting so odd. And he pulled his phone out after everybody got yelled at 4 times today. He pulled his phone out.
That's
like the rules
crazy.
don't apply to him. And the cop walked over and said, what are you doing? And he put it away. Sorry, I'm repeating myself. Sorry.
You're good.
Losing it. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Fuck. I'm so, like, this GoFundMe thing. I'm gonna have to go turn them out. I was gonna just take whatever I was gonna send you and just send it to the dad's GoFundMe, but like I'm having all these issues, so I'm gonna have to charge my old phone and turn it on to access the account. But let me see.
I would say, well, I don't know. You know, both families are lovely. It just appears that Aunt Veronica has means and is really bless her heart for taking care of Landon.
Yeah.
She looks like she's kind of handling the bill for everything. Al and his wife, you know, sweet family. The grandparents were there. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't talk to them about, like, for funding or anything. I know there's...
Yeah, because I know those accounts are old too. I mean, well, not that they're old, but they were made a while back
When
the whole situation was happening. So I'm not even sure if that's
right.
Yeah.
I mean, the only other thing is, I guess I could reach out to somebody to say, do they have a fund set up for Gannon and his memorial and his name or something like that? I don't know, but yeah.
All right. Well, everybody in the chat saying is thank you and that they love you. You're amazing, and I thank you too so much for giving us information and taking your time to go out there and take the time to call us, give us feedback.
And maybe we'll do a little debrief. I debriefed a little on Discord last night, so if you're in Discord.
Oh, for sure.
I kind of put some things in there as well.
Okay.
As I remember, because I can't read while I'm driving.
Right.
I take all these great notes and then I can't read them to you. So, but overall, yeah, I'm glad it's over for everybody's sake. That they're done.
Right.
Closing is Friday. Let's move on. And I'm betting guilty.
Yeah, me too.
I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But my bet is guilty. That's it. I mean, other than all the fiasco today and all the yelling and all the cops and all the guns and it felt like a military state in there after a while.
I know. Truth Seeker was saying, Amy, did you see Dr. Lewis and T fist bump on video? I guess.
Did I see her in where?
The fist bump.
Yes. That was just November 22, I think she did that interview. So I remember the fist bump being a big deal at the start of COVID. But yeah, that was weird.
Mm-hmm.
That was very weird. Her stupid little Russian accent was
I know.
ridiculous. It was, just like a 12-year-old trying to do an accent. And that was sad too, because she was saying that she was 11 or 10 when it happened to her, and Gannon was the same age. So, the intimate thing.
Right.
And they kept talking about the cape. I don't know if y'all heard that. That maybe he put his blanket up and he was looking like a big man with a cape, and that triggered her.
I didn't hear that.
I don't know if you could
No, we couldn't hear that.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll go home and take notes and read through my notes, and anything important.
Sure, for sure.
Do another little
And
thing.
and then when they do, I don't know, verdict watch or whatever the situation is, maybe we can talk or we can have you.
I think that's gonna be 30 minutes flat.
It's got to be quick. I don't think they're gonna go through all this shit again, like all through.
No.
Yeah.
These people are done.
Mm-hmm.
They're done. Yeah. Oh, it's raining. Never see that there.
All right, Amy. Well, drive safe, please. Be good.
I will.
All right.
Okay.
And we'll talk.
All right. All right.
Thanks, Amy.
And hello to everybody in the chat. I'm eager to get back.
They're saying hi. They love you and thank you.
Okay. Love them.
All right.
Too. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. That's Amy. She doesn't have a channel. People keep asking if she has a channel. She doesn't. She's a subscriber and somebody that's just been really supportive. And, and she was at the trial I don't know if it's just been 2 days. I think 2 days or 3 days. And the audio isn't great. She's driving and stuff. This time I called her directly from the computer. So like an attempt that you guys could hear better, but she doesn't have great signal. And I had to boost the audio a lot too, so you guys can actually try to make it out. I am going to clip this phone call and I'm going to clip yesterday's phone call and just put it together because she gave really good information. And there's quite a bit of things that I can clip for the people that missed it. I'm going to get the super chats too as well. Tomorrow there's no trial, so we can take off. I got stuff that I need to do. A lot of stuff I need to do, like personal stuff that's kind of behind. I may throw up clips when I can, There's so many things that I can clip. Martin says, Amy, will you marry me? Trinity, I didn't see that 35 minutes ago. Hi, Mel, I sent you a message on Twitter. Thanks for the super chat. And Dig sent a super chat earlier too. During the mute, she announced she won't testify. KCK, thank you for the super chat. Says smash that like button. Mel deserves it. 40 minutes ago, SW4x4, thank you for the super chat. Did they determine she was going to testify, or are we still not sure? She's not testifying. Capital K earlier, thank you for the super chat, says Dr. Lewis and the defense were banking on the fallacy of appealing to authority. Plus, she was their only witness. Love you, Mel. Thanks for everything. Thank you. Laura Roten, thank you for the super chat. Curious, do you think that none of her family members coming to testify pretty much puts the nail in the coffin? The nail's already in the coffin for sure. And I don't know. I don't know if the jury's thinking about it or not. Like on her behalf, you're saying, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess the brother's testimony was like damning too. There's nobody that's sticking up with Tisha anymore, I don't think. SW4x4, is the judge losing his patience? Oh yeah. Elisa Joy, thank you for the super chat. Really nice of you. 55. Thanks for all you do, Mel, Mods, and Amy. You rock. Thank you. And I got Truth Seeker. Let me see if I caught that. Trinity. I guess you're messaging me under a different account, so I don't know. So somebody sent me my email, your email. I don't know your email address. Is there any way we can do a fundraiser for Al on your page? I found this video and thought we could get a word out about the fundraiser. He would jump on your panel. Thoughts? Who would jump on my panel? Is there a new fundraiser, or I don't know, or is it the old link? I don't, this YouTuber, I don't mess with this YouTuber, this chick. There's nothing but drama, and she pushed a lot of the bullshit false thing that was against me, Zav Girl, so I'm not into that YouTuber at all. There's a lot of nonsense and bullshit. But as far as the Al, I don't see a link for the fundraiser thing. If it's the GoFundMe, and that's the whole conversation that I had with Amy about the GoFundMe link that's available. It's an old link. It's active, and so I need to get access to my GoFundMe. I'll send it to that, but I don't want to run a GoFundMe on behalf of anybody. Or on behalf of, if somebody has a link, an official link, I'll promote it and push it out there. But as far as that YouTuber, not in shit at all. And the nonsense and bullshit they were pushing for a long ass time. Let's see. Yeah, so the GoFundMe stuff, I'll look into that. I'll see if we can get some sort of verification. Well, so over here already told me that is the GoFundMe, but I don't know if they started a new one, or they're going to start a new one, or is there going to be some sort of official thing for Gannon? Some sort of, I don't know, foundation thing or something like that. And so I'd say wait until we can get some sort of confirmation. And, because who knows? I wonder if they'll start something on behalf of Gannon, you know. So I'll wait. Yeah, Pod, thank you for the super chat. Ask Amy, does LS have supporters there? She's already off. You might be watching behind, and so I'll have to ask her maybe next time. I can text her too. Well, she's driving. So Friday, I'll ask her again. I'll try to remember to ask her that. I don't think she does, but I mean, honestly, who knows, right? Hey, Crystal Dawn, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. They might do a foundation because like Gabby Petito, that's what they did, right? They did a foundation thing. So I'd say let's wait to get some sort of official, like, I don't know if they still want funds going to that GoFundMe. Are they going to start something on behalf of Gannon, maybe after the trial, after Letecia's more than likely probably going to be found guilty? The Gannon's Law, yeah, I saw that, and I signed that petition. I think there was a petition for that, right? So Landon's GoFundMe is already reached its goal. I think they're still accepting. But I don't know. I think we should find out and see where they want things to go. All right, I guess we're done. Yo, thank you guys so much for riding with me all day long. We're almost 10 hours in today. 10 hours in. Bella Mia, thank you for the super chat. Ikemel, can you tell me what timeline is for when all the yelling happened today? I had to go babysit and miss most of the afternoon. Thanks in advance. I don't even remember. I remember at some point in the beginning. And I honestly, I couldn't even tell you. The beginning of today was a good start. Then there was a break. I would check the breaks, the beginning, before they started, the breaks, right before the lunch break, and right after they came back from the lunch break. And today, there's a lot of audio that you're not even going to be able to make out what they're saying. The video audio where Letecia and Dorothy are talking, honestly, you could just skip past it. You could just skip past it. Brainy says, can you read the Amy's notes on Discord? My Discord, it's just really hard for me to follow. People posting these things all the time, and they're really active, and I appreciate that. But I don't know specifically where she posted the notes. All my messages are out of date. Everything's behind. I would recommend that you join Discord because we have a really great community there. I'll post the link. You should join Discord. It's free. And at a different time I can get, because the thing is, we're gonna have verdict watch. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna last long, but we could hang out during verdict watch. I could find Amy's notes, or maybe she can send it to me, or maybe the mods can copy and paste it and put it and DM it to me. Because like all my shit's behind right now. All my stuff. My Discord is just like that's all my stuff. I don't even know. I have to like check. Oh, I don't even know where it's at. I could type Amy, but there's a lot of conversation in there. Discord's pretty lit. So I need to get a timestamp person too eventually, somebody that can timestamp and make it easier for people rewatching. I've done it sometimes, but it's just so much. I don't know who has contact with the family, and I wouldn't say to reach out to the family now, but if there's somebody that's already talked with the family, it would be nice to know an official way that people can support. I know there's the GoFundMes, but those GoFundMes are from like when the incident was happening. They're not like new stuff. And like I was saying, I don't know if they're going to start something new on behalf of Gannon or some sort of foundation or a new GoFundMe or what. But we'll try to find out. We'll try to find out. Jacqueline says, do I think Dr. Lewis committed perjury? I don't know. She got caught twice, I think. But was it intentional? You'd have to probably argue intention. Those emails were damaged. Today, the email part was really good too. Everybody's calling me. Everybody. I'm not even going to answer. Kimberly says, you can see in the documentary that her son isn't right. Diagnosis needed for sure. Oh, hell no. Oh, you'll timestamp? Can you get in contact with me? So if you do timestamp, I know where your comment is, but when you do it, I know to look for it and pin your comment on the thing, on the video. Either email at Gmail or Discord DM. Free Skittles on Discord. You think she lied about the food poisoning? Ebla says she lied about food poisoning. Jen Johnson, I mean, if you want to, Jen Johnson asked, so basically you don't watch the video. I mean, you can skim it. There's one part that like she does this whole the language thing, but the audio was just so bad. But I mean, if you want to go and look and like you can see her, let me show you. If you want to go back and look and see some of her facial reactions, it's just that the audio. Once you go back and listen, you're gonna know what I'm talking about. You know, I mean, if you want to listen to a little bit, but I'm sure once you start, you're gonna have a hard time. It's like the beginning part here, like right here. There's no video. I'd listen to the parts for sure that don't have video. And then if you want to check it out, you can. If you want to knock yourself out, you can. You can see some of her facial reactions and stuff. But I am going to post the highlight from Amy from yesterday and today. Tonight, hopefully. Or tomorrow. I don't know. Tonight or tomorrow. Hurricane Holly says it's only right to show equal support to both parents, period. See, that's the thing. Not everybody has money to give away multiple places. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, I think people should hold out and wait if there's something official. Maybe they come up with just one GoFundMe. Not everybody has, you know, it depends. We don't know what their situation is, or for the parents either. Do I ever get stressed? You see, sometimes, yeah, for sure. I think so. But like I try to keep calm, especially on stream. I try to just keep it together. I mean, I think I handled it pretty well, but yeah, sometimes I do get stressed. That's why I try to like exercise. Oh, Sandra says they got the shooter. Yeah, I heard. I don't know what the deal with that guy is. I think even tonight I'm gonna go work out. Not that I feel stressed at all, but it makes me feel better, like mentally and like physically. And I take like ashwagandha. I take some supplements. I try to like work out. Document's called "Crazy Not Insane." Crazy Not Insane. And the trial, we're pretty much at the end of the trial. So like we made it. I think I maintained myself a lot better this trial than all the other trials. So the Johnny Depp trial was actually really stressed out towards the end. I was really tired. The internet kept cutting off. The power kept cutting off, like the electricity. For some reason, towards the end, there was a couple of days where the transformer kept blowing up outside or something was going on. That's the reason why I got these battery packs under the computer in case the power flickers. I was just completely drained and done at the end of the Johnny Depp trial. The thing with the Johnny Depp trial is like during the lunch breaks, I wasn't taking break really. And even though I kind of sometimes don't really now, but like I have a whole trying to sleep, trying to work out, trying to eat, and we have Thursday off with this trial. I think Johnny Depp we had Friday. I think I just took better care of myself this time. And the Alec Murdaugh trial, there was some rough times too, but I did better too with that one, I think. So, but yeah, this one's almost done. We're gonna plan the next trial, and I'll do short videos in between. I can't say a prayer. Don't forget this church super chat. I don't know if they want to say a prayer. I'd call them. If they want to say a prayer, I'd call them. We could do it together. I don't know if church is still here. Marie off to sleep. Thanks for the live stream. Thank you for Friday. Is the documentary famous not because of the trial? I honestly think they got to be getting more revenue. More people are watching it for sure. Amy doesn't have a Discord, but she's on my Discord. And her name is Amy something. She's on my Discord under Amy. Okay, you want to see Amy's notes? I think it's kind of short. I shook it off, but we'll do this. Amy's notes 1.png. Thank you, Mo. Amy's notes 2.png. All right, so Amy's notes, this is from yesterday. Number 1, the jury never sees the man dressed in plain clothes interact with Letecia. It's after the jury leaves that he gets up and assists the bailiff. I'm not sure why I called him undercover, as he is only undercover to the jury, not dressed in uniform like the bailiff. There are other people sitting in the aisle, so he is not the only one sitting in the aisle, but he is closest to the front. This is related to the call yesterday too, where she thought somebody's like undercover. I'm going to clip that stuff together so it all makes sense. I'd like to post it tonight or by tomorrow sometime. I think both of Amy's calls together will be good. Number 2, Letecia has what appears to be a vest under her shirt. Not sure thick, but still could be Kevlar. Maybe she made Kevlar. I don't know. She also has something around her waist. I do not know if this is for shock purposes or it is there in case she loses it, and they have easy access to the handcuff. Oh, and they have easy access to handcuff her hands to her waist, ? These items are adding to her bulkiness. A friend of mine too, and some other people have been telling me Tisha looked like she's gaining weight or something in there, or to her face. And maybe that's why her clothes look bigger too. I don't know. 3, jury did not see doctor get in/out of her wheelchair or to and from the witness stand, but they did see the wheelchair in the courtroom. Number 4, I think the doctor's son was sending signs to the doctor during her testimony. For one question, he was shaking his head yes, in a very obvious way to help her answer the question. And if you watch that documentary, Crazy Not Insane, he's in there assisting her and like helping her with her work. 5, yes, lots of red and black in court today. Landon was wearing red and black today. That was yesterday. Let me get the second page. Okay. Okay, so number 6. Gannon's dad was wearing blue argyle socks. Didn't match his outfit, so I believe this was in honor of Gannon. Interesting. Very interesting. Number 7, no one in the jury was wearing red. They were wearing blue, teal, purple, and green. 8, just as Mel yelled when they announced that videos would be shown of Letecia and the doctor, those of us in the gallery all silently cheered and looked at one another. You can't let the judge or bailiff catch you making facial expressions that could influence the jury, so a lot of note writing and passing happens in the gallery. Number 9, there was a gasp in the gallery when the doctor said magic. Unbelievable. That was yesterday. There's so many. I need a clip person because I don't have time at the end of the day sometimes because like it's a full day and then I got to try to like catch up with life after this. We're going to get organized. Eventually, we're going to get this lockdown pack. I'm gonna have a clip channel, have somebody to do the timestamps for clips, like boom, boom, boom. Because there's so many moments that it's just being missed. Even with all the other trials, I missed so many moments. Beach Bum 11 says, if she's on psych meds now, most of them cause weight gain. Okay, I'll do this what C said. I guess a simple prayer. I don't mean any disrespect for anybody. But okay. Father God, thank you for this day and allowing us to gather together. Please comfort Gannon's loved ones and Harley. May Tisha repent. Give the fam closer. Wait, give the fam closer. Forgive our sins in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. I don't know about repent for Tisha, but no, I'm just kidding. Maybe somebody, we can do something too. If somebody knows a nice little, or come up with a short script, they want to email it to me, we can do something nice. I'm down with that. A little prayer. Yeah, I don't know if she's on psych meds. Why were the jury questions muted? Because the judge didn't realize that he was muted. That sucks. Yeah. Ignite the Tracks as Mail. There's a website you can pay monthly and they will clip your long form content. I had a company that I was paying to do that and they completely suck. So I had to can them. But there's another YouTuber recommended me a couple of different sites. I might have to use that, maybe try some other sites. Don says, why are so many concerned with her weight or look? She only has to look good for her cellmate. She will fade into oblivion. Miyu says, shave her head. All right, man. So yeah, I'm going to head out. I will see you guys Friday. Oh, you meant closure. Oh, gotcha. I thought you meant close. CC canceled. I was like, closure. I mean, closer. I was like, closer. Yeah, that's who I talked to, Annie, Nicole. I've talked to her a couple times about that, and she recommended me two other companies, so I have to check them out. Yeah, so all right, I'm gonna head out here, man. I love you guys. I will transfer you to the new stream for Friday. I'll see what clips I post when I have time. I'm gonna try to do the Amy thing first. And yeah. Let me see. Make sure I have the transfer set up. Okay. All right, love you guys. Bye. Have a good night. Peace. Thank you so much again. Justice for Gannon. I mean, it's so, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's just I don't know. Let me not even go there. But all right, take care, guys. Good night. Bye. Bye.